Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 92. The guild, which had been in a cheerful atmosphere just now, fell silent. Moment. Europe. Even more enthusiastic cheers rang out, and everyone in Fairy Tale had war in their eyes. I've long wanted to teach those ghosts a lesson. How dare you offend us, Fairy Tale? Let the war begin. None of the Fairy Tale wizards were afraid of trouble. They smashed the wine bottles and walked out of the door. The ghost just smashed up their guild, and they were already angry. It was just that the president told them not to act rashly, so they fell silent in front of them. They numbed themselves through drinking, but they were still a little unwilling in their hearts. Now that they are better, they can take revenge. Great! Natsu burst into flames and ran away first. Just walked out. Natsu's eyes widened, looking at the giant thing in front of him and the huge muzzle, and shouted, "What is that?" The magicians from Fairy Tale who came out immediately after them all had their eyes widened. Look at the cannon in front of you. This cannon is aimed at them. Makarov and Uru followed closely and walked out, their eyes also widened, and they exclaimed, "Super Magical Titan!" The Super Magic Titan is Spectre's strategic level weapon, and its power is astonishing. One shot can even rival Super Magic. It is a very dangerous weapon. But the Super Magical Titan should be connected to the Ghost Guild. Why does it appear here? Haha! Makarov, today is the day your guild will be destroyed. Standing on top of the cannon was a twisted man covered in black and ugly, Jose. All of these. Are you the one doing this? Jose. Makarov roared loudly and stared with anger. Jose doesn't care at all. He and Makarov are both one of the top 10 magicians, so no one is afraid of the other. Makarov, I brought you a gift. I hope you like it. Jose suddenly thought of something, clapped his hands, and each of his 3 men carried the unconscious man out. Seeing these 3 people, Makarov's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists and looked over with murderous intent. Jose, are you trying to piss me off? These 3 people who are unconscious and covered with scars are none other than Levi and the 3 people who formed a group of light dragons to destroy them. Jose still looked unconcerned. Young men, please return them to those goblins. The 3 men behind him sneered. As soon as their hands were loosened, Levi and the 3 fell towards the sky. If it reaches the ground, I'm afraid it will be shattered to pieces. Damn it! When Makarov was about to jump up, a calm voice came from beside him. Lord Makarov, leave the 3 of them to me, and you go deal with Jose. The voice was that of Uru. I saw Ulu leaping high, the ice blue magic circle appeared in his hand, and threw it out, ice shape. Ice net. A giant net made of ice steadily caught the 3 unconscious Levi people. Everyone at Fairy Tale below cheered. As expected of Ulu, it's really reliable. This kind of strength, this level of net, is probably already on the level of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saints. Everyone in Fairy Tale became excited when they saw the ice net in the sky and Ulu's splendid body. Jose, who was standing on the magic cannon, looked extremely sad. Damn, it's Fairy Tale. Why has Fairy Tale developed so rapidly in these years? Even guys like Uru, who has the strength of the top 10 magicians, have joined Fairy Tale. It's over, Jose. Makarov's voice came from behind, looking at him coldly, looking at the guy who had hurt his family. Jose was extremely arrogant and turned around, still calm and composed. The corner of his mouth curled up. Immediately afterwards, the super magic cannon was launched, firing in the direction of everyone in Fairy Tale. If this hits, the group will basically be wiped out. Jose. Makarov was shocked and furious. How long could he hurt his family like this, but it was too late to rush over at this time. Suffer it. Everyone looked at the incoming magic cannon in fear. Ice shape, ice wall. Uru's voice came again. He stepped on the ice net, and the magic of ice shape reappeared. An extremely thick ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the fire of the super magic cannon. Wall and cannon collide. Well. Wolo gritted his teeth and held on. Even though he was very powerful, it was definitely not easy to block this attack that was comparable to super magic. 0, please give me flowers 00. Damn it Ulu. Jose gritted his teeth. This you kept ruining his good deeds again and again. He really didn't want to live anymore. It's time to finish, Jose. Makarov got closer to the exam, his whole body was wrapped with golden light, and the terrifying magic power of the Holy Ten rose into the sky. You think I'm afraid of you? Jose bared his silver teeth, and dark magic enveloped his body, and magic at the level of the top 10 magicians was also released. On the turret of the super magical titan, the momentum of the two people collided with each other. Under this momentum, the 3 cannon fodders unfortunately fell down and became minced meat. The war is still going on. Natsu crossed his fists and looked at the wonderful battle above. He was very excited and said to Happy, Happy, let me fly up quickly. I want to join the battle. Happy shivered, Natsu. That's the battlefield of the 10 holy magicians. Scumbags like them who don't even have S level will die on a battlefield of that level. And me. Gray also looked at the sky. I can also take people up. Carla's face was full of tsundere, and Wendy smiled awkwardly next to her. I also want to do my part. Wendy's young body clenched her fists. Hey, Urza, how long are you going to remain silent? Myra Jane glanced at Urza next to her. Clench your fists. Urza reacted slightly and looked at the sky. Hey! I want to go up too. Myra Jane punched the air with her fist and gritted her teeth. The ghost destroyed the guild and hurt my companions. I will never let them go easily. And me. Urza took a deep breath, regained her composure, and took out her sword. Destroy the guild, hurt your companions. Absolutely unforgivable. There was only an empty area left in the ghost station. There were already some soldiers here, and these soldiers were talking to each other, snoring, and not at all vigilant. Haha, those goblins are so mean. I saw Lord Gajiel destroy the fairy tale guild with my own eyes. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. The 2 soldiers chatted, their words full of ridicule and disdain for fairy tale. Ye Nan quickly ran over until she came to the 2 of them. Is this, the Ghost Guild 0? Chapter 93. Looking at the person coming, the 2 guards could hear each other's heavy breathing, and shouted a name with trembling teeth. Light Dragon Ye Nan. Even though fairy tale was described as terrible just now, when faced with it, he still didn't even have the courage to fight back. Ye Nan didn't pay attention to the 2 soldiers, and focused on the empty stone ground, with a bad feeling in her heart. The Ghosts Guild is missing. The 2 miscellaneous soldiers looked at each other and exchanged glances with each other. Even though the name of the Light Dragon is so great, they have never seen it with their own eyes. Maybe if they can capture the Light Dragon, they will achieve great success. Go up. Take down the Light Dragon. Both of them rushed forward with sharp spears, piercing with sharp cold light. Ye Nan didn't dodge or dodge, just stood there. The 2 people's expressions immediately became happy. It seems that Guanglong's name is indeed a boast. 100 is going to make great achievements. When the sharp spears of the 2 men pierced Ye Nan's clothes, their expressions suddenly froze, and they couldn't believe it. The sharp spear stopped on Ye Nan's skin and couldn't penetrate no matter what. Impossible. How is this possible? That's right, how can human skin be comparable to a sword? Why can't it penetrate it? The 2 idiots collapsed. They knew that maybe they had offended someone they shouldn't have. His life was about to be lost. Nothing is impossible, it's just that you have too little experience. Ye Nan said casually, grabbed 2 sharp spears, and threw the 2 of them away. Such a huge movement alerted the other people staying at the ghost station. The other soldiers all looked in the direction of the noise. Instantly, my pupils contracted and my breathing became rapid. Guanglong Ye Nan. Someone has invaded the ghost guild. Everyone, come together. The soldiers quickly picked up their spears and rushed forward, trying to catch him. Ye Nan raised the corners of her mouth. The other side. The battlefield between fairies and ghosts. Makarov's attention was all on Jose, who was also the Holy Ten, and he didn't notice a transparent figure quietly approaching. Jose, I will make you regret hurting my child. Makarov said harshly. After hearing this, Jose laughed out loud and didn't believe Makarov's words at all. Who was he afraid of if he was also a holy pile? The 4 elements under his command can definitely destroy the goblins. And he only needed to drag Makarov here. In order to ensure a higher winning rate against the goblins this time, he also specially used a little trick to lure out the famous light dragon Ye Nan. Now even you, who has the combat power of the Holy Ten, is being held back by the super magic giant cannon. If a team is wiped out by just one fairy tale, then you just need to have the right hand. What's more? Jose narrowed his eyes, looked at the wind element sneaking up behind Makarov, and smiled even more happily. With such stubbornness, Makarov's patience has been exhausted. Coupled with the child's injured anger, at this moment, all the anger turned into monstrous magic power. It surged. Jose, suffer death. Makarov opened his eyes, and his palm quickly grew in size. Just as he was about to launch an attack, an insidious voice sounded from behind. Succeeded. Makarov felt something ominous and was about to look back. A palm touched Makarov's body. Ah! Makarov's shrill scream came. The next moment, he fell to the ground, his whole body was glowing with green light, his cheeks were twitching, and he was already unconscious. A fat and thick man appeared from behind Makarov, his hands covered with magic. It was his magic that rendered Makarov incapable of fighting. Well done, Wind Elemental. Jose praised. If it weren't for the sneak attack with wind element magic, even he wouldn't be able to kill that old guy Makarov easily. Now kill that old guy Makarov. He will be more confident in killing the goblins together. Then let's go down and enjoy the slaughter of fairies and the carnival. Jose smiled sinisterly and was about to go down and attack Fairy Tail. There are noisy sounds below. Jose was confused and looked down. The flying cat is also grabbing a big net, which is full of the main combatants of Fairy Tail. Myra Jane, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Wendy, and Leon. Jose was even more surprised and clenched his fists in excitement. Great, if these guys are killed, that old guy Makarov will definitely be even more sad. Ha ha ha. God is really helping me. The wind elemental was beside him, also with a smile on his face, not afraid at all. Fairy Tail was now at the end of its strength. Do you need me to knock them down? Wind Elemental asked. Jose shook his head and smiled sinisterly, no need. When they come up, it will be the same for us to kill these guys. Anyway, that old guy Makarov is gone. It is true that there is a way to heaven but there is no way to go, and there is no way to hell. At this moment, Jose deeply realized the meaning of this sentence. Comfortable, so comfortable. Even Jose regretted that he came to attack Fairy Tail so late. Because of Guanglong's reputation, he planned this time for several months. He didn't expect that Fairy Tail could be cornered so easily. It's a pity that the light dragon is not here, otherwise I could kill him as well. Jose said a little swelled, but it's not bad. When that light dragon comes back, I'm afraid all I can see is a pile of corpses, ha ha ha. Happy and Carla took Fairy Tail and everyone worked hard to get here. After wiping away the sweat, Happy lay on the ground with no strength at all. Carla, I need your comfort. Idiot. With a broken mouth, Carla turned her head away and didn't even look at it. Happy feels like his heart is breaking. Natsu stood up, stared in front, and said with fire all over his body, "You must be the president of Ghost, Jose." "Well, that's right." 1.3 Jose nodded, his expression became even more proud, and he stretched out his hand. Natsu was confused. Jose then spoke. "Fire Dragon, why don't you come to my place? Fairy Tale is going to be destroyed anyway. Why bother being buried with goblins? You have a better future with us than you did with Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale has been taken as a treasure, and without Makarov's Fairy Tale, it is nothing." Jose looked around, but couldn't find anyone who could compete with him. "It seems that Fairy Tale will be destroyed today. Stop daydreaming." A violent sound sounded from the top of the head. Myra waved her sharp claws and clawed towards the top of the head. Jose then raised his hand and grasped it firmly, and the attack disappeared. Chapter 94. Although Mirajana's attacks are fierce, she is still too young to defeat a holy 10-level magician, even though her talent will reach this level sooner or later. But now I am still too young, and my background is far from sufficient. With just a casual grab, John had already eliminated Mirajana's terrifying blow. "Throw it out at will." Myra Jane smashed straight into the ground, kicking up dust. "Myra Jane." Grey Urza and others looked at the ground worriedly. "Ahem." Mirajana's voice came from the smoke. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and became much weaker. "I'm fine." Then, Myra Jane stared solemnly. "The blow just now was really strong, I'm afraid she is no match for her." "Oh, you haven't fainted yet." John clapped his hands in praise, and then stretched out his hand again. "How about it? Myra Jane, do you want to come to Ghost? I can give you the status of one person below 10,000 people." "Bah!" Myra Jane spat out blood, put it on his face, and then sneered, "It's really suitable for a despicable and shameless person like you." Jose didn't care, and wiped the blood on his face with a handkerchief. His face fell, and his whole body exuded terrifying power. All the holy 10 magic powers exploded. "Then you will have to be buried with Fairy Tale." Jose burst out with magic power, and the dark magic power enveloped his whole body, and an atmosphere of fear spread out. He raised his hand slightly. A dark magic circle appeared on his hand. Ghost Arrow. After the spell was cast, black arrows were ejected from the magic circle, and countless dark aura arrows attacked Fairy Tale's main combatants. "Get out of the way!" Urza shouted anxiously, used the magic of dressing up, and put on the Kai of the Heavenly Wheel. She held a sword in each hand, and was surrounded by countless swords. Heavenly Wheel, the Sword of Chaos. Countless swords flew out, each rushing towards the arrows with black aura, making countless sounds of swords and arrows colliding. When Grey saw these incoming arrows, he put his hands together and an ice blue magic circle appeared in his hands. Ice shape. Ice wall. Grey squatted down with his legs and released layers of ice picks from his hands until a wall of ice was formed, blocking countless dark arrows. With this little power, it's still far from being able to deal with him. "Okay. I'm on fire." Natsu was on fire, not afraid at all, leaning forward, his mouth bulging. "Fire dragons! Roar!" The terrifying blast of fire burned a large pile of arrows. "Wendy, be careful!" Carla reminded loudly, full of worry. Wendy smiled, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and encouraged herself, "I must become a strong person, otherwise I won't be able to see Grandy." Wendy's mouth was also raised high, making almost the same action as Natsu. Tianlongs. Roar. A tornado erupted from Wendy's mouth and swept away countless arrows. A man must not be afraid of difficulties. Elfman bulged his muscles and shouted loudly, "Receive the magic!" Giant ape. Elfman's height increased several times, and he punched out and sent countless arrows flying to the ground. "Don't forget me!" The wind element became invisible and came behind Grey, who released the ice wall, preparing to give him a fatal blow. Ice shape. Eagle. Countless eagles made of ice bombarded me, and with the sound of the ground rising and crashing, the wind element quickly broke away from its original position, and its expression darkened. Leon's figure appeared behind Gray, with a proud smile on his face. If you want to hurt my junior brother, you need to get through me first. Gray's face was filled with surprise. Leon turned around and gave a thumbs up. Gray gave a thumbs up in return. Brothers fight side by side, confront each other, and complement each other. If you try to stop me, you will be killed. The wind elemental's face was extremely gloomy, and magic power appeared on his body. Then give it a try. Leon was provocative and showed no fear. John on the side looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. His moves did not kill anyone. Not only that, the wind element was also blocked. Jealousy comes back again. John's expression became ferocious. You guys, fairy tale, have developed so rapidly in recent years, the light dragon Ye Nan, the ice brothers, Urza, Myra Jane, and Laxus, Mist Ogden. Why? Why do all the powerful magicians go to your side and no one comes to me? The more he thought about it, the more twisted and angry he became. Jose was so jealous that his teeth almost broke. Then, Jose suddenly laughed. But such a powerful fairy tale will be destroyed today. Fairy tale will not die. Urza fell from the sky, holding a sword, and slashed straight down, leaving a sword mark across the original position. Jose teleports away. Reach out again. Urza, come to me. Before he even finished speaking, Marajana's voice came from behind. Dark ball. Countless dark balls bombarded Jose. Jose was not afraid at all, and a dark magic circle appeared on his hand again, dark spiral. The dark drill bit appeared in the magic circle and broke through countless magic bullets at once, and its power was not reduced at all. The terrifying drill bit shot straight towards Myra Jane. Heavenly Wheel 5-star sword. L783 Lusher rushed over and slashed at the drill with her swords, and the explosion sounded. Urza flew backwards. Myra Jane was shocked, feeling like she was falling from the sky with waving wings, and came to her side, her face full of worry. Hey! Urza, are you okay? Urza coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, relaxed a little, stuck her sword on the ground, and slowly stood up. Fine. Then Urza looked at Jose solemnly. What a god! Myra Jane also looked at Jose with a solemn expression. Urza. Hey! Urza looked over her sideways. How about we join forces? Myra Jane made a proposal. This isn't like you. Urza's face was filled with relief. All right. Urza put on a posture, Myra Jane also put on a posture. Let's join forces. The original Ghost's residence. On the open rock. Ye Nan sat on it, with a bunch of ghost combatants in front of him, piled on the ground, and then raised his eyes. A Jose and 4 people wearing white robes appeared in front of him. Those are the people from the council. Ye Nan saw the person coming and murmured. The missing body. The Jose in front of us is obviously the missing person, so the question is, where did the real Jose go? Chapter 95. The other side. Under a fairy tale. Uru is trying his best to block the super magic giant cannon, with sweat dripping from his forehead, gritting his teeth and constantly resisting this endless and powerful blow. Uru, let me help you. Just when everyone at Fairy Tale was about to go up and help, countless ghost soldiers flew out. This is Jose's dark soldier magic, which is continuously released from above the muzzle of the super magic titan's cannon. Damn it, what is this? With the obstruction of these dark ghost-like creatures, everyone at Fairy Tale has no way to go up. Even these ghostly creatures attacked them. Above the muzzle. Heavenly Wheel. Sword of Chaos. Urza wore the Heavenly Wheel armor, and the countless swords in her hands spun once again, and then were released 360 degrees, destroying countless ghost soldiers. Super cruel and violent. Mirajana's hands sent out a dark vortex and struck forward. After destroying countless ghost soldiers blocking the way, her power remained undiminished. Jose's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Myra Jane. The vortex has been blasted into the distance. Shadow-penetrating bullets. Jose grabbed his hand and released a terrifying dark bomb. Black feather moon flash. Urza came to the front, made 2 sword marks, and cut them off together with the dark bullet. Jose stepped back. There were 2 cuts in the clothes on his body, but he didn't care at all. Myra Jane and Urza's behavior was beyond his expectation. But the more unexpected it was. Jealousy becomes more serious. Damn, it's fairy tale. But I'm just going to play with you for a while to prevent others from disturbing me. So. The breath of death. The endless aura of death spread out from Jose's body, and the aura of death was everywhere around him. It enveloped everyone in fairy tale. Wendy! Urza shouted loudly, grabbed the unconscious Makarov and threw him towards him. Wendy panicked and tried to catch Makarov, but his body still couldn't do it because he was too young. Just let me do it. The burly elfman caught Makarov for Wendy. Seeing the president's appearance, his expression became much more serious. The situation is very unfavorable. Even the president has become like this. Wendy tried her best to raise her hand, but even if she raised her hand, it barely reached the position around Elfman's waist. It was too tall. Elfman noticed Wendy's move, bowed slightly, and placed Makarov in front of Wendy. Wendy stretches out her hands, closes her eyes and releases the magic. Countless magic particles tried to heal Makarov's injuries. But it has no effect at all. Makarov was still green all over and fell into a deep coma. How about it? Elfman asked worriedly. Wendy stopped releasing her magic power, shook her head, and said with a serious expression, "President, he has lost his magic power. If the lost magic power is not recovered, even I can't do anything about it." Elfman gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. If only he could be weaker. Maybe President Makarov will be fine. Careful. Mirajana's voice sounded next to her. Wendy and Elfman looked over and found that the breath of death was spreading rapidly in their direction. Go quickly. After that, Elfman picked up Wendy and ran towards the inside of the castle. Grey looked at these auras of death, pulled Leon, and ran towards the super magical titan. The wind element has no intention of continuing to pursue. Now his first priority is to avoid the breath of death. This is President Jose's move that makes no distinction between friend and foe. The wind element became invisible and disappeared from the spot. Don't know where it went. Haha, what kind of breath of death, let me destroy it. Natsu breathed fire from his tongue, fire dragons. Before this move could be unleashed, Happy grabbed Natsu by the back of his collar with snot and tears and dragged him away. Natsu, now is not the time to show off. Happy said weakly. Natsu kept struggling in the sky, let me go. Happy. He flew into the super magical titan. Below fairy tale. Uru was still struggling to hold on, and this super magical giant cannon had consumed all her energy. Uru, be careful. Wolol looked back and found a ghost soldier flying towards her. If it was normal, just a ghost soldier would come, so what, but the current situation. She really can't spare any effort. Damn it. Ulu gritted his teeth and turned around, looking at the super magic giant's cannon fire, the ice wall became thicker. Taurus. 27. Taurus. Lucy took out a golden key representing a golden cow. A magic circle appeared on the head of the key, and a cow holding an axe appeared in front of her. Taurus, go save Uru. Lucy took command. Ha! Taurus leaped up and split the ghost soldier attacking Uru in half with a single blow of his axe. Uru looked back with surprise on his face. Lucy gave a thumbs up, then turned back to support the others. In this kind of battle, even she can fight. Taurus made a pose, disappeared on the spot, and returned to the celestial spirit world. Hey, then continue. Wooloo took a deep breath and was about to push the super magic cannon back with all her strength when a ghost soldier touched her. What? Wooloo was shocked, and then felt that his life force was being continuously drained. Ah! You screamed. The ice wall blocking the super magic giant cannon in front of him shattered, and even the ice net under his feet was not spared. Levi's trio fell down. You also fell down at the same time. The super magician giant, with good money, came with bombardment and headed in the direction of the four of them. You. Lucy was surprised. He also had a celestial spirit, but this celestial spirit could only protect one person. Do not care. Lucy gritted her teeth, a key appeared in her hand, and shouted. Clock stand raised. Horologium. Golden light flashed, and a celestial spirit with a clock hanging on its chest and a belly that could accommodate one person appeared in front of it. To protect you. Lucy pointed to the location of you above. Horologium jumped up, and before the super magical giant cannon, he absorbed you into the alien space in his body, and resisted an attack from the super magical giant cannon for him. Boom! The super magic giant bombarded the ground. Levi and the other three were covered in burnt bodies, and with the original injuries on their bodies, they were already on the verge of death. The celestial spirit of the clock base dissipated, and Yu's unconscious figure appeared on the ground. Chapter 96. Lucy ran over quickly, the celestial spirit of the clock base disappeared, and Yu lay unconscious on the ground, using up all his magic power. Thanks to Yu, the power of that super magic giant cannon was greatly reduced because it consumed a lot of magic power. It didn't hurt too many people. Come and protect Levi and the others. Everyone in Fairy Tale formed a group and surrounded Levi and the three of them. Magic appeared in their hands and defeated the incoming ghost soldiers. Protect the three of Levi. Hurry! Send them to a safe place quickly. Someone shouted from Fairy Tale. 3 people were pulled out from the group, Levi and the others were carried on their backs and ran away. The remaining people blocked the Yubing's pursuit. Lucy's eyes are full of light. This is Fairy Tale. A ghost soldier suddenly came, a key appeared in Lucy's hand again, and the devil appeared. Aquarius! Aquarius! A mermaid appears holding a water bottle. Aquarius sighed, looking unhappy, and looked at the blood on Lucy's body with disgust. Calling me out with such a dirty thing. That's what he says. But Aquarius was not vague at all, waving the water bottle with all his strength, and the terrifying waterspout drowned a large number of ghost soldiers. The original residents of the Ghost Guild. Ye Nan looked at Jose's longing body and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. What? The dignified Ghosts Guild leader has moved the entire guild and ran away, not to mention 590, and you only dare to face me with the longing body. Jose's missing body was not unhappy at all, and still smiled. After all, he is the famous light dragon, so of course he needs to be more solemn. Ye Nan was speechless and didn't say much, but this Jose was really timid. Ye Nan looked at the 4 people next to Jose's missing body. Jose's missing body suddenly laughed. How about it, Your Excellency Ye Nan, this gift is not bad, isn't it? Beating the guild members privately, now even the council can't stand it. Ye Nan glanced at the 4 people and released pressure. Are you going to stop me too? Among the 4 members of the council, the leader stood up and bowed slightly. I don't want to stop you. Jose's missing eyes widened. Why was this different from what he had promised? He clearly said he would arrest Ye Nan. Go back on your promise. The leader of the council turned to look in the direction of Jose, while the other 3 also turned to look in the direction of Jose. We are here this time to ask President Jose to accompany us. You are suspected of participating in the Dark Guild. As for Guanglong Ye Nan. The council glanced sideways, then took it back, and said calmly, sorry, we have no right to arrest. Who dares to take this plague god back? When the time comes, the council is afraid that it will not be Feng Ping who is killed, but tens of thousands of people surrounding the council. They don't want to experience such a thing a second time. Jose's missing body made him laugh out of breath, gritting his silver teeth. Okay, very good. In that case, don't blame me. Jose's body released a huge amount of dark magic and enveloped him. Dragon's Claw. Ye Nan's hand lightly moved across it, maintaining its normal form, but Jose's missing body was affected by this move. He was seriously injured and kept vomiting blood from his mouth. See, damn it! How can he be so strong? The eyes of Jose's missing body are blood red. Urza, Myra Jane, and even the light dragon Ye Nan in front of him, why are there so many talents in fairy tale? He is so jealous. It's over, where are you now? Ye Nan stepped over and looked down at Jose, who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, with indifference. Such a BD that hurt his family. So what if you die? Ahem. Light Dragon, do you want to come to my guild? Jose's missing body suddenly laughed, extended an invitation, and vomited blood again. What nonsense are you talking about? He is already dying, and he still wants to invite him to Ghost. There is no need. He will not leave fairy tale. Ye Nan's eyes are cold. Jose suddenly laughed, and the crazy laughter spread around. Haha, when you came to Ghost's Guild, my body was already driving the super magic titan to fight against fairy, Adfa, Tale. What? Ye Nan was shocked, her face changed drastically, her fists were clenched deeply, infinite anger was contained in her heart, she couldn't suppress it at all, and she burst out, Jose! You are looking for death. The other side. Fairy tale direction. The super magician giant is staying here, and the huge magic circle is being drawn continuously. It is extremely complicated and has been drawn for a while. What is that? Lucy looked at the magic circle drawn on the muzzle of the super magic titan's cannon, feeling vaguely uneasy in her heart. That's not good. There was some cold sweat on Kana's face, and he threw out the cards at will. After knocking down a few ghost soldiers, he came to Lucy's side and looked at the large magic array being drawn in the sky. That's probably the cooldown time of the super magic cannon. I don't know how long it is, but I'm afraid if this continues, we will all be wiped out here. What? Lucy covered her lips with a look of shock on her face. Such a powerful super magic cannon is not disposable. Can it be fired again? So powerful. So terrible. Before joining Fairy Tale, Lucy had never imagined that there was such a powerful thing in the world, which could be compared to super magic. And this is not a one-time use, you can continue to use it after cooling. This is a strategic weapon, the super magical titan. Cold sweat also ran down Kana's face. There is no one who can stop the second super magic giant cannon now. In other words, if there is no guild that defeats the ghost before the magic circle is drawn in the sky, Fairy Tale loses. The price of losing is the destruction of Fairy Tale. Damn it! Kana gritted his teeth and looked extremely nervous. Father, where are you now? In a small town somewhere. Gildarts fell unconscious on the bed and did not wake up for a long time. Boom! The door opens. An old man came in with medicine and sat next to Gildarts. He looked at Gildarts, who was unconscious on the bed, and laughed. It's really good luck. Basically all the internal organs have been indelibly damaged, but you can still survive. For a magician as powerful as you, who can hurt you like this? Whether you can survive or not depends on fate. The old man took a knife and treated Gildarts. In a quiet town. No one knew that high in the clouds, there was a terrifying black dragon with a pair of jet black wings, patterns carved all over its body, and sharp fangs all over its mouth. Keep flying at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 97. Ye Nan's anger reached its peak, and she attacked Fairy Tale while he was away. How despicable and shameless this was. How long would it take to anger him? Jose was still talking to himself, and even took out a magic lens, which displayed the battlefield scene. A scene of Makarov unconscious and convulsing appeared on the camera. These are your President Makarov. Jose smiled sideways, feeling so satisfied with the result. Ye Nan looked at the picture and clenched his fists to the extreme. He had seen this picture in the fairy tale anime. It was a state where Makarov was attacked by the wind element and his magic power was scattered everywhere. The camera screen rotates again. A scene of you unconscious appears. This is your helper, but it's a pity. Jose smiled even more proudly. Although the fairy tale magicians were stronger than the ghosts, they were too naive. This war. The ghost won. Ye Nan's pupils tightened and her fist bones made a clicking sound. I can't bear it anymore. After noticing Ye Nan's anger, Jose smiled even more proudly, moved his lenses, and the screen turned again. The scene of the three Thors dying was revealed. With the appearance of these three voices, Ye Nan couldn't bear it anymore. All the momentum in her body exploded, and she penetrated the abdomen of Jose's missing body with one fist. I will kill your thoughts body first, and then your body. Ye Nan was filled with murderous intent. He had never been so angry before. Jose, this guy, first designed to lure him away, and then used various means to reduce fairy tale's combat effectiveness. This is simply despicable and shameless. Jose was not afraid at all. Even if his chest was penetrated, no matter what, he was just a missing person and could not feel any pain. At most, it would just dissipate. The hand turns again. The screen appears. The large magic circle on the super magic giant cannon is constantly being drawn, and it has almost reached 1/3 of the level. The super magical giant cannon that has made your URU lose its combat power will be fired again in 15 minutes at most. 15 minutes until fairy tale is destroyed. Jose's body of thoughts became more and more blurred, almost dissipating on the spot. Ye Nan's anger stopped in her heart. She took a deep breath to calm down a little. Her eyes were as cold as frost. Within 15 minutes. I will definitely rush back and kill you with my own hands. Before I got there, I trusted my family. Ye Nan didn't give Jose a chance to speak again, or even give him a chance to dissipate. He squeezed Jose's head until it turned into ashes. Even a moment ago, Jose was laughing even more wildly. Say lip reading. This is a full 10 kilometers away from fairy tale. 15 minutes later, fairy tale was already destroyed. Haha. Interpreting Jose's intention to stay, Ye Nan clenched her fists, her body covered with dragon scales, and her pupils even turned into vertical dragon eyes. Whoosh! Ye Nan's figure disappeared from the spot. Only the 4 members of the council were left looking at each other, looking at this embarrassing scene. Only a bunch of ghost soldiers are left. Team, Captain. The council members' voices trembled. Well, I saw it. The captain of the council looked in the direction where Ye Nan left just now. This is the Dragon Man state that appeared during the battle with Lionla. It is a state that only appears when you practice dragon slaying magic to an advanced level. Goo, the 3 council members swallowed. Dragon slaying magic? What kind of magic is that? Is it possible that it can transform into a dragon? Haha, it shouldn't be possible. The current strength of Lord Light Dragon. The members of the council cast their sights in the direction of the captain. The captain shook his head, his eyes serious. Have no idea. Unfathomable. The captain of the council closed his eyes and never looked at the direction Ye Nan left. Deep inside the super magic giant cannon, Natsu was groping around inside with Happy, looking at the surrounding buildings. Happy, walking is too slow here. Natsu grinned. Happy raised his hand in agreement. Love. This is really slow. Natsu's fist ignited with flames and he punched the wall. Iron fist. There was a big hole in the wall and Natsu and Happy were running rampant inside, destroying various items inside. Use the skills that everyone in fairy tale knows. Wreak havoc. And another place. 0, please give me flowers. Inside Jose's battlefield. Jose felt the return of the missing body, checked the memory of the missing body, sensed Ye Nan's huge power, and became even more jealous. Damn it! Is fairy tale so strong? Thinking back more than 10 years ago, the most powerful magician guild in the kingdom of Fiori was still the ruler of ghosts. As a result, just over 10 years ago, fairy tale suddenly emerged. First, the name of light dragon Ye Nan resounded throughout the eastern continent, and then came Laxus, Mistogan and other A. Damn it! Damn it, the leprechaun! The more Jose thought about it, the angrier he became. The huge magic power was released, the aura of death became more intense, and darkness enveloped his whole body. What's up with him? 00. Myra Jane was confused, guarding against the breath of death invading her body and guarding against Jose's sneak attack. Have no idea. Urza shook her head. They are still young and cannot understand how strong and terrifying Jose's jealousy is. Now they only have one idea. That's beating Jose. Urza put on a pair of black feather armor, a sword appeared in her hand, and she rushed forward. Myra Jane, support me. Myra Jane smiled arrogantly. You actually want me to assist you? How arrogant you are. Urza. 2 dark balls appeared on hand, and they were constantly thrown in the direction of Jose. Cover Urza. Urza quickly arrived in front of Jose. Black feather. Moon flash. The slash cut across John's old and ugly body. Myra Jane and Urza's expressions were overjoyed at the same time, and they were so surprised that it was difficult to conceal. Success. But then, Jose's magic was covered again, and he clenched his fists. Your annoyingness really pisses me off, go to hell, you fairy flies. Countless dark tentacles appeared on the hand, attacking Urza and Myra Jane. Urza kept dodging and her tentacles penetrated the ground. Myra Jane flapped her wings directly and flew into the sky, constantly avoiding the incoming tentacles. It's useless, it's useless, it's useless. Jose kept laughing and released more and more dark tentacles from his hands. Urza and Myra Jane struggled to support the three. Chapter 98. Natsu is still taking Happy everywhere to destroy the walls and destroy everything inside the super magical titan's body. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Natsu destroyed a wall and raised up smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the scene inside was revealed. I found a figure standing opposite Natsu. He had black and white hair, a horizontal line on his face, and was wearing a black leather coat. His head was raised high and he was scanning. You are the goblin. What kind of fire dragon? Todomaru dismissed it. He was one of the 4 elements of ghosts, fire. Wouldn't it be enough to have the skills to deal with a mere fire dragon? Natsu looked at it carefully, and after a while, he pointed. Who are you? Veins popped out on Todomaru's head. He gritted his teeth and announced his name. Listen up with your stupid brain. 063 I am the fire element, one of the 4 elements of ghost, Todomaru, remember. Natsu Mio lifted his chin and thought. Rabbit. Rabbit. He still has a bit of difficulty turning his muscles. Happy was flying next to him, drooling uncontrollably. Rabbit, rabbit, it's delicious. A tic-tac-toe appeared above Todomaru's head. He couldn't bear it anymore and pulled out his katana. Blue smoke covered the katana. Since it doesn't make sense, let's have a fight. It's just a goblin. He, the elemental destroyer, will definitely be able to easily deal with this fire dragon. Watch out! Todomaru waved his katana and slashed at him. Natsu's face that had been calm just now suddenly calmed down, his expression was serious, and flames appeared on his fists. I understand, it's just a fight, right? The flames on Natsu's fists burned more and more intensely. Fire dragons. Iron fist. The katana with blue flames and the fist wrapped with dragon flames collided with each other and started fighting fiercely. And in the other side of the super magical Titan fortress, Leon and Grey were together, observing the surroundings, walking and exploring the mysteries here. Fairy tale's only key to turning defeat into victory. Maybe this is it. Leon and Grey moved forward cautiously, not daring to be careless at all, and they were unfamiliar with the place. Careful! Grey pushed Leon away. The wind element lost its invisibility, and its hands were covered with the magic that killed Makarov instantly with just one move. Grey also jumped up and avoided the palm. Jump to the ground and regain your stance. Leon also adjusted back and looked at the figure in front of him with vigilance. Even now, he still couldn't feel where the enemy's bottom line was. It's as unfathomable as facing Ye Nan. Careful! Grey. Leon reminded that even two people could faintly feel the strong sense of oppression on the opposite side. Yet, Grey didn't dare to be careless at all. The wind elemental with the eye patch looked very relaxed. He was not disappointed at all because of the failure of the attack just now. He always looked expressionless. How did you find me? The wind element asked in a solemn voice, taking his time. Grey curled his lips and pointed at the ground, which had turned into an ice floor at some point. I see. The wind element understood immediately and judged something was wrong through the reflective color of the ice floor. That's really smart. Feng Yuan gave a rare compliment. Grey's face was full of vigilance and he always maintained a vigilant look. It's okay. Facing an enemy like you, no matter how vigilant you are, it's never too much. The wind elemental's eyes seemed to be able to see, and even with a blindfold he still couldn't block his sight. You want 2 against 1. Grey and Leon put on an offensive stance at the same time. The answer is already very obvious. They just want 2 against 1 with justice until the enemy in front of them is eliminated. The wind element remained unhurried, with a calm look on his face, and slowly said, then let me tell you some information. As long as you can defeat the 4 elements, including me, Feng Shui, Fire and Green, within 15 minutes, you can stop this super magical giant cannon. If it can't be done, 15 minutes later, the super magic giant cannon will be fired again, destroying the entire fairy tale. The wind element took off his eye mask, and a pair of strange fan-like eyes appeared, and the pressure on his body became even greater. Actually, they can come together. I have no fear at all. Grey and Leon looked at each other, both shocked by this information. Within 15 minutes, defeating the 4 elements will solve the crisis of fairy tale's destruction. This is obviously valuable information. Why are you telling us this? Grey was still wary. The wind element said mockingly. Because you can't. Grey's brows furrowed deeply. From this look, fairy tale might have been underestimated. The wind element then talked to himself. Myra Jane and Urza, the most capable among you, were held back by President Jose, leaving only a bunch of trash. And among these trash, the 2 of you, the most capable, were not captured by me. Living. Who are the rest? A hot-blooded boy. A reckless man. A little sister who is not yet underage. The wind element talked about the current battle situation. Indeed, judging from the current situation, it is overwhelmingly unfavorable for fairy tale. Grey was not discouraged at all and clasped his hands together. I trust my companions. Leon also laughed, stretched out one hand, and an ice blue magic circle appeared on his hand. Ice shape. The 2 spoke in unison, and their tacit understanding reached its peak. The war is about to break out. Wendy got out of Elfman's arms, hugged Carla, lowered her head, her face was red and steaming. Being hugged. Being hugged. 1.5 Wendy kept talking and mumbling to herself. Carla looked speechless and said, Wendy, be strong, isn't it because you were hugged by a big man? Wendy squatted down, hugged Carla tighter, and started crying. I'm sorry, brother Ye Nan. Carla was even more speechless. That guy Ye Nan had vague relationships with a bunch of women every 2 days. He was such a playboy, so he had no right to talk about their Wendy. Okay. Carla comforted her loudly. Wendy felt a little better and stood up. Next to him, Elfman put the unconscious Makarov down from his shoulders, took a look at the status, and sighed. It's still not getting any better. Suddenly, Elfman felt something and looked straight ahead. There is a roadblock in front of you. Chapter 99. A man with a monocle, funny appearance, and green hair appeared in front of him with a funny smile. Look what I found. 2 lonely fairies. This man is the green element, one of the 4 elements. He is good at earth magic and engages in extremely entangled battles. Soul. Elfman stood ready, staring at the figure in front of him with vigilance, and took a stance. You guy. Who is it? Soul made a gentlemanly gesture, with a smile on his face. I am one of the 4 elements, the green element. Only me and the other 3 elements have been defeated. Only the super magical titan will stop. Soul doesn't care at all about telling this information to the enemy. The current goblins are still too weak. But it can't bring him excitement. That's right. Thank you for this valuable information. Elfman took a stance and automatically transformed into a tiger form. Prepare to defeat one of the 4 elements, the green element. Soul. Luo, if you can defeat me, then give it a try. Soul's body automatically softened and turned into an object as thin as paper, and collapsed on the ground. What kind of magic is this? 03 Wendy covered her mouth in astonishment. The world is really big and full of wonders. Elfman was also shocked by this magic and quickly asked, do you want to fight me in this state? That's right. Soul is absolutely sure. Elfman didn't say any more. He waved his fist and rushed towards me, shouting, the soul of the Monk King. Punch randomly. Elfman's wild fists kept hammering on the ground, and bursts of smoke were raised, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. As expected of brother Elfman. Wendy's face was filled with surprise. Carla next to her crossed her arms and turned her head. Let him be like that. Although he is very powerful, compared to Wendy's boyfriend, Guanglong Ye Nan, there is still a big gap in every aspect. Carla automatically compared Ye Nan and Elfman in various aspects. Finally came to a conclusion. Still Ye Nan, suitable for Wendy. The smoke moved out of the way. The paper-like soul was wrapped around Elfman's arm like a snake. Can't get rid of it at all. What? Elfman was shocked and couldn't believe it. Not only Elfman couldn't believe it, but also Wendy and Carla who were watching. After suffering such a heavy punch from Elfman, not only did nothing happen, but he was also able to fight back. It's not even close. Soul is slippery and spreads on the arms. Damn it. It's so disgusting. Get off here. Elfman looked disgusted and kept shaking his arms. It's useless at all. Soul is tightly wrapped around it, and it's even less prosperous at all. Tianlongs. Wendy took a deep breath and was about to help. However, Elfman stopped and continued to swing his arms, turned his head in the direction of Wendy, and shouted loudly, Wendy, go elsewhere and defeat the other elements. Leave this guy to me. I will definitely defeat him. Elfman gritted his teeth and smashed his whole arm towards the ground. He kept hitting the ground, and the 2 of them were submerged in the smoke. Wendy clenched her fists and said to Carla on the side, let's go and defeat the other elements, Carla. Carla nodded. Wendy is indeed a strong child. Wendy and Carla followed the retreat and left here. Elfman, who was watching the actions of the 2 people in the smoke, showed a look of relief. There is not so much time left for fairy tale now. Need to save more time. Luo. A lewd voice came from the arm, but Soul was still wrapped around the arm unscathed. Damn it. Elfman continued to smash his entire arm toward the ground. On the road, Wendy and Carla were running, but stopped in front of a portal and looked at it solemnly. Here it is. Wendy and Carla looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Open the door. The white light was revealed, and the scene inside appeared. It was a bathhouse, surrounded by water. This is the bathhouse. Wendy covered her cheek, her face turned red and she didn't dare to look with her eyes. Carla was speechless and glanced around without hesitation. Wendy, there is no one here. Wendy opened her eyes and looked at the bathhouse outside with her hand. After finding that no one was there, she let go and breathed a sigh of relief. So far so good. Wendy doesn't want to be a bad boy. Carla is really speechless. There is no better child than Wendy in this world. When will Wendy become more mature? Carla sighed, she was really a father and a mother at the same time. In the bathhouse, there was silence just now, and there was no sound in the pool. Suddenly there was a warm and angry voice. What are you doing here? Damn it, goblins! Wendy was horrified when she heard the sound. After scanning around, she still found no one. She squatted down and shivered. Carla was speechless and reminded. Wendy, someone is obviously pretending. If you don't believe me, just look at it. Wendy slowly raised her head, her eyes still full of fear. The water in the pool gathered into a human shape, and finally a woman wearing a swimsuit appeared, with blue hair, a pointed chin, and a cold and arrogant expression. Looking at Wendy warily. Wendy was even more frightened. This figure obviously did not look like a human being, but was actually made of water. Wendy, cheer up. Carla's face was serious. She is the enemy. Hearing this, Wendy puffed up her cheeks, stood up slowly, and kept cheering herself up. Wendy is not afraid, Wendy is not afraid, Wendy is the strongest. Carla spoke up. Who are you exactly? The woman in front of me wiped her hair a little, shook out some water stains, and smiled. First meeting. I am the water element, one of the 4 elements. Juvia. Juvia introduced herself with a confident smile on her lips. You must be goblins who broke in. In that case. Juvia picked up the pink apple-patterned umbrella placed next to the bathhouse, opened it, and put it on her head. In her free hand, a blue magic circle appeared. Now. Hunt fairies. A large amount of water appeared in Juvia's hand, forming a torrent and rushing in the direction of Wendy. Wendy looked at these water flows in fear. The terrifying power made her tremble and feel a little overwhelmed. Carla quickly shouted. Wendy, growl! Wendy adjusted quickly, took a deep breath, and her mouth bulged. Tianlongs. Roar. Water and wind, 2 elements of nature collide. Chapter 100. In the fierce battlefield. Every time Natsu collides with the fire element Totomaru, there will be a burst of sparks. The intertwining of fists and swords ignites the blood in the heart. Fire dragons roar. Natsu's mouth bulged, and then he released hot flame dragon breath from his mouth, destroying the enemies in front of him. The power contained in this hot dragon's breath is basically enough to burn any enemy. But Totomaru was not afraid at all. The katana in his hand was once again entangled with a completely different flame than before, from blue flames to orange flames. No movement at all. It looks like you have given up. Totomaru's sword smelled strange. Natsu, who had been spraying flames just now, suddenly turned pale, covered his mouth, and lay on the ground retching. Happy flew over quickly. Natsu, how do you? Even before he spoke, Happy's face turned ashen as if he had eaten something. The wings are dry and flattened. Happy lay on the ground and vomited with Natsu. What does this smell like? Happy was retching while smelling the smell. He wanted to vomit even more at the same time. This was just like when he put the smelly socks away for more than 10 years and then took them out again. That stinky smell. It was so disgusting that I couldn't help it and wanted to destroy the source of the stench completely. Todomaru was extremely proud and laughed. This is my orange flame, it smells so bad that no one can stand it. But there are side effects. Natsu and Happy pinched their noses and listened to Todomaru's explanation. Well, how could such a smelly, no, such a powerful move have no side effects? His face was excited, waiting for Todomaru to tell him the side effects of the orange flames. Todomaru also lay on the ground and retched, explaining the side effects. The side effect is that even I can't stand it. This move is a move that leads to death. Normally Todomaru himself would not use orange flames randomly. This is really stinky. If it hadn't been for the fire dragon's roar that he couldn't avoid in time, he wouldn't have resorted to this trick and used orange flames. A strong stench spread throughout the room. Ugh! Natsu, Happy, and Todomaru's retching sounds spread throughout the room and didn't stop for a long time. It got to the point where Natsu and Happy were almost fainting, and Todomaru himself was about to be unable to hold on anymore. The katana in his hand turned the orange flame into blue flame. Hoo! Taking a rare breath of fresh air, Todomaru showed a victorious smile, watching him develop his odor tolerance at all costs over the years. Presumably his opponent must have been stunned by the smell now. This is his winning strategy. Todomaru looked over and was horrified to find Natsu is resurrected with full health. What kind of monster are you? Todomaru's eyes widened and his jaw opened to the extreme. He couldn't believe that someone could survive his stinky attack without falling unconscious. Oh, okay. Natsu moved his wrist slightly, thinking about the daily troubles in the guild, and laughed. Compared to having stinky socks thrown at your face for no reason, this smells better. Todomaru was speechless. What kind of reason is this? Is this a reason? What kind of guild would throw smelly socks at people's faces? Todomaru couldn't believe that such a guild actually existed in this world. Then your guild is really disgusting. Todomaru lost interest in continuing to fight and complained on the spot, all the fighting spirit in his body suddenly gone. There is no pleasure in fighting against people in this kind of guild, even if you win. I used to hear President Jose say how fast Fairy Tail is developing, and that they, the ghosts, are the best magicians guild in the world. As a result, this enemy. He is so disgusting. Todomaru's sense of expectation and expectation for this guild are all gone. It is the worst guild. Natsu punched his fists burned with flames, and his fangs laughed. Fairy Tail is the best guild in the world. You are not allowed to insult it. Natsu opened his palms, and the flames drew a wavy line. Fire dragons! Wing strike! It was like transforming into a fire dragon and hitting Todomaru, the fire element. The attacks are continuous, one after another. Damn it! Why do you get stronger the more you fight? Todomaru waved his katana and struggled to resist the force, but found that the force was getting stronger and stronger, almost reaching the limit that even he could not hold back. You are not allowed to insult. Fairy Tail! Natsu's face seemed to have dragon scales, the flames on his body burned brightly, and he jumped towards the sky. In my mind, I recalled the times when I challenged Ye Nan and was knocked away time and time again. Natsu became more excited and burned up. It is because of such a bond, such a partner, a goal worth surpassing, and the existence of a warm home that Fairy Tail is precious. So, Natsu's flames burned more intensely, until a critical point, and the flames formed the shape of a dragon above his head. Fairy Tail, never insult! Natsu shouted one last time. Raising his hand high, the infinite flame of faith turned into a huge fireball, full of scorching breath. Fire dragons! Yanhuang! The fireball was thrown down from a high altitude, just like the sun falling from a high altitude, and the whole world exuded a burning atmosphere. Natsu! Happy watched the last scene with tears in his eyes and excitement. Todomaru looked calmly at the sun-like fireball falling from the sky. He raised the katana in his hand high, and 7 different colors of flames wrapped around the blade. Can't insult fairy tale. Who said that? Todomaru jumped up on his own initiative, facing the fireball and slashing it with colorful flames. Fight the fireball. Let's see, which one is hotter, you, the demon, or my ghost's fire. How to Zhao, flames are so hot. Todomaru shouted loudly, flexing his arms and waving the katana. Ah! Veins appeared on Natsu's head. Ah! In this battle, both of them tried their best. Natsu recalled Ye Nan's uppercuts again in his mind, and his magic power couldn't help but relax. His face darkened, and he couldn't see clearly what his expression was. I won. Todomaru passed through the dazzling fireball like the sun, and without losing momentum, he slashed towards Natsu who was higher up. Careful! Natsu! Happy was so scared that his face turned blue. Natsu suddenly raised his head. Let you try my imitation of Ye Nan. Fire Dragon's Shoryuken. Natsu dodged the blade with incredible speed, and Hai-Fa's fist hit Todomaru on the chin. Directly knocked Todomaru away. Ceiling cracked. Natsu vs Todomaru, Natsu Katsuki. Chapter 101. A big hole was opened in the ceiling, and Todomaru could be seen faintly flying at high speed in the sky, leaving quickly. Natsu's punch was imitated by Ye Nan's usual punch that would make him fly. Absolute power. I will definitely come back. From the sky, Todomaru's unwilling voice came back. Natsu looked happy. No wonder he had this expression every time Ye Nan beat him. It felt really good to beat someone like this. Let's go, Happy. Natsu turned around and said to Happy. Now that Todomaru, one of the 4 elements, the fire element, has been defeated by him, he only needs to continue to go to other places to see what enemies there are. Like. Happy raised his hand and echoed. Even he didn't expect that Natsu's last move would be Ye Nan's exclusive Natsu Shoryuken, but he had to admit that in terms of lethality, this move was indeed powerful. Happy looked at the big hole in the ceiling, shuddered, and then quickly shrank back. Terrible. While the two were still talking, a majestic man with long black hair and a fierce face suddenly appeared behind the hole, holding one hand on the wall. He looked forward and grinned. What a blessing! I was actually able to meet Fairy Tale's fire dragon. Although 467 is not one of the 4 elements, his strength is not inferior to any of the 4 elements, or even worse. His name is Gajeel. Gajeel never thought he would be so lucky. He had long wanted to fight Fairy Tale's light dragon and fire dragon. Both sides were also dragon slayers. It was originally a boring walk inside the super magical Titan castle. After hearing the huge noise over there, Gajeel wanted to rush over to see what was going on, but found a lot of holes, and then walked among these holes. He kept walking until he got here, and unexpectedly met one of the opponents he wanted to meet most, Fairy Tale's fire dragon. Gajeel simply didn't want to be too excited, he smiled high and his eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. Natsu heard a voice coming from behind. Together with Happy, we looked towards the back. I found a man in front of me who was covered in black and looked very fierce. Natsu crossed his arms and raised his chin in Maya. Who are you? Happy's expression was stern and extremely serious, and he reminded, Natsu, this giant is full of enemies, Advk, now, and he must be one of the 4 elements of the ghost. I'm not the 4th element. Gajeel waved his hand nonchalantly, he was not one of the 4 elements, but with the strength of dragon-slaying magic, his strength was even worse than one of the 4 elements. Hearing these words, Happy breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it's just a trash fish. Let's go, Natsu. Natsu took a deep look at Gajeel, a little concerned, but after hearing Happy's words, he quickly responded, yeah. Natsu followed Happy and was about to pass Gajeel. About to pass. Gajeel laughed strangely and whispered into Natsu's ear. I'm the one who destroyed your guild. Natsu stopped suddenly when he heard this, looked back with ferocious eyes, and gritted his silver teeth. Are you telling the truth just now? Gajeel clenched his fist and pointed it toward the wall on one side. His fist turned into an iron pipe and smashed through the wall. Smoke billows. This is the move that broke through your guild. Gajeel was still provoking. Natsu turned his head and looked at the wall. Seeing the familiar iron pipe that destroyed the guild and was riddled with holes, he couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fist tightly and raised it to the door, the flames burning. I must defeat this guy of yours. Natsu's eyes also burned with fighting spirit. He could tell that the guy in front of me is a very powerful guy. But the most important thing now is to defeat the four elements, so there is no need to pay attention to them. But it's different now. Natsu will never let go of the culprit who destroyed the guild. Gajeel bared his ferocious fangs and unleashed his momentum without showing any signs of weakness. You must be more motivated now. Natsu and Gajeel looked at each other, their auras colliding with each other. One side is fire, one. Happy, who was watching from the side, trembled and bit his claws, flying in the sky, tears appeared in his eyes. Don't fight anymore. Natsu. The most important thing now is not to reach the guy in front of you, but to defeat the four elements. Only by defeating the four elements can Fairy Tail have the possibility of victory. Happy, give me a minute. Natsu clenched his fists, his whole body was burning, his blood was boiling, and his physical strength was constantly draining. Defeat him within 10 minutes. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Gajeel held his head and laughed, then looked crazy. Kill me in 10 minutes. My name is Gajeel, I am the same Dragon Slayer as you, Iron Dragon Slayer. Picture Guide Wang. Gajeel directly protects his family. Happy was even more frightened when he heard it. It was nonsense to defeat Natsu in 10 minutes. How terrible magicians like Dragon Slayer really are. Happy is something I have deeply experienced. Not to mention the far side, just talking about the close side, the Natsu in front of him is so cruel, he can absorb fire, any fire is ineffective against him, and he has a dragon-like physique. The strongest Dragon Slayer is in their guild. Guanglong, Ye Nan. As for Ye Nan's terrifying strength, everyone in the eastern continent knows about it. Dragon Slayer doesn't have a fuel-efficient lamp. And Gajeel in front of him. It's not yet clear what kind of terrifying power it has, but the only thing that's clear is that it's terrifying. Natsu was a little surprised when he heard Gajeel announcing his home address. He pointed and asked. Did you also leave the dragon who raised you in the year X777? Gajeel's eyes flashed with memories, and he turned his head. Yes, in the year X777, Metallicana, who raised me, suddenly disappeared. Natsu also recalled it. It seems that the Dragon Slayer disappeared in the year X777. What happened at that time? But I don't think about it at all. Gajeel's arm turned into a steel pipe and swept across. Natsu jumped up and dodged behind him. Anyway, I just need to surpass it. Gajeel clenched his fists. The fire dragon in front of him was his first stepping stone. After that, he would defeat the light dragon. Then he is the best dragon slayer in the world. That's it. Natsu immersed himself in it and calmly observed Gajeel in front of him, with flames burning on his body. Chapter 102. Iron Dragons. Fire Dragons. Roar. Gajeel spat out the iron wind from his mouth and collided with Natsu's dragon flame. A fierce battle was about to begin. Happy trembled as he watched the two fight. The other side. On the giant's central road, the three of them also staged a fierce and exciting battle. Grey ran to the right, and Leon also ran to the left. The wind element's strange eyes spread apart and scanned the two people. By spreading the targets, they helped each other, but for him, this trick was of no use. Grey jumped up, put his hands together, and the ice-blue magic circle appeared, his expression solemn. Ice shape. Leon next to him also jumped up, raised his palm, and the ice-blue magic circle also appeared on his palm. Ice shape. The two quickly drew the magic circle and carved out different objects. Eagle. Gun. Countless little eagles flew out of Leon's hands and hit them. Gray also made cannons and bombarded them. The attacks of the two people appeared in the eyes of the wind element, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Not bad. Leon and Gray had proud smiles on their faces. Of course, they were URU's apprentices. Although Leon has always wanted to surpass URU, he also considers himself URU's disciple. But the wind elemental changed the topic, his wind-like eyes started to move, and the magic power on his body became stronger and stronger. Not enough. Death Space Point 0. As soon as he finished speaking, the countless little eagles that had been attacked by ferocious magical ice sculptures and the snowflakes hit by ice cannons suddenly lost their firepower and fell to the ground. Within a moment, the ice melted and turned into water. What? Gray and Leon were immediately shocked. Their magic had no effect at all. What kind of magic was this? The wind element has no obligation to answer his own magic, so he stretches out his palm and wraps up the magic again. Now you know the gap between us. It's like the difference between clouds and mud. And within the four elements. The pressure on the wind element was released again, and the fan icon on his eyes kept rotating, giving him a full sense of oppression. I'm the strongest. The strongest. Leon and Gray stood ready. The move just now showed that the strongest was definitely not a lie. The wind element clenched his fist and raised it to the door, feeling slightly regretful. To be honest, I really want to fight the light dragon who is known as the strongest in your guild. I want to see who is stronger, the one who is known as the strongest ghost, or the one who is known as the strongest in fairy tale. Stronger for the strongest light dragon. But unfortunately, my president wanted to be on the safe side. Displaced my opponent. The wind element grinned, his expression of regret became more serious, and his head lay down until it started to tremble. I have no choice but to play with you two idiots. Gray has absolute confidence in Ye Nan's power. It's ridiculous for the wind element to behave so ignorantly. How like he used to be. Not knowing the heights of the world, he arrogantly challenged the immortal demon Dai Lionla to seek revenge. However, after 3 years of cultivation at Ulu, Dai Lionla was not even qualified to look at him. What an irony! But now it's different. Now he has companions in a warm guild. I will never allow you to destroy my home. Gray's eyes narrowed, his face was serious, his hands were put together again, and the ice-blue magic circle. Also, Ye Nan is much stronger than you. Leon next to him also laughed and stared. That's right, among the ugly monsters, Ye Nan is the strongest. Humph, Feng Yuan laughed, then laughed angrily, in that case, let Ye Nan take a look at your two heads first. He is the strongest. The aura of the wind element completely exploded, and he no longer made any reservations. He used invisibility and disappeared in place. Gray smiled. It was this move just now, and it is still this move now. He was tired of seeing it. Squat down. Ice shape. Floor. Countless ice layers spread, solidifying the stone layers into a smooth ice floor. Through reflection in color, Gray discovered different places. Not good. Gray panicked. This color was telling him to move and had already arrived in front of them. So fast. Gray observed carefully again, his face became more anxious, and he shouted at Leon, "Get away! 0, please give me flowers." Leon kept a handsome smile on his face and didn't pay any attention to Gray's shouting. He has already seen the whereabouts of the wind element through himself. Ice shape. White tiger. A terrifying white tiger was quickly created in a very short time, lifelike, waving its claws and tiger's mouth and rushing towards the reflective place. The moment he pounced on it, he lost his vitality and turned into a ball of ice. Pus flow. The figure of the wind element appeared, with a face full of confidence, shouting crazily. Weak, weak, too weak. Death space .0. The wind element has no effect, it just releases the magic. 0. But with just a simple magic, Gray and Leon felt the danger of death and quickly retreated towards the rear. Adjust your body shape and stare at that position vigilantly. What kind of magic is it? Gray and Leon broke into cold sweat at the same time. Even in the 2-on-1 match, they felt some gaps. This gap is simply difficult to bridge. Around the wind element in front of him, the ice floor turned into water, and the ground sunk down, as if it had been hit hard by something. Gray and Leon couldn't understand the principle of this magic. I can only stand there and fight against the wind element. The super large magic circle at the muzzle of the super magic titan outside has been drawn halfway, and it will be launched in 7 minutes at most. Lucy looked nervously at the magic circle in the sky, cold sweat dripping down, her eyes wavering. Ye Nan, where are you now? Come and save Fairy Tale. The forest is unknown how far away. The birds were startled, a terrifying white light fell, and all the trees in front were destroyed. Ye Nan's figure moved quickly, her face became more and more angry, stepping on the white world, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. Jose! It turned into a gust of wind and passed by countless monsters, rushing back towards the Fairy Tale Guild. I wish I could make it in time. Fairy Tale, Ye Nan will definitely not let him be destroyed. There is everything about him, friends and family. Wait for me. Lucy, 5. Chapter 103. Super Magical Titan. Bathhouse. The battle here is between Juvia, who is wearing a swimsuit and showing a lot of skin, and Wendy, who has a strong face. After Wendy used the roar of the heavenly dragon, all the water created by Juvia's magic was swept back through the tornado. Juvia watched in horror as the huge tsunami formed due to his magic and Wendy's help. This tsunami has huge waves. This is cheating. Juvia never dreamed that her magic would be blown back one day, and she felt a little uncomfortable for a while. She has always been the one who flooded others, but she didn't expect that she would be flooded by others today. Juvia's heart suddenly felt a little complicated. But if you want to get rid of me like this, then you are underestimating me. Juvia adjusted her heart and regained her composure. 167. He stretched out his hand and cast some magic. Juvia's entire body turned into water and merged into the tsunami. If it won't be solved soon, then join in. The huge tsunami washed away the entire bathhouse, leaving water stains everywhere, and Juvia's figure disappeared inside. 1. Wendy is still a little unsure, her opponent shouldn't be eliminated so easily. Not yet, Wendy! Carla yelled from the side. Behind Wendy, Juvia slowly took shape, returning from her water form to a human body. I am the water element, one of the 4 elements. It would be very troublesome if it was solved like this. Juvia stared at Wendy's flat chest and covered her lips with one hand, trying to suppress her laughter. Little sister. Wendy's face turned red, steam was rising from her forehead, and she gestured with her hands to indicate the size of her chest. Squatting on the ground, autistic. This was simply too torturous. She didn't want her breasts to be so small. Wendy's breasts were so small. She was troubled by them, and Wendy also wanted a change. Woohoo! It's so easy to feel inferior. Juvia twitched the corners of her mouth, and her anger at being suddenly intruded into interrupting her bath disappeared. Nothing. What's more, the one who disturbed her bathing was such a cute little sister. It's better to do this. Juvia lifted Wendy's chin, raised her head, looked at her appearance, and admired it for a moment. How about you come together as a ghost? I will recognize you as my sister. Although she has been taking a shower, Juvia also knows that the current battle situation is particularly unfavorable for Fairy Tail. It will be destroyed at any time. It would be a pity for such a cute little sister to be destroyed along with Fairy Tail. The more Juvia looked at her, the more she liked her. She hugged Wendy's head and buried her in her chest. Carla had a cat-like mouth and was speechless. Wendy. Wendy's face was steaming, her face was getting redder and redder, and she was struggling with her hands and whole body, trying to get out of Juvia's control. Juvia took the initiative to let go. She was not a bad person who forced others to do things. If she didn't want to, then forget it. Wendy hesitated, not daring to raise her head and look. Wendy, Fairy Tail, very good. Although very shy. But Wendy's meaning has been made very clear. She will never join the ghost rulers. Juvia's face showed pity and regret. That's it. So. Juvia's expression became serious again, and a water-blasting blade appeared in her hand, and she slashed it down. The current cuts through. Countless water flows turned into countless rushing water blades, attacking Wendy. There are them in every direction, and even when the water is clear, they are invisible. Most of the magic can't hinder the attack of these water jets, and Wendy is in crisis. Wendy took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Then he stood up and opened his eyes. In my mind, I recalled that Ye Nan protected her and accompanied her time and time again, but she failed to repay him time and time again, and was never able to truly become strong. Then, meet Grandini again. If this continues, Wendy will never be able to see Grandini. Wendy opened her hands, like the wings of a dragon, and faced her directly. Wendy, get stronger. Dragon's wing strike. The endless dragon wind gathered on her hands, and Wendy seemed to turn into a celestial dragon, roaring and roaring towards the water in all directions. Phew! A gentle breeze blew. Wendy appeared behind Juvia, with a serious look on her face, her hands still in a wing strike position, and her body half crouched. Okay. Carla held up her cat fist, and Wendy's wing attack hit the enemy. It looked like the enemy wasn't that good either. Juvia's pupils were shaken, and she lowered her head and looked at the wound. How is it possible? Wendy adjusted her posture and smiled. This is the power of Sky Dragon Slayer. Juvia's shaken pupils calmed down and smiled. I see. Is he the same Dragon Slayer as that guy Gajeel? Juvia's body gradually turned into the shape of water, until it turned into a puddle of water without any life left. Wendy's pupils widened and she covered her mouth with her hands, unable to hold back any longer. Ah! Wendy closed her eyes and screamed. Carla's eyes also widened, and her mouth grew into an O shape, actually dead. Both of them were in grief. Neither of them had the consciousness or intention to kill, but by coincidence, they actually killed someone. Wendy and Carla were filled with guilt. No matter what, she is a cute little sister. At this time, Juvia's voice came from the side again. Wendy raised her head and saw that Juvia was much further away than before, but she didn't feel out of place at all, as if Juvia had always been there. Not dead. Wendy's face was full of surprise and she wiped the tears from her eyes. Great, she didn't kill anyone. Carla's face became serious again. With the method just now, their situation might be more dangerous than imagined. The enemies on the opposite side are much stronger than imagined in 1.8. Watch out! Wendy. Carla reminded loudly that if Wendy was to be put in danger, then she would rather Wendy accidentally killed someone just now. Wendy is still too immature now. Yeah, I know. Wendy stared, not daring to relax at all. If she relaxed for a moment, she might not be able to get up again. Juvia had a smile on her lips, feeling much happier. Little sister. It's so cute to cry for your enemies. My sister likes you even more. Juvia Moya twitched her chin and moved the umbrella on her head backwards. I'm inviting you once, little sister, to the ruler of ghosts or not. Wendy took a deep breath, her eyes were firm, and she didn't say a word. But the look on his face said it all. She would never join the Spectre's rulers. Chapter 104. Juvia noticed Wendy's reluctance and was a little disappointed. She couldn't recruit her again and again. It seemed that she really couldn't get this cute little sister in front of her. I don't know what kind of magic power this magician's guild named Fairy Tale possesses. How could he make such a cute little sister die? For the first time, Juvia became curious about such a guild. But the most important thing now is this battle. Let's talk about it after all the fighting is over. Maybe, after this time, Fairy Tale will be destroyed in this world, and there will be no need to visit it again. Wendy looked solemn and asked. What is going on? Why are you not dead? This was originally a casual question, and I didn't really expect an answer. But Juvia didn't care at all, and directly spoke out the infinite secrets. It's very simple. Juvia knelt down and touched the water in the bathhouse with her hand. Suddenly, a person who looked exactly like herself appeared in front of her. Nothing is as amazing as the actual demonstration. Wendy and Carla03 were almost stunned, their mouths opened. Being able to create a sleeping clone that is exactly the same as the original body, wouldn't such a move and such magic be invincible? Juvia touched her chin with a finger, seeming to see through Wendy's thoughts. She had this little distress. Actually, this move is not as powerful as imagined. Not only does it require water, and the entire clone is extremely fragile, and its strength is not even 1/10 of my original body. Juvia didn't care about Wendy's presence, and even directly explained the weaknesses and some characteristics of the moves. Wendy listened very carefully. These are the keys to defeating Juvia. Carla was speechless, watching this battle that didn't look like a battle at all. There is no enemy who introduces his own weaknesses to the enemy. This person is really one of the 4 elements. Carla even felt pity for Jose, the Ghost Guild president. With such an actor, his future is really worrying. Yeah, I understand, then it's up to me, teacher. Wendy nodded, her face full of seriousness. Juvia complained in front. I am not a teacher. Wendy became more serious. In my eyes, you are a teacher and you have taught me a lot. Juvia didn't know what to say. Why didn't this girl just listen to her advice? Forget it, call it whatever you like. She didn't care. Then let's continue fighting. Juvia took a stance, a whip made of water appeared on her hand, and she whipped over pressure. Water whip. Juvia called out the name of this move. Wendy was a little scared looking at the coming whip. What she was most afraid of was being hit by the whip, which was very painful. Wendy jumped to the right. The water whip went up and directly wrapped around his left leg. Juvia showed an excited smile, waved her whip, and pulled Wendy out of the air. Ah! Wendy hit the ground directly, bleeding from her arm. Wendy! Carla shouted worriedly. While the cat wasn't paying attention, he whipped the cat away and got stuck in the wall. Juvia took back the other free water whip. Looking at the unconscious Carla coldly. Don't make any noise. After saying that, he turned his attention to Wendy's body again and showed a meaningful smile. Wendy had no idea of Juvia's plan. When she saw Carla being beaten away, she shouted worriedly. Carla! I wanted to stand up and hug Carla to see what the injury was. But just as Wendy tried to stand up, Juvia would swing the whip around her left foot and fall down again. It hurts. Wendy's chin hit the ground, leaving bloody marks. Then let's get started. Juvia has been excited for a long time. If she handles it properly, she might be able to accept a lovely sister. A whip was struck. Ah! Wendy felt the pain in her abdomen and gritted her teeth. Try not to scream. The second whip. Snapped. Juvia whipped Wendy's hand again. A bloodstain appeared on Wendy's hand. The pain was so painful that it was difficult to open her eyes and she was rolling on the ground. It hurts. Juvia paused for a moment and continued to wave the whip, and asked, Tell me, are you willing to be my sister? Wendy opened her eyes with great difficulty, her eyes filled with hatred. No way. Ah! Wendy was whipped again. A hole opened in the beautiful blue dress, revealing the spring sunshine, but Juvia didn't care at all. They are all women, there is nothing attractive about them. The most important thing now is to impose criminal law and get a sister. Juvia licked her lips, the violence in her eyes became even more violent, and the whip struck again. Ah! Tears fell from Wendy's eyes. Stop! Carla covered her injured arm with one hand and walked slowly with her eyes half opened. One leg was also lame. Carla! Wendy's face was full of worry, and she shouted loudly regardless of the injuries on her body. Juvia looked at the cat with disgust. Where did it come from? Go away! With that said, Juvia waved her whip and drove Carla into the wall again. She didn't know whether she was alive or dead. Wendy stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to recover for a long time. Lower your head. I can't see clearly what kind of expression is on his face now. In her mind, she recalled what Ye Nan once said to her. Wendy, if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to protect anyone around you. Therefore, you cannot rely on me. You can only rely on yourself. Back to reality. Wendy's heart was filled with self-blame. If she could have been stronger, Carla would not be injured and things would not develop like this. Wendy slowly stood up. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she always felt like she had endless strength. The troublesome guy is gone, let's continue. Juvia turned her head back to Wendy, and unexpectedly found that Wendy stood up again. You can actually stand up. Juvia was a little surprised, but didn't pay too much attention. She waved the whip in her hand again, trying to trip Wendy down. This time it had no effect. Two dragon wines emerged from Wendy's little feet, directly destroying the water whip wrapped around her feet, causing water to splash everywhere. Wendy raised her head, clenched her fists, her blue hair fluttering behind her head, and her scarred face was filled with unprecedented perseverance. You actually plan to show off. I'm going to knock you down. Wendy's black stockings were in tatters, and the wind was clinging to her feet. Her speed increased several times, and she could hardly see anyone. Chapter 105. What? Juvia didn't expect that her little sister, who was helpless in front of her just now, would suddenly burst out with such rapid speed. This was completely unreasonable. If you can't win, just cheat, right? Juvia transformed into water and dived into the pool, scattering into various forms. Wendy's hand was wrapped in a whirlpool, spinning continuously, and she punched directly into the center of the pool. Tianlong's iron fist. The pool burst, and countless water spread out, turning into raindrops and falling down. Juvia showed her original figure, half kneeling on the ground, vomiting blood. She didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even though the entire pool was unloading, he was still injured like this. Juvia couldn't believe what kind of tragedy it would be if she were to take the blow just now. Standing up tremblingly, Bia no longer dared to underestimate the little sister in front of her. An accident. Maybe it will actually overturn. Wendy didn't stay too long. Now she just wanted to avenge Carla. She spread her hands and transformed into dragon wings again. The endless wind surrounds you. Wendy opened her eyes, and the wind seemed to flash through her eyes. Her eyes became firm and she ran quickly, turning into an afterimage. Tianlong's wing strike. Phew! Two strong winds struck her body, and this time Wendy was sure that what she hit was Juvia's body, not the previous clone. Juvia fell to the ground. Win! Wendy's face just relaxed, and she fell into coma for an instant. She was so tired. Brother Ye Nan. After an unknown amount of time, Juvia moved her fingers slightly and opened her eyelids again, with deep exhaustion in her eyes. He leaned on the ground and stood up again unsteadily. Juvia glanced back. I won, Little sister. Although she lost, Juvia knew that it was just a fluke. If she was given a chance, she would really lose. The magic has been used up. The skin on Juvia's body was covered in scars. It's been a while since I've been here to recuperate. Juvia stumbled out of the room. It's not easy to stay here for long. In such a conspicuous place, if another goblin breaks in, she will not be able to deal with any goblin in her current state. At least it needs to be restored. Juvia left the bathroom, leaving only Wendy and Carla here. Wendy vs Juvia. Wendy loses. In the corridor of the super magical Titan Castle is the battlefield between Elfman and the Green Elemental. The green element is still wrapped around Elfman's arm. No matter how hard Elfman smashes it, it won't come loose. Damn it! Let go! Elfman kept slamming his arm on the ground, but to no avail. The green element is still sliding, without causing any harm, and even has a counterproductive effect, becoming more and more active. Luo, it's not loose, even. The green element was still a little dissatisfied with just staying on the arm, so it went up to the body again and wrapped around the back. Elfman's eyes couldn't touch his back, but he could still feel it, and his hands kept scratching his back, trying to get him out. It had no effect. The slippery green element easily dodged the two hands and wrapped around his back. Extending its flat head, the green element came to the facade of Alfsha. You reckless man, is there anything you can do? Elfman was so angry that he was about to explode. He had never seen such a disgusting tactic wrapped around his body, even though he had tremendous power. That's also impossible to use. Damn it! Is that all you have? Elfman was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Don't you dare act like a man and challenge yourself openly. Luo. The green element slid down from Elfman's feet and returned to its original state after reaching a certain distance. Isn't it just a one-on-one duel? The green element came down and had no intention of continuing to entangle it. Elfman suddenly became full of arrogance and punched him directly. You disgusting guy. The fist had just arrived only 1 centimeter away from the green element. Stopped. Elfman's eyes widened as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Lysina. However, compared with the real Lysina, this figure obviously has a slightly illusory flavor. Lysina. Elfman was extremely shaken, even though he knew very well in his heart that the person in front of him was not Lysina, and the real Lysina was no longer here. But facing the green element with Lysina's face, Elfman found that he couldn't do it no matter what. How about it? The green element himself appeared behind the fake Lysina, still with a mean smile, gently caressed the fake Lysina's face, and came closer. Elfman was extremely angry, leaning forward and clenching his fists. Damn it! You are not allowed to get close to Lysina. The green element shouted without caring. Gently stroke Lysina's cheek with her hand. And this fake Lysina was like a puppet, motionless and without any change in her expression. Elfman couldn't bear it anymore. Ah! He punched his fist again. The green element hid behind the fake Lysina. Elfman's fist once again stopped in front of the fake Lysina, unable to swing it no matter what. Damn it! Elfman closed his eyes. The green element's obscene voice slowly sounded behind the fake Lysina. This is your sister. She's really cute. If possible, I really want such a cute sister. The green element fiddled with it, leaned on the fake Lysina's shoulder, and gently sniffed the fragrance on her body, although there was no smell. After all, this is the Lysina in Elfman's memory. Memory has no taste. Good thing Zhao, however, doing this can stimulate Elfman to lose his mind, and then use the easiest way to win. This is how the green element wins. It's very despicable, but very effective. Sorry, Lysina. Elfman closed his eyes, made up his mind, and waved his fist without any hesitation. The fake Lysina disappeared without a trace, disappearing as soon as her fist touched her. The green element dodged the fist smoothly, with a mocking look on his face, as expected of the werewolf who once attacked his sister. You're really merciless. Through the memory gap, Green Element has mastered the character of the man in front of him, as well as some of his past experiences, and has a deep understanding of his weaknesses. Elfman stopped his fist, and Xia couldn't help but tremble. What did you say? The Green Element's face showed a smile of success. Sure enough, I still feel guilty. Chapter 106. In pursuit of victory, the Green Element then launched a verbal offensive, gradually disintegrating Elfman's psychological defense through the fragments of Elfman in his memory. Do you remember? If it weren't for that light dragon, you would have killed your sister. Green Elements always bring a smile. Elfman's body was trembling more and more violently. Everything he said would be true, if his eldest brother, Guanglong Ye Nan, hadn't saved him at that time. He might lose his sister. No, no. Elfman covered his head and fell to his knees, unwilling to accept this fact. Perhaps, he really is not a competent brother. He can't even protect his own sister. What kind of competent brother is this? This is simply... what a failure! Elfman lay on the ground, tears dripping down. Green Element's smile got even bigger, his single lens constantly reflecting light. Indeed, you are not a competent brother. Elfman knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and showed no reaction. The Green Element felt that maybe he should change his method to be effective. The figure disappeared. Countless fake listeners appeared and formed a circle, wrapping Elfman inside, making it watertight. Countless words kept coming from listener's mouth. Elfman, I hate you so much. If it weren't for brother Ye Nan, I would have died under your claws. 937. Why does brother Elfman always disobey me? Yes, why? Fierce. Countless echoes echoed in listener's ears. Elfman buried his head deeply, trembling even more violently, and more tears welled up in his eyes. Sorry. I'm sorry, listener. After all, the fake listener is not the real listener. Facing Elfman to apologize, the fake listener will not be as tolerant as the real listener, but will pursue the victory even more. What's the use of apologizing? The mistake has been made. A group of listener disappeared completely, and the green elemental figure appeared in front of them again. I searched this from your memory, but I found it with great difficulty. The green element stared at Elfman as if staring at a prey, saying word by word, I want. Watch it well. The figure disappeared, leaving only Elfman alone. Dejected. Elfman burst into tears, raised his head slightly, and found an image appearing in front of him at some point. That was the scene on the edge of the cliff, when he lost control. Listener, Ye Nan, Myra Jane. At this time, Green Element's voice sounded from above. What would have happened if Ye Nan hadn't saved your sister at that time? The words fell. Ye Nan's figure watching from the side gradually blurred until he disappeared completely. El Cahuang's eyes widened. No. This is so cruel. Elfman clearly knows what terrible things will happen if his elder brother is not here. There is only one answer, and that is... he will kill his sister completely. The scene kept changing, and things developed just as Elfman expected. Myra Jane, the eldest sister, made a mistake and was knocked into the rocks by Master Lu. Listener came over to break up the fight. As the king of beasts, Elfman immediately grabbed it with his claws. This time there is no rescue from Ye Nan. Blood flowed out, and Listener fell directly off the cliff. No. In reality, Elfman was already in tears and full of regret. He wanted to catch Listener, but found that he couldn't catch her. His rescue hand passed directly through Listener. Listener still fell off the cliff. The voice of the green element sounded. Give up. This is your memory. I have made some minor changes in your memory. People in reality cannot touch the images of memory. The sound disappeared again. Elfman was immersed in the pain of losing his sister just now, and now he knew that brother Ye Nan had done so many things for the three of them. Brother Ye Nan has to bear all the burden. Brother Ye Nan, what kind of person is he, Adfi? Elfman was extremely moved. The picture unfolds again, this time it is the memory that follows this unfolding. Elfman was kneeling on Listena's grave, with a guilty look on his face. It was raining outside, and Myra Jane held an umbrella to prevent her brother from getting wet, looking at the grave with pain on her face as well. Listen, she's dead. Elfman was extremely heartbroken to see this fact. Have to admit, he is indeed not a good brother. What he did as a brother is really a failure. The illusion dissipates. The body of the green element appeared in front of him again. How is it? Do you still have the will to fight? The green element looked at Elfman's body that kept lying down, and knew that the attack on the heart had been successful. Even if he rose up to resist now, it was already too late. Elfman stood up slowly with his body propped up, looking down on his expression and lowering his head. If there is no big brother Ye Nan, then he will lose his only sister. Number B%. I absolutely cannot lose. Elfman raised his head and looked at the green element fiercely. Even if it's just to repay brother Ye Nan's kindness. He absolutely cannot lose. If he loses, brother Ye Nan will be very sad when he comes back and sees the destroyed fairy tale. It's enough for him to bear this pain alone. Elfman roared loudly. Accept the magic. Beast King. After hearing the name, green element slowly backed away. Through Elfman's memory, he deeply understood how terrifying the Beast King was. Yelled. Are you crazy? Release the power that even you can't control yourself. Elfman's eyes were firm, and his body surface was constantly changing, and his body became more and more swollen and taller. As long as I can defeat you, that's enough. As for the Beast King's subsequent rampage, I believe in brother Ye Nan. Elfman laughed, fangs grew, body hair continued to grow, elf-like ears, the clarity in his pupils disappeared, and he let out a beast-like roar. Roar! The green element already knew that it would not help. He felt that his body was quickly becoming flat and he wanted to run away quickly. We are just getting ready to take action. Green element found that his body couldn't move. What happened? Green element looked back and discovered in horror. His body is being stepped on by the Beast King Elfman. It's hard to move even an inch. Realize that something bad is about to happen next. The green element shouted in horror. No. Don't want. Beast King Elfman did not hesitate at all, and raised his fist as big as a sandbag, carrying infinite power. Grab it. Dust is everywhere. Just one punch made a big hole. The green element's lewd laughter came from the dust. Chapter 107. The green element has entangled itself with the Beast King Elfman, and there is currently only one way to continue it. It's really too scary. The green element looked at the surface solemnly, and the punch just punched directly through the stone slab inside the super magic giant. You know, this is no ordinary stone. It is the strongest stone in the magical world. After careful polishing and forging, the super magic giant was created bit by bit. And even this kind of material cannot withstand a blow from Elfman in the Beast King state, which shows its power. But I have magic wrapped around me, so what if the power of my fists is terrifying? I just changed from a reckless man to a beast. The green element is still disdainful. Compared with just now, it is just more troublesome to deal with, but it is not impossible to deal with. Roar! Beast King Elfman roared and punched him. There is a hole in the road again. It's no use. The voice of the green element came from the smoke again, and kept wandering on the hairy arm of the Beast King Elfman, without receiving any damage. Roar! Beast King Elfman beat his chest and became angry. Such shamelessness! The Beast King is a little angry, this is simply riding on his head. Can this be tolerated? Green element was not afraid at all and commented. It's just the howl of a wild beast. But even a wild beast has something to be afraid of. The green element suddenly laughed strangely and broke away from the Beast King Elfman. Elfman stared at his beastly eyes and roared. He was so brave. He actually dared to come down and see if he didn't beat the guy in front of him into a pulp. Elfman punched down. Cold sweat ran down Green Element's face, and he quickly created the phantom. Then, King Lu Elfman's fist stopped just 1 meter away from the phantom. Roar! He was still roaring, but there was a strong fear in this roar, and it no longer had the soaring power just now. This phantom is Ye Nan. I've said it before, even beasts have things to fear. Green Elemental smiled, as if he had a winning ticket. In Elfman's memory, he found what the Beast King was most afraid of. This time, you can definitely win. Suddenly, a powerful fist hit the green element on the cheek, and the green element fell into a coma, and Ye Nan's phantom dissipated. Beast King Elfman clenched his fists and smoked. The blow just now was his masterpiece. Saw the unconscious green element. The Beast King, Elfman, still felt a little upset, so he added a few more kicks. Ah! The green element screamed. Elfman spat on the green element, his irrational beast eyes full of disdain. Make a dummy to fool him, the Beast King? I really thought he was scared. Roar! Elfman looked up to the sky and roared in victory. He won this battle. Elfman vs Green Element. Elfman wins. On the battlefield between Natsu and Gajeel, it's the fight between Dragon Slayer. Natsu was covered in injuries, the flames on his body were much smaller, and he was a little out of breath, but he still refused to admit defeat. It's still, not even close. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu's fist burst into flames and he rushed forward. Gajeel was not afraid at all and his hands turned into iron rods. Iron Dragon Stick. The hand quickly lengthened, restraining Natsu's neck and fixing him to the wall. The flame in Natsu's hand went out, and his body was unable to move under the restraint of the Iron Dragon Rod. Natsu! Happy shouted. He had just experienced a battle. Natsu was not in good condition at all and could not beat Gajeel at all. If Natsu is also in full condition. Happy suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Fire, yes fire!" The Fire Dragon Slayer can restore its state by eating fire. If Natsu returns to full state by eating fire, that Iron Dragon will never be Natsu's opponent. Happy searched everywhere and became frustrated. There's no fire at all. All around were pillars and ruins, and there was no flame anywhere. Gajeel bared his fangs and looked ferocious. I didn't expect that the fire dragon in fairy tale was just like that. If that's the case, then Ye Nan, who is known as the strongest dragon slayer, must be like that. Gajeel was filled with disappointment. Being warlike, he was originally curious about how powerful the fire dragon was, which was boasted by people outside to be almost like a god. That's all. He fell down with just 2 moves. In this case, wouldn't the dragon slayer known as the strongest fairy tale, Light Dragon Ye Nan, have a few more moves? This simply cannot satisfy Gajeel's desire to fight. What a bummer, wasting time on a BD like you. Gajeel showed no concealment of murderous intent in his eyes as he prepared to extend the iron rod in his hand again and pierce Natsu's throat directly. Natsu struggled to open one eye and gritted his teeth, damn it. If there is fire, I will definitely be able to defeat you. Gajeel has no interest in hearing the loser's excuses. Go to death in peace. After you die, that illusory light dragon will also come down to accompany you. Gajeel is very confident in his own strength at this moment. Using the fire dragon as a reference, you can know. The entire fairy tale is a group of weaklings. A group of weaklings come together to brag about each other. What a rare thing! Damn it! Natsu put his hand on the iron rod and struggled with his hands and feet, but it was of no use, and his body gradually lost strength. Not good. The body needs to Natsu forced himself to hold his eyelids open with willpower. If there was no fire. Natsu. Happy's words rang next to him, his tail lit up with fire, and the cat flew directly over. Happy. Natsu was full of surprise, especially after seeing the flames on Happy's tail. There is hope of turning defeat into victory. And, it's time to eat. Natsu opened his mouth, waiting for food. Gajiel's eyes glanced over, and after looking at the flames on Happy's tail, his other hand turned into an iron dragon stick. Stretched out. Heading towards Happy. Careful. Happy. Noticing Gajiel's movements, Natsu quickly reminded him. But it was useless. The iron rod stretched so fast that Happy couldn't react at his speed. Happy's sight had just moved over, and the signal of a sense of crisis had just arrived. The iron rod knocked down Happy. Happy! Natsu screamed loudly. He clenched his fists. It didn't matter what happened to him, but if something happened to Happy, it was absolutely unforgivable. The anger in Natsu's heart burned to the extreme. 9. Chapter 108. Happy fell to the ground. The fire on the tail is spreading down the tail. Gajiel laughed and wanted to turn defeat into victory by eating fire. Now let me show you what it means to set yourself on fire. In Gajiel's eyes, Happy is already a dead cat. It doesn't take a moment. A small flame on the tail will spread to the whole body, burning the gestalt. Happy! Natsu's hands bulged, and power burst out from nowhere, and his whole body was blazing with flames. Relying on brute force to remove the iron rod. What? Gajiel couldn't believe it. Didn't he look weak just now? Where does this strength come from? It's cheating, right? Can't afford it. Natsu kicked his legs and blackened the wall. He came to Happy's side and inhaled the flames. I'm full of strength again. Natsu opened his eyes, and the flames burned 477, still holding the dying Happy. For fire! He lit his tail on fire. Natsu looked at the burns on Happy's tail with a distressed expression. He endured the pain and came with the flames. Happy slowly opened his eyes and stretched out his cat paw. Natsu! Happy! Natsu grabbed Happy's cat paw and wouldn't let go no matter what. Come on! After saying this, Happy the cat passed out. Gajiel stared expressionlessly, his hands turned into iron rods, and he danced. It's time to end this tragic comedy. Gajiel grinned. Don't worry. I will send you two to hell to reunite. Natsu had a gloomy face and couldn't see his expression clearly. He gently put Happy on the ground and slowly stood up. The fire behind him burned brightly. Gajiel is not afraid at all and even has the time to gossip. Oh, are you finally motivated? Natsu raised his head, his fists ignited with flames, and the fierce flames enveloped his whole body. He raised his hands. I will never let down Happy's flame. Gajiel grinned, not interested in listening to the bully's big talk. Iron Dragon Stick. He stretched out his hand and followed Natsu's direction. Natsu's eyes focused on the attack, his feet lit up with flames, and he yelled, Fire Dragon's Hook! Turn over! Natsu's burning feet collided with the iron rod. Finally, the iron rod deflected onto the wall above, and the impact spread outside, and the entire wall was shattered. Gajiel didn't pay attention to the wall, his eyes were fixed on Natsu, and the corners of his mouth curved. It looks like he's gotten a lot stronger. Natsu leaned forward, fighting spirit, and said, Of course. I have to defeat you after all. Knock me down. As if he heard a big joke, Gajiel put his hand on his head, laughed for a while, and then suddenly stopped. I am invincible. The Iron Dragon's roar. Iron wind spewed out of Gajiel's mouth and rolled up countless pieces of iron. Natsu looked at this attack and his mouth bulged. Fire Dragon's roar. The endless flames scorched the ground, and the iron pieces collided with the flames. Some flames melted the iron pieces, and some iron pieces extinguished the flames. Ah! Ah! Natsu and Gajeel kept using their mouths and shouting loudly. Bang! There was a big explosion, and Natsu and Gajeel each retreated a distance, separated by smoke. Until the smoke clears. Natsu didn't even launch an attack, just observing the opponent's weaknesses. The same goes for Gajeel, who dare not be careless in the slightest. He understood the collision just now. The fire dragons on the opposite side may be as strong as him, so don't be careless. How about it? Natsu saw Gajeel panting slightly and mocked, how do you feel about Fairy Tail, whom you despise, forcing you to look like this? Gajeel took a few breaths and felt a little better before speaking. Cut the nonsense. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel's hand turned into something full of fangs that looked like a sword but was not a sword, and he slashed directly. Natsu dodged the vertical slash, lit a flame with one hand, and struck the gap. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He drove Gajeel into the ruins and stirred up dust. Natsu's eyes were fixed on the smoke. Click! The sound of devouring came from the smoke. Natsu looked at the movement in the smoke with confusion on his face. What are you doing? When the dust dispersed, Gajeel's figure was revealed. He picked up an iron stone and ate it whole. The consumption just now was restored to the original state in no time. Hey! Natsu's face was full of surprise. He saw something. Humans were actually eating iron blocks, so they were still human beings. Gajeel was still devouring, and the scars on his body disappeared. *0. His face was full of pride. You are not the only one who can eat to recover your strength and injuries. Gajeel turned his hand into an iron sword and held it in front of him. I am the Dragon Slayer of Iron. Able to swallow any iron-containing substance. Natsu didn't have any expression, but his face became more solemn, and his fighting spirit became more intense. In that case, it's even more interesting. Natsu opened his hands, forming a dragon's wings, rushed over with flames, and smiled. Fire Dragons! Wing Strike! As if he had turned into a fire dragon, Natsu jumped high into the air, his body wrapped in flames, and the flames covering his hands were particularly hot. Fire, burning brightly. Gajeel was also preparing the final move. He grinned and his whole body turned into iron blocks, making him indestructible. Let me give you something exciting. Gajeel looked serious, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes again. The secret of dragon slaying Karma Demon Iron Spiral. Gajeel turned his legs upward, turned into an iron drill, spun at high speed, and rushed towards Natsu's attack. Iron drill and fire collide. Natsu and Gajeel both tried their best. Ah! Natsu roared loudly. Gajeel was also not to be outdone and shouted loudly. Ah! Both of them tried their best. I am the strongest. Gajeel roared loudly, his strongest belief supporting him. The drill bit pressure 2.3 past the flame. Natsu also roared. I won't admit defeat. For Fairy Tail Guild. For the family. At the same time, Natsu opened his mouth wide and spoke loudly with all his strength. It's also for Happy. This voice became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Flames engulfed the drill and burned Garud. Feel the pain coming from your body. Gajeel was in a daze, unable to believe this reality. How is this possible? Boom! Gajeel fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Natsu vs Gajeel. Natsu wins. Natsu stood with scars all over his body, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. I won, it was a really fun fight. Chapter 109. The strongest element, the wind element, still stood where it was. Like a statue. However, the pressure he put was deeply imprinted on Gray and Leon's hearts, and they could not move away no matter what. So strong. Sweat was dripping from Gray's head. After beating for so long, both he and his senior brother were already out of breath. But the wind element is still so light-hearted, as if it doesn't waste any strength at all. Hey! Leon took a breath and looked at the figure in front of him. Gray, it seems we are going to fight hard. Gray nodded. At present, the only way to defeat the wind element is to fight hard. Otherwise, there is no chance. Leon looked at the wind element who did not move in front of him. His expression was extremely serious. We have to figure out what kind of magic he has, otherwise we won't have the slightest chance. Yet, Gray responded, he had already figured it out. If you don't know the magic of the wind element, even the two of them can't defeat it. Have you discussed it yet? The wind element stared at the two people and spoke slowly. Who is going to die? Cut. 03 Gray took a step forward, threw off his shirt, and the guild emblem appeared on his chest. Just let me meet you properly. Gray was serious, put his hands together, and sent out a magic circle. Ice shape. Great hammer soldier. A big hammer made of ice appeared, and Gray struck it directly. When he is about to touch the wind element, the hammer turned into water and lost its magical support. Useless. The wind element told the truth. To him, an attack like this was nothing more than a child's play. Meaningless. So now, Leon's voice came from behind, and the wind element was just about to turn around. Leon's magic had already struck. Ice shape. Blue dragon. A dragon-like ice sculpture appeared in his hand, carved with sharp fangs, and the magic power blew towards it and bit it. There was no trace of nervousness on the wind elemental's face. When the ice dragon was about to touch his body, he was struck by water. Airspace. Destruction. The wind element turned around and slapped Leon, a palm that even Makarov couldn't resist. How could Leon resist? But now it's too late to avoid it. It's impossible to avoid it from this distance. Gray's voice sounded from the side. Ice shape. Ice wall. Gray folded his hands together and activated the ice-shaping magic. A wall of ice rose from the ground, separating the wind element from Leon. Leon took advantage of this gap and came back to Gray's side, his expression solemn. The ice wall in front of the wind element also merged. Leon gritted his silver teeth and clenched his fists. Gray, I think I know that guy's magic. I really can't believe that there is such unreasonable magic in this world. Gray carefully observed the wind element, alert to every move, and nodded. I think I have some clues. Hey! Leon closed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. In that case, let's talk about this magic together and see if it's right. Okay. Gray had absolute confidence. Then, magic that can dissipate magic. Leon and Gray spoke in unison and stated the basic nature of this magic. The wind element also heard these words, and his complexion changed slightly, becoming a bit livid. Looks like we guessed it right. Gray, who had been paying attention to all the changes in his opponents, knew that they had guessed correctly. Although this magic was ridiculous, he could only accept it now. For fairy tale, the two of them must defeat such an opponent. Wind Elemental's expression changed and he said frankly. Humph, so what if you guessed it? My magic is invincible. Even if you know it, you can't break it. It will only deepen your despair. Yet, Gray's lips curled up. Whether it can be cracked or not depends on what the enemy says. It needs to be observed through his own observation. Leon showed a confident smile. I have discovered your magic weakness. Gray looked over with a surprised look. Even the wind element couldn't help but stare at him. He knew his magic best. It shouldn't be possible for him to have any weaknesses. Really? Gray whispered in his ear. Leon gave Gray a please believe me look. The wind element is in a mood of uncertainty. What is the flaw in his magic? This is impossible. The magic that can eliminate magic is the most powerful magic in the world. What dragon-slaying magic? What other kinds of magic, in front of this magic? Not worth mentioning at all. It should be impossible for such a powerful and perfect magic to have such a weakness. Humph, I understand. The wind element suddenly laughed and looked with wind-like eyes. You're bluffing, right? Leon raised his hand, and the magic circle appeared on his hand. He always had a confident smile on his face, as if he had really discovered his weakness. Style magic. Eagle. Countless little eagle-eye sculptures bombarded towards the wind element. Just like before. When it was about to get closer, it turned into a puddle of water and lost its magic effect. How about it? I'll just say it's useless. The insecurity of the wind element disappeared, and his face returned to calmness. Now it seems that it was just a bluff. Leon suddenly rushed over. A fist hit Feng Yuan 537 Su directly on the cheek. The wind element flew out directly. Got stuck in the wall. Leon followed Gray's example and took off his shirt, revealing the six-pack on his arms and abdominal muscles. You can only eliminate magic, which is your biggest weakness. At first. In order to prevent them from completely relying on magic, Master Ulu trained their bodies a lot. Now it's time to show off this result. Gray also understood at this time and walked forward, with the same figure with six-pack abs appearing in front of him. As for the clothes, they had already been taken off during the previous battle. Ahem. The wind element slowly stood up from the wall, coughed out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at it for a while, and then turned his eyes to the front. Shen Sheng. I really underestimate you. Overwhelming magic appeared. Indeed, with this magic, although he looked tall, he had not undergone any training. This situation is really not good. But airspace. Destruction. The hands of the wind element were covered with the magic that had just killed Makarov instantly with one move. Confidence returns to your face. To use physical skills, you must get close, and if you get close, there is a risk of the magic being dispersed by my hands. Your death is coming, damn goblins. Chapter 110. It only takes one touch from his palm and it's over. As long as either of the two people touches his palm, magic will spread everywhere and become the state Makarov was in just now. The remaining one is difficult to support alone and can be easily solved. Feng Yuan sneered, he even thought about the plan, isn't he going to fight for physical skills? Let me tell you now, fighting for physical skills with him is the stupidest choice. The palm of the wind element was covered with magic, and he stepped forward and rushed forward. Gray and Leon separated and dodged the attack, with cold sweat streaming down their faces. There was a risk. But for Fairy Tail, so what if you risk your magic being scattered? Leon! Gray shouted. An ice-blue magic circle appeared in Leon's hand, and as he understood it, an ice-sculptured tiger appeared in front of him. Make a roaring sound. After the palm of the wind element touched the tiger, it instantly turned into water and melted. Gray took the opportunity to strike with a fist, and an ice blade appeared in his other hand. The ice blade serves as a cover, one stroke. The wind element narrowly dodged this attack again, and the hairs on his head fell to the ground. Some cold sweat dripped down my cheeks. It doesn't feel good. What's wrong? Gray, who had been paying attention to the wind element's every move, sneered. Now he knew it was too late to be afraid. Ever since he heard Fairy Tail, there has been no way out. Gray! Watch out! Leon reminded seriously. The palm of the wind element clapped over and rushed towards it. Gray turned his head sideways, brushed the palm of his hand, and then struck with another fist, hitting the wind elemental's chin. Ah! With a scream, the wind element flew away, with several ribs broken. Leon and Gray's momentum continued unabated. Their hands overlapped together, and an unprecedentedly huge magic circle appeared. The magic contained in it even exceeded the strength of S-class magic. I never thought we would one day cooperate. Yes. Leon and Gray were relieved, closed their eyes, and activated their combined attack magic with all their strength. This was the first time they used it. Ice Shape Magic. Armored Dragon. A giant dragon with its whole body leaning on armor attacked, charging forward with unparalleled and majestic power. Roar. On the way, there was even a roar of a dragon and the ice sculptures were lifelike. The wind element looked at this ice sculpture, and in his wind-shaped eyes, there was only this ice sculpture left, which was sacred and inviolable. Damn it! I will never lose. The wind element's face became ferocious, and he activated his magic power with all his strength, pouring all the magic power in his hands. Airspace is destroyed. His palm touched the armored ice dragon. Wind elemental sneered, disdainfully. No matter what kind of magic it is, it's all worth mentioning under this magic. Dissipate. The wind element roared crazily. Water was flowing out of the armored ice dragon's body. The amount of water flowing out was getting bigger and bigger, and it was almost turning into a puddle of water. Never lose. Gray and Leon raised their overlapping hands and moved forward. For Fairy Tail. Squeezing out the last of the magic power, he added fuel to the ice dragon. The sickly look of the ice dragon just now disappeared and became lively again. No. The wind element seems to be aware of the outcome and cannot accept this fact. He failed. He can't take revenge on Fairy Tail, damn it. Airspace. The magic of destruction could not stand still. The armored ice dragon bit the belly of the wind element. Its power continued unabated and penetrated the wall. The armored ice dragon flew out of the super magic giant with the figure of the wind element. Everyone in Fairy Tail who was fighting outside saw this lifelike ice dragon and were shocked. That is. Yeah. That's right, it was definitely Gray and Leon who did it. I really convinced them both, it's really amazing. In the sight of everyone at Fairy Tail, in the sky where ghost soldiers were dancing, an ice dragon was swimming in the air. After more than 10 meters away, it completely melted and disappeared in place. The wind element also fell from the sky. No. Reluctant voices echoed in the air. The wind element fell to the ground and left this world. Lucy watched this scene happen with her own eyes and her eyes widened. It's really amazing. Fairy Tail. But Lucy's eyes turned to the huge magic circle in the sky. There was only 1 minute left. If not, Fairy Tail may only have one way to go, destruction. No, we have to find a way to help. Is there anyone who can send us up? Fairy Tail Wizard looked at the sky unwillingly. There's only 1 minute left, it's too late. I think I have a solution. Listener spoke up. Everyone looked over with surprise. Really? Listener, what can we do? Quick, tell me. Listener's face turned a little blushing, and she transformed her hands into bird wings. This is partially received, wings. I can also bring one person up to help, but it's only one person, ride me up. Listener spoke loudly. When the men in Fairy Tail heard this, they all became excited and breath came out of their noses. Ride Listener up there, it sounds great. Can I? Me. When they heard that they could ride Listener up there, all the Fairy Tail men couldn't sit still and were eager to be selected. As for Listener, she is Ye Nan's best friend. Who cares about so much, and who doesn't want to be a thief? Me. The men in Fairy Tail became even more excited. Miss Listener, of course you choose me. Loki's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, holding a red rose in his mouth and a handsome face. Loki-sama. The voices of Loki's girlfriends came from behind. In Fairy Tail, money is good, the Bazhong men looked unhappy. They already had so many, and they came to snatch them from them. This damn cash recharge. Loki's face became more confident, and a rose appeared in his hand again. How's it going, Miss Lisa? Handsome and handsome. Listena's face was full of embarrassment, and she felt that it would not be good to refuse. When I don't know what to do. A card came quickly. Loki caught the card calmly and narrowed his handsome eyes. Sneak attacks are not a good habit, Miss Kana. 5 cards appeared in Kana's hand, and she walked over, protecting Lisina, and stared at her cautiously. Stay away from Lisina. Damn scumbag. Loki was reluctant and wanted to say something. Lucy's figure came over. He also carries the key to the celestial spirit of the zodiac. Loki looked at these keys, his expression changed even more drastically, and he quickly disappeared in front of him without stopping. Chapter 111. Lucy looked at Loki, who was running away quickly, as if he was hiding from the god of plague. The corners of his mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Is she so scary? She remembered that her complexion was quite kind, her face was cute, and her figure was recognized as being good. She is so beautiful. Did you run away as soon as you saw her? But in the past, when Loki was in the guild, he would run away every time he saw Lucy, without stopping at all. Lucy is used to it too. What a shy man! Lucy complained. She ran away every time she saw her. Maybe this playboy was obsessed with her. Maybe he has true feelings for you. Kana walked next to him. After hearing Kana's words, Lucy's face turned red. What? Is this true? After hearing such important news, I was a little overwhelmed. But for a playboy like Loki, nothing is possible. Lucy is not narcissistic yet. Her charm is so profound that she can make a playboy who has been immersed in flowers for many years fall in love with her at first sight with just one glance. This is not realistic. Not necessarily. Sometimes love is so unreasonable. Kana saw through Lucy's thoughts and continued. Lucy waved her hands and smiled awkwardly. Sister Kana, please stop teasing me. I know my situation. 970, right? Kana took a deep look at Lucy, so you're here to get on board and help. Lucy nodded heavily. There is nothing you can do here, you can only follow and fight the ghost soldiers. She is also a member of Fairy Tale. She also wants to do her part for this guild. Kana looked deeply, as if seeing his past self, how hard he worked to prove himself. All right. Closing her eyes, Kana agreed. I really can't refuse this adorable little girl in front of me. Really? That's great. Lucy was surprised and happy. She just mentioned it, but she didn't expect that the person who went to rescue would actually fall on her. After all, she is just a newcomer to the guild. Not particularly outstanding in terms of strength. Of course, it's you. Kana wore a hearty smile and took a few sips of wine. Everyone in Fairy Tale who was watching from the side became confused. Hey! Kana, this is too partial. That's right. I also want to ride. No, go up to the rescue. That's right. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the wings conjured by Lisina can carry one person to fly at its limit. And this person cannot be too obese, otherwise he will not be able to bear it. What makes everyone in the guild unwilling to accept is that this Kana will not choose a bunch of elders or strong people to go to the rescue. Instead, Lucy, who had just joined the guild and was not too outstanding, was sent to the rescue. Do you have any opinions? Kana's ferocious eyes glanced directly over, crisp and clear. No. No. Fairy Tale. Everyone retreated. Who is Kana? He is a ruthless person who has the qualifications to challenge an S-class magician. There are no S-class magicians. There were simply not many people who had the confidence to defeat the seemingly unreliable drunk in front of them. Lucy, who witnessed the scene of Kana shocking everyone at Fairy Tale, could not help but shout. Is it really that scary? No matter how you look at her, you can't tell that Sister Kana looks scary. Lisina spoke from the side with a gentle smile and looked in front of her, of course. After all, Sister Kana has also participated in the S-level assessment. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Kana, she has also taken the S-level assessment. Is she that kind of strong? She doesn't look like it at all. Lucy couldn't help but think of Ye Nan's invincible figure. And Urza's queenly style. Just thinking about it, Lucy was so scared that she shivered. Terrible. Sister Kana actually competed with those monsters. How did she survive? Actually, in that assessment, it was said that Sister Kana was no match for other S-class opponents. Listener explained. Sure enough. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a monster of that level, the more monster it is, the harder it is to get along with it. What are you two talking about? Kana's eyes turned back and she frowned. The eyes are very sharp. Lucy and Listener were both shocked and did not dare to continue discussing. What on earth is this? Sure enough, people who can take the S-level assessment are still monsters no matter how weak they are. Lucy was almost crying, and she understood a truth deeply in her heart. Fairy tale, they are all guys pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. The more common it is, the less it should be underestimated. Kana withdrew his gaze and waved his hands behind his back. Hurry up and leave, it will be too late if you don't leave. Kana's target is the muzzle of the super magic giant cannon. The complex magic circle drawn above is almost completed. Just the last 40 seconds. Lucy didn't dare to delay. Listener squatted down, Lucy rode up, Listener flapped her wings, and flew up quickly. The other side. Gray and Leon were panting, and saw the magic array on the muzzle of the gun through the hole in the wall, with grim expressions on their faces. That's too late. Yet. Leon became calm at this time and sat on the ground. Gray was puzzled and asked. What are you doing? Leon's eyes looked at the ground. Fairy tale is dead. It's too late for this cannon to fall. Damn it. Gray mentioned the dejected Leon and cursed, are you considered a disciple of you? Are you? You will never give up until the last moment. Leon gritted his teeth. Do you think I don't want to? But there are only the last 40 seconds, and we are not sure whether we can see the next element. It has ended. Just accept your fate, it's a little heavy. Leon became discouraged, and finally defeated the strongest element even if he cooperated with Gray. The final result is this. What a twist of fate, which element is still missing from being defeated? Gray also fell silent, holding Leon's hand and relaxing it slightly. This is a fact. Damn, it's so pathetic. Gray looked at the huge magic circle as if looking at a countdown and murmured. Am I going to lose everything again? Leon lowered his head and remained silent. Room. Natsu looked into the distance, silent, not even the huge magic circle could attract his attention. Aisle. The Beast King Elfman roared and kept moving in the aisles. On the ground is an unconscious green elemental. Both Wendy and Carla were unconscious in the bathhouse. Juvia gritted her teeth, feeling the interruption of the connection in her heart. Am I the only element left that still exists? The other elements were actually defeated by the goblin. Chapter 112. It was really useless. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on her in the end. Juvia's body was full of scars, and she looked through the window at the magic circle that only had 40 seconds left. The super magic cannon is about to fire again. There is no second URU among the goblins, and even Makarov is unconscious and dying. The overall situation has been decided. The moment Juvia made her assertion and decided to watch Fairy Tale be destroyed, he sat down on the spot. Juvia silently watched the last moment, when the super magic giant cannon was fired. Above the muzzle. The battle between Jose vs Myra Jane and Urza is still going on. The air of death spreads around. Myra Jane and Urza had scars all over their bodies, no one was left intact, they were panting, and their remaining physical strength and magic power were very low. The heavenly wheel armor on Urza's body was broken, there were scars everywhere, and the sword was chipped. Cut! Myra Jane was also a little unwilling, half kneeling on the ground and panting. In contrast, Jose in the sky still has the magic power of flying, but his clothes are slightly colorful, there are no scars on his body, and the magic power of darkness covers his whole body. The gap between Holy 10 and S-class magicians is huge. I feel more and more pity. Jose gasped slightly, but it was nothing serious. After all, he was not fighting against Makarov. It was still easy to deal with two S-class magicians. That's what he originally thought. But the development of things was beyond John's expectation. Fell to the ground. Stand up again. Falling to the ground again. Stood up again. The magic power and strength of these two people are no longer at the level of ordinary S-class magicians, they are close to the level of the top 10 magicians. Especially his resilience and perseverance, he is simply an invincible Xiaoqiang. The potential of these two. Even Jose, one of the top 10 holy wizards, can't estimate it accurately. It would be a pity to quit like this. Why don't you quit Fairy Tail and become the ruler of ghosts? I promise to give you the status of one person below 10,000 people, how about that? Jose couldn't help but extended an olive branch. Urza was not moved at all, she changed into an intact sword, and her clothes had turned into a corset, lying horizontally in front of her, with a determined look on her face. Even though he didn't say a word. But actions speak for themselves. She would never betray Fairy Tail. Who are you? Myra Jane propped herself up, dark magic covering her body, and looked over with ferocious eyes. Why? Jose was still a little regretful, but his eyes gradually became ruthless. If that's the case, then go and die. A dark magic circle appeared in his hand, and countless black arrows and swords shot out, falling at extremely fast speeds. Urza raised her sword to resist. Mirajana's wings bent to protect her body. After a long time, the rain of arrows barely ended. Urza and Myra Jane gasped, with more scars on their bodies. Jose, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to attack, and looked towards the direction of the magic circle. The drawing was basically completed, and he looked a little happy. Haha! Fairy Tail is finally going to be destroyed. Urza and Myra Jane followed and looked in the direction of the magic circle, shocked. That's a super magic cannon. If it were launched again, everyone under Fairy Tail would basically be wiped out, even if it was a victory later. That was also a miserable victory. Countless family members would be killed and injured. I'm going down to help. Urza gritted her teeth, dug her sword into the ground, barely pushed herself up, and walked forward slowly step by step. Myra Jane also moved slowly with her claws. They almost have no strength left. Just stay here obediently. Jose laughed ferociously, dodged and kicked Urza into the rubble, and dodged again. Jose's foot stepped on Mirajana's hand. Ah! Myra Jane screamed in pain. The demon Satan took over the magic and could no longer maintain it. Changed back to its original appearance. A beautiful girl with white hair, Myra Jane. Jose looked at Mirajana's true face and kneaded it a little with his feet. Myra Jane screamed again. With this voice, Jose felt satisfied with his distorted values and felt proud. This is what you get for standing against me. Ha ha ha. Jose looked up to the sky and laughed. Fairy Tail, who was against him, was finally about to be destroyed. Damn it! Myra Jane looked over with murderous eyes. Jose stepped on it again. Zero, please give me flowers. Myra Jane suffered excruciating pain and completely passed out. Urza rushed out from the pile of rubble and slashed with her sword. Jose! Urza's eyes were filled with anger, for Myra Jane. The corner of Jose's mouth curled up, and a dark spear appeared in his hand. Wearing Urza gives me a chill. Punctured in the abdomen. Urza's eyes widened, feeling immense and unbearable pain. Spurred out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Urza also let out a painful cry. The dark gun in Jose's hand was wearing Urza, and Myra Jane was stepping on his feet. He was extremely proud for a moment. Ha ha ha. I laughed again, I couldn't help it, I was so happy today. Especially when he thought that fairy tale would be destroyed in 40 seconds, Jose felt extremely happy. Feathers fell on the head. Jose took the feathers off his head and wondered. Bird. He looked up towards the sky. I noticed Listena's extremely angry face and Lucy's eyes widening in disbelief. Jose, who was happy just now, is even more ecstatic. It's really hard to find anything after wearing iron shoes, and it takes a lot of effort to get it. Jose laughed. The person I'm looking for is you, Lucy Heartfilia. I heard the name. The shock in Lucy's heart could no longer be concealed. She covered her chest and trembled. Why do you know this name? Lysina was also shocked. She had heard of this surname. Heartfilia, this is not. Before Lysina could speak out the information, Jose had already spoken. The Heartfilia family, the richest man in the kingdom of Fiori, damn its fairy tale, how big are you going to expand? The more Jose spoke, the more distorted he became. There are already extremely powerful magicians, but if you add the wealth of the Heartfilia family, Lucy's horror is beyond words. You mean that's why you attacked Fairy Tale? Jose shook his head and explained. Not completely. The most important thing is that your father found me a few months ago. Father, when she heard this name, Lucy's eyes looked filled with hatred and loneliness. She was extremely complicated and silent. Chapter 113. Your father Jude Heartfilia, wants me to take you back. Jose said a message without changing his face. Lysina could no longer hide it and looked at Lucy behind her in surprise. Unexpectedly, she is the daughter of the richest man. Lucy's expression was filled with hatred and she gritted her teeth. I don't have a father like that. For business purposes, will be given to unknown people. I have been working all the time and have never been with her. So, what qualifications does such a person have to be called a father? Lucy clenched her fists and continued. If it's me who caused this to happen, then I'm willing to go with you, but you have to stop the super magic cannon. Lysina was shocked and shouted. Lucy. Lucy stopped what Lysina was going to say and smiled, very brightly, holding back tears. Although the time we got together was very short, I also understood that Fairy Tale is really a great guild. Here I learned what family is, what companionship is, friendship, etc., and the harvest is really great, very many. So. Lucy stood up, bowed deeply to all Fairy Tale below, and shed tears. Feel sorry. It's all because of me that this incident happened. Lysina looked extremely shocked. Lucy. Lucy jumped down and came to the muzzle of the cannon, staring with sharp eyes. Now that I'm here, you can let Fairy Tale go. Jose Mayo held his chin, cheerfully. Sure. Then, he took out a pair of magic-suppressing handcuffs. Take this and I'll let Fairy Tale go. Jose threw the magic-suppressing handcuffs over. Lysina just wanted to speak out to stop her, but found that she couldn't speak at all. This may be the best ending. Fairy Tale has already lost enough in this war. Less joy than before. Ignore Fairy Tale's magician pain, block. Lysina's eyes glanced at her sister Myra Jane. She was already scarred and exhausted, and her appearance was pitiful. I'm sorry, Lucy. Lysina lowered her eyes and apologized. This is her selfishness. Lucy caught the magic-suppressing handcuffs, held her hands tightly, and then said, now that you are satisfied, you should stop. Jose glanced at the handcuffs and said. That's right, I'm satisfied, but that's it. Lucy became alert. Could it be? She had a bad feeling. Could it be that he was going back on his word? Jose bared his teeth and laughed crazily. It's great that you are so obedient, but you are just a secondary purpose now. We always have only one purpose. That's the downfall of Fairy Tail. Jose's face became ferocious. Fairy Tail must not let him go. Lucy gritted her teeth, as expected. Lysina covered her lips, thinking extremely, how could? Not even Lucy can stop her. Could it be that Fairy Tail will be destroyed here today? Damn it, guy! Lucy gritted her teeth, but she had no choice but to do anything. All the magic power in her body was suppressed. Now even if you want to summon the celestial spirit, there is not enough magic power to summon it. In other words, it is checkmate. Maybe it was already dead. Fairy Tail was playing tricks on Jose from the very beginning. Jose looked at the last few strokes of the magic circle drawn on the super magic cannon. Mouth. There are still 10 seconds left. A slash symbol is drawn on the magic circle. Jose counted out a number. Lysina's eyes shook, she covered her lips and gritted her teeth, full of reluctance. Lucy was secretly sad. The dash symbol appeared again on the magic circle. 9. Jose counted out another number. Leon and Gray sat on the ruins, looking at the magic circle outside through the broken walls, and finally closed their eyes. A number symbol was once again drawn on the magic circle. Jose's smile grew wider and wider. Wendy and Carla were unconscious and fell to the ground. Jose's face became even crazier. Everyone at Fairy Tail below is full of determination and relief. 6. Jose looked forward to it. Juvia looked through the window, saying nothing, and feeling bored. 5. Jose wished he could count to 1 next moment so he wouldn't have to see the annoying flies. The green element fell to the ground with a smile on his face. 4. Finally counting the number, Jose became more and more excited. The fire element hangs on the tree, showing a victorious smile. Equals 0. Jose couldn't wait to get up. The body of the wind element was on a street, surrounded by passers-by, talking about it. Jose whistled. Everyone closed their eyes and did not dare to look. Jose snapped his fingers and said, "Launch the super magic cannon. Destroy these annoying fairies." The terrifying cannon muzzle once again gathered energy, and the huge magic beam was dazzling and blasted in the direction of everyone in Fairy Tail. It seems like the only thing left in the world is this super magic cannon. Artillery fire covered everyone's eyes. Everyone in Fairy Tail was not afraid, but only felt a deep sense of relief. May I see Fairy Tail again in the next life. Everyone made a wish in their hearts to die peacefully. Natsu was on the wall, staring at a small dot moving at high speed with a calm face. He couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. "How long will you continue to be slow?" Ye Nan. Ye Nan's figure appeared in front of everyone, the silver dragon scales glowing, especially dazzling under the giant cannon. Blocked in front of him. "I'm coming, Natsu." Exploding holy wind bomb. A white impact bomb burst out of Ye Nan's mouth, directly destroying the super magic giant cannon. Without losing force, it directly hit the muzzle of the super magic cannon. Boom! The roar resounded through the sky, and everyone in the street heard the sound. What is this sound? Have no idea. Just when the people still didn't know why, someone said, "I saw it, this is Master Ye Nan's signature move." Exploding holy wind bomb. People are still a little suspicious. What evidence is there? The man pointed directly upward. The people looked up and were shocked. The muzzle of the super magical titan was deflected by this blow. Shaky. Jose grabbed the ground from above, feeling the tilt, and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, it's the light dragon, it actually came back, it's really damn it." Lysina took this opportunity to rescue the unconscious Urza and Myra Jane, and also wanted to save Lucy. Don't even think about it. Jose releases countless dark tentacles, and Lucy, the secondary target, cannot be easily rescued. Chapter 114. Lysina could only give up her target and keep avoiding, but she still couldn't completely avoid it with her skills. I can only avoid it a little. Ah! The dark tentacles touched Lisena's flying wings, and she fell from the sky. Lisena! Lucy yelled, trying to save Lisena, but she couldn't move on the sloping ground. Damn it! Here it is again, she is so useless. Lucy grabbed the ground, only to save herself. Lisena, together with Urza and Myra Jane, rolled to the ground. I endured the severe pain in my body. Lisena grabbed Myra Jane with one hand and the ground with the other to prevent her from falling. As for Urza, she is helpless. Haha. Jose was so proud that the goblins that were in his way were finally gone. Even if he couldn't kill all the goblins, it would be good to kill an S-class mage. It's a good result. Urza will definitely die if she falls from here. And finally, even if Ye Nan came over, he still couldn't destroy the ghost's ruler. Jose has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Ye Nan comes, he can only be on a tie with him and can't do anything to him at all. What an outstanding 0-3 result! Jose licked his tongue and felt much happier. Below, everyone in Fairy Tale opened their eyes and looked at the figure blocking them with tears in their eyes. What, is this God? No. This is our family, Ye Nan. Ye Nan is back. The eyes of everyone at Fairy Tale were shining, and they finally understood why the people respected Ye Nan so much. Without him, it's so handsome and reliable. Gray and Leon opened their eyes at the same time and looked over. How's it going? Gray said quietly. Leon sounded a little unwilling, there shouldn't be another ending. No. Look. There was an unprecedented brightness in Gray's eyes, but there was nothing wrong with Fairy Tale underneath. How come? Leon also saw it and was very puzzled. When he saw Ye Nan with his superb eyesight, all his doubts disappeared and he understood the situation. It's truly a goal he wants to surpass. I don't know how long it will take to surpass it. Leon laughed and turned his head away coldly and arrogantly. You. Gray looked at Leon Tsundera's expression with a smile. In fact, he wanted to say something, that is, you can't surpass that monster, give up. Goals or dreams must be achievable. Otherwise this is just a fantasy. Natsu showed a satisfied smile, relieved, picked up happy with his damaged clothes. Head outside. Only the words echoed. It's all over. Juvia's face turned crimson and she looked at this scene in shock. Her heart was filled with excitement and she felt like she was in love. Ah! Juvia twisted her body. This feeling, what on earth is going on with this feeling? Ah, so handsome, so strong, why is it so unbearable? Ah, so damn handsome. I kept recalling the scene just now in my mind. Ye Nan rescued everyone at the critical moment and rushed there handsomely. He then shot back the super magic cannon with absolute violence. All in all, Juvia felt as if this had happened in a dream. Ride a white horse and hold out your hand. Think about it now. That prince, the prince riding the white horse, the person I have been thinking about all the time, isn't he Lord Ye Nan, the light dragon? Juvia stroked her cheek and became even more nervous. Mom, I'm in love. The face of Prince Charming appeared in his mind, and it was Ye Nan's face. Juvia quickly stood up with a solemn expression. As Lord Ye Nan's lover, I want to help Lord Ye Nan. That old guy Jose is not easy to deal with. What if the car overturns? I have to go and help my Lord Hakuba. Juvia hesitated and walked towards the fort. Ye Nan looked at the top of the fort, her knees slightly bent. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked on, wondering what Ye Nan was going to do. Is it possible to still jump up? This is impossible. That fort is more than 10 meters high from here. If you can jump up, are you still a human? Jose. I am coming. After Ye Nan finished speaking, he exerted force on his legs and stirred up dust, and his figure flew straight up without stopping at all. Everyone at Fairy Tale was petrified, with their mouths wide open. This monster! Urza fell from the muzzle, Ye Nan reached out and caught Urza, and kept rushing forward. Almost reaching the fort. The top of the fort. Jose turned around and watched Urza fall, with a sneer on his lips. It's doomed now. Even gods can't save him from falling from such a high place. Urza. Lucy shed tears and recalled the days of adventures with Urza and the incident at Eisenwald. Never seen again. Listeners shed tears and fell into deep guilt. I don't even know whether my choice to save my sister was right or wrong. It would be nice if she could be more useful. Haha, Urza is your future. Jose was so proud that he saw the future and laughed. Thumping. Sonic sound rushed over. Jose looked back in shock, he had a bad premonition. 283 Ye Nan held Urza in her arms and fell to the mouth of the fort. The mouth of the fort vibrated, adjusting the sloping ground to be slightly stable. Ye Nan glanced at Lucy who was handcuffed, and the anger in her eyes deepened. Looking at Myra Jane who was unconscious, scarred, and with green and red hands, Ye Nan became even more angry. After looking at Lisena's injuries and her face covered with tears, Ye Nan clenched her fists deeply. And Urza. Ye Nan was so furious that she could not forgive the culprit. Jose. Ye Nan's furious voice was like the coming of death, coming step by step. Jose was shocked and angry, but he still had a confident smile on his face. He was still a top 10 magician, but he was just an S-class magician. So what if it becomes a little more famous? Are you afraid of him? J. Go to hell. Countless dark whips appeared on Jose's hands, attacking Ye Nan from all angles. Extremely cunning. Ye Nan's magic power exploded, and the white magic power surrounded him, sacred and inviolable, after these dark tentacles touched the white light. Dissipated into the air. Ye Nan only left a single dark whip, and grabbed the dark whip with her hand. Pulled Jose over. No, do not want. Jose was horrified, this was different from what he imagined. Chapter 115. The terrifying giant dragon penetrated Jose's whole body along his arms. His head was dizzy, he was frightened and angry, and he didn't expect that Ye Nan would have such huge strength. Pulled him to the ground. Jose lay on the ground, his body covered with a lot of dust, in a miserable state, and no longer looking relaxed than before. Some just looked tired and angry. He hasn't lost yet. Damn guy, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a reckless man. Jose removed the whip and was about to get up from the ground. Click. Ye Nan's silver-white dragon claw cut off Jose's entire right hand. Ah! Severe pain spread throughout Jose's body, and his eyes became red. Plus the pain in my chest. Jose felt like his whole body was wrapped in pain. However, due to the many years of combat experience of the 10 great saints and countless battles of blood and tears, Jose's ability to withstand blows was actually pretty good and he recovered quickly. Gritting his teeth and raising his head, Jose was like a hungry wolf devouring people. Kill you. I must kill you with my own hands. Soul devouring. Jose raised his left hand. Although it was a little unfamiliar than his usual right hand, it did not prevent him from performing his most powerful magic. A terrifying ghost that can easily devour human bodies and souls. The most powerful magic that has been poured into his life's work. The dark magic circle appeared. Ye Nan did not stop when he saw this, but just watched quietly, although he could support Jose's forward swing at any time when casting the spell, interrupt it, and use Jose's remaining right hand. Cut them all off. But if this is just physical pain. This BD Jose, brought fairy tale not only physical pain, but also mental suffering. Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth. Ye Nan sneered and completely crushed people's only hope, then the only thing left for people was despair. The magic circle expanded rapidly, and a terrifying and huge skull appeared from the magic circle. Jose laughed so proudly that he was crazy. Despair. Struggle. Then, die. Damn Guanglong, you are so arrogant that you don't stop me. You will pay for your arrogance and then go to hell to repent with deep regret. This magic is his most powerful magic. For so many years, even Makarov, who is one of the top 10 holy magicians with him, has not been able to break this magic even if he is one level higher than him. Jose believes that as long as the 4 above the holy 10, the 4 heavenly kings will not appear. No one can break his magic. This is truly unbeatable magic. As for Ye Nan, at such a young age, it is estimated that her combat prowess can reach the Shengqian level. How is it possible to reach the level of the 4 heavenly kings? In other words, Ye Nan is dead. Ha ha ha. Jose became more and more happy, as if he could see the regretful look in Ye Nan's eyes as he was torn to pieces by his strongest magic. An extremely huge skull appeared with a dark aura all over its body. No words. Just by existing, the surrounding air is filled with an ominous smell. This is something unknown. Is this your last resort? It's boring. Ye Nan made a judgment. The power of the blue-eyed white dragon with the attribute of light is inherently capable of restraining such evil spirits. If this is Jose's final resort, then Ye Nan just wants to say, Jose's Holy 10 is really not worthy of its name, and has no threatening power at all. Stop pretending. Jose didn't believe it at all. He waved his hand and sent out an attack signal. Tear the enemy in front of you into pieces. The huge skull didn't move at all, and its body kept retreating, trembling slightly and scared. What's wrong with you? Jose was shocked and horrified. Why was this magic disobedient? I have always been very obedient. Come on. Jose urged with dissatisfaction. The big skull had no choice but to open its mouth and bite in the direction of Ye Nan. Although the white light around Ye Nan gave him a very uneasy feeling, Ye Nan took the initiative to put away the white light. The empty eyes of the huge skull flashed with joy and ferocity. Without that terrifying white light, would he still be afraid? Go to hell! The huge skull is only 1 meter away from Ye Nan. Haha, you see, this is my power. Jose shouted wildly, covering the wound on his right arm with his remaining left arm, his eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. Boring. The corners of Ye Nan's mouth twitched slightly. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the huge skull, preventing it from moving in and out. The huge strength kept the huge skull struggling, but it was nothing more than a mayfly regretting the tree. Not worth mentioning at all. How can this be? Jose's eyes widened, and the hatred in his eyes turned into deep fear. It is simply impossible to understand what is happening in front of us. Ye Nan didn't expect Jose to understand that the gap in life strength between the two parties was too huge. If he was a dragon flying in the sky, then Jose. At best, they are just ants who don't know how big the world is. The two are not on the same level at all. In the empty eyes of the huge skull, the head is shaking constantly, scared, very scared. When Ye Nan's dragon claw pinched the skull's chin, a crack appeared. The crack became bigger and bigger, and the crack spread to the whole body of the huge skull. The giant skull screamed. Pieces of bones shattered and turned into bone powder. The wind blew gently and disappeared. Leave no trace behind. Jose stared helplessly at the incomprehensible scene in front of him, staring at the boss. This. His most powerful magic was broken with brute force? Damn it guy. Jose gritted his teeth, suppressed his fear, and stretched out his left hand again. A dark magic circle appeared, and countless arrows fell from the sky, trying to gain a chance of survival. Ye Nan calmly looked at the incoming black arrow without any emotion. Step by step towards Jose. Turn a blind eye to the arrows. As if it poses no threat at all. Ha ha ha, you're too arrogant, BD. Jose burst out laughing again with pride, as if he could see Ye Nan's remorseful look in his mind when he was pierced by thousands of arrows. So what if the brute force is getting stronger? After all, he is just a reckless man. Mages, are people who rely on magic to fight. The vast majority of mages are no different from ordinary people who are slightly stronger. Of course, some physically strengthened prosperous people cannot be ruled out. But this kind of magician. Jose also believed that there was absolutely no magician in the world who could resist his attacks with his physical body without using them or dodging them. Even the four heavenly kings cannot recognize it. Guanglong Ye Nan is dead. Chapter 116. Brother Ye Nan, get out of the way. Lisana was horrified, fearing that Ye Nan would be stabbed through the heart by Wanjian. Don't want. Lucy closed her eyes and screamed loudly. Jose laughed crazily and kept shouting. Die, die, die quickly, you damn guy. Ye Nan stared coldly, the silver-white dragon scales glowing in the air, and the strong reflection illuminated the cleanliness of the dragon scales. There is no use in talking more. When the arrow touched the silver-white dragon scales, dissipate. More and more arrows touched the silver-white dragon scales, and all of them disappeared without exception. Transformed into the most essential magic power. You are really boring. Why do you think such a little trick can hurt me? Ye Nan was still moving forward step by step, as if death was coming. Her pace was very slow, but firmly on the ground. Solid footsteps fell. Step tap. Every time Ye Nan took a step, the fear in Jose's heart got closer, watching the distance gradually shrinking. Jose has realized that he has to do something. This is a dead end. Damn guy. Jose looked over with stern eyes. If this guy hadn't been in the way, Fairy Tail would have been gone long ago. Teleport. Jose activated his magic power to create a greater distance. Who? Jose was gasping for air and had not yet recovered. Then I heard Ye Nan's question. Why do we need to distance ourselves? 533. Ye Nan's eyes didn't cause any waves, and Jose's actions couldn't cause any waves in his heart. Just a clown. He's tired of it. What? Jose was very puzzled and didn't understand what Ye Nan meant. Lucy and Lisana next to them were also a little confused. Ye Nan spoke slowly. Aren't you Saint Ten? Why are you so afraid of me when you distance yourself from me? Are you afraid of death? Or? Ye Nan paused for a moment when he said this. You are afraid of being my enemy. Jose's worries about being talked about, which he had always been reluctant to accept and regarded as a shame, were now talked about by others. Veins appeared on Jose's face, and he was filled with unspeakable anger and deep fear in his heart. This guy Guanglong is really too powerful. Shut up! Jose looked ferocious and yelled. Ye Nan's eyes once again flashed with boredom. If Fiori's top 10 magicians were all like Jose, then the title would be a bit too much. Lucy looked dazed and unbelievable, that Jose who knocked Urza and Myra Jane unconscious is actually afraid of brother Ye Nan. What a concept! Urza and Myra Jane are both monsters. And the monster, Jose, who defeated these two monsters, was actually afraid of Yeho. Doesn't that mean that brother Ye Nan is a monster among monsters? Lucy's eyes were filled with stars and she admired her even more. He is truly the magician she admires. Feeling safe. A soft smile appeared on Lisana's lips, and then, solemnly, she shouted, Brother Ye Nan, avenge us. Ye Nan's eyes were filled with anger, full of anger towards Jose, and she completely disappeared. Not even an afterimage. Disappear into thin air. The scene fell into silence. Where? Where? Jose frantically searched for Ye Nan's location, but couldn't find it. He would not be so naive as to think that Ye Nan would let him go, so there was only one possibility, although even he himself found this possibility ridiculous. But this is the only possibility. He, Holy Ten Jose, couldn't see Ye Nan's speed clearly. Damn it guy! Don't you have any courage? Come out! Jose kept scanning his surroundings and yelling like crazy. The pressure in his heart was so overwhelming that it was impossible to survive. It was extremely unbearable. Ye Nan appeared behind Jose, looking with oppressive black eyes. You are looking for me. Jose looked back, his jaw wide open, his ugly face was full of disbelief. Damn it guy, when did you? Jose hasn't finished saying this yet. Ah! Jose's eyes widened and he let out a shrill scream. Why do you look so painful? Ye Nan calmly picked up Jose's left leg that had just been cut off, played with it, and then threw it away. My legs! My legs! Jose shed tears and touched the fracture of his left leg with his remaining left hand, where blood was still flowing. Damn it! Damn it! Jose kept gritting his teeth, grinding them to pieces but still unable to suppress the pain, and even his consciousness was a little blurry. Oops! A little bit too much blood loss. Jose realized something was wrong. If he fainted here, he would definitely die. Ye Nan would definitely not let him go, so he would never be able to faint. Bite your tongue. Jose bit his tongue out and managed to regain consciousness, no longer feeling faint. But the mouth was bleeding profusely. Jose looked like a bloody man coming out of hell at this moment, covered in blood. Ye Nan, who personally caused this consequence, has a calm expression on his face, but it is not that he is a heartless person. But Jose really deserves it. Time and time again, his bottom line was violated. Fairy Tale Guild. President Makarov. Grey, Ulu. Lucy's tears, Urza and Marajana's hurt, Lisana's desperate cry. These scenes all deeply stimulated Ye Nan's heart. Jose, dead. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ye Nan looked over with murderous eyes. A mysterious, noble, and powerful silver dragon seemed to appear behind him. Release murderous intent towards Jose. From shallow to deep, it was released to the surroundings. The person who bore the brunt and suffered the most was Jose. Jose was so scared that he peed himself. Snot flowed out of the nasal cavity, and he quickly rolled it away. He kept shouting. Monster! Monster! You are a monster! Don't come over, don't come over! Jose became more and more frightened, looking at Ye Nan and the mysterious, noble, and powerful silver-white dragon behind him. The dragon seemed to be looking down at him, just like higher creatures looking down at lower creatures. Full of ruthlessness. You are not a human being. You are not a human being. Jose collapsed more and more. Looking at the silver-white dragon behind Ye Nan, his ugly face kept twisting, and his nose was filled with tears. Jose asked for help from the two people behind him. Save me, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The two people asking for help were Lucy and Lisana. Both men's expressions were filled with deep disgust. There is no intention of lending a helping hand. Jose, this scumbag, has brought so much harm to his companions. In the end, he shamelessly came to ask for help from them? President Makarov. You are you. And countless companions. Lucy and Lisana's eyes became colder and colder. You really deserve it. Chapter 117. Jose was desperate, and at the same time, his heart became ruthless, and he took advantage of Ye Nan not paying attention. Teleport. Use the little magic power to release magic. The figure moved to Lucy's side. Haha, I succeeded. Jose was surprised and happy, breathing heavily and breathing in the fresh air, feeling great about being alive. But the crisis is not over yet. Jose became serious. He had not been able to solve the crisis yet. His teleportation could only move a short distance. Still within the sight of that monster. Next he plans to. Jose couldn't help but glance at the handcuffed Lucy beside him, and his heart trembled. There is hope of survival. Ye Nan sensed Jose's magic power, turned to the direction of Jose, and looked over, but only once. Ye Nan opened her eyes wide and shouted anxiously. Lucy, get out of the way. Lucy hasn't reacted yet. Jose used dark magic in his left hand to condense a dark javelin and pierce Lucy's abdomen. Ah! Lucy vomited blood and shouted, looking down at the dark javelin. Slowly look sideways. I saw Jose with a proud face and a conspiracy to pursue. Damn it! Ye Nan clenched her fists, frowned, and there was fire in her eyes. What on earth is this? Is he still a man? Lucy actually got hurt in front of him. His family members are really incompetent. Ha, monster! Jose looked at it with a sinister look, his pupils were red, and the icon gun head moved to the suspended part of the muzzle. The javelin has Lucy on the head. If she falls from here, Lucy will definitely die. There is an altitude of more than 10 meters here. Lucy kept touching the dark javelin with her hands, trying to struggle out, but all efforts were in vain. She was too weak. When she saw more than 10 meters in the sky, Lucy's struggle suddenly froze when she saw the tiny forest, street houses, and small people below. Goo! Lucy swallowed, her eyes trembled, and sweat dripped from her forehead. Jose smiled eerily. Now you know how to be afraid, you damn guys. Jose hated everyone in Fairy Tale. If it weren't for these damn goblins that got in the way, how could he have suffered heavy losses, losing a leg and hand, and even leaving hidden injuries? Jose looked at his legs and hands, which were barely shaped by dark magic, before he could stand up in front of him and take action. I just hate these damn goblins until I feel itchy. Damn, you all deserve to die. Jose's anger became more and more intense, and all the eyes he looked around were full of hatred, if not for the remaining reason telling him. Lucy must not die. He also needs Lucy to threaten the monster into letting him go. Lucy's father is Fiore's richest man and he doesn't need money to regroup. Jose had already thrown away Lucy, the annoying fairy, who had all the qualities of those annoying fairies. Jose, who has read countless people, can see the optimism and hope in Lucy's eyes. Everyone is like this. They are really annoying fairies. Jose gritted his teeth, filled his heart with hatred, and cursed Fairy Tale. Ye Nan's face darkened, and the shadow of the mysterious, noble, and powerful dragon behind him became more solid and roared. Let Lucy go. Ye Nan's eyes were even more murderous. Jose took a few steps back in fright, and shook the dark javelin in his hand against the tremendous pressure. Warning! Don't come over here, or I'll throw her down. Jose stared and threatened. You dare! Ye Nan swore that if Jose dared to throw Lucy down, he would let Jose die without a burial place. See if I dare! Either way, there was a chance of death, so Jose simply took the risk. If he continued to threaten, he might still survive. If he didn't threaten, then today would be his burial place. No matter what, it is still the Holy Ten, and I still have this sense of judgment. Jose shook the javelin again as a warning. Ye Nan frowned, and for a moment she didn't dare to act rashly. This is really too bad. I didn't expect that Jose, a despicable person, would do something like this in the end. Ye Nan was caught off guard and given a reason. When you encounter an enemy in the future, you must strike cleanly and deal with it quickly, otherwise the consequences will be endless. 0, please give me flowers. Ye Nan clenched her fists deeply and stared. The silhouette of the silver-white giant dragon behind him sat on the ground, also staring. Instead, Jose breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure now is not as great as before. Although it is still stressful, as long as Lucy is in hand, Jose can escape from this monster. Hey, feelings are your biggest weakness, you monster. Jose glanced at Ye Nan with contempt. After this time, he had already thought of a way to deal with this monster. Just go back and regroup. He can come back, completely destroy Fairy Tale, and kill Ye Nan to repay today's humiliation. Ye Nan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, made a big decision in her heart, and opened her eyes. 0. He put the hatred in his eyes into his heart and spoke. Let Lucy go, I'll let you go. As soon as these words came out, Listener next to her opened her eyes wide and shouted quickly, Brother Ye Nan, no way. Letting Jose go is like letting a tiger go back to the mountain, with endless troubles. Yes. Lucy also spoke out against it. My life doesn't matter. Brother Ye Nan, do it quickly. Shut up. Ye Nan's eyes were sharp, but her expression was unexpectedly gentle, especially focusing on Lucy. Your life is more important than anyone else, don't give up your life easily. I will save you. No matter when and where, I will definitely save you. Ye Nan made the promise he had only made to Listener at that time, and today, he made it again. Brother Ye Nan. Listener watched from the side, feeling a little bit disgusted for some reason. The complexion is extremely complicated. Jose, who was watching from the side, laughed loudly. Guanglong Ye Nan's weakness was in his hands. Even if Guanglong Ye Nan can do anything now. An idea suddenly popped into Jose's mind. Kneel down and apologize. Jose spoke. Obviously speaking to Ye Nan. Both Listener and Lucy's eyes widened. Ye Nan stared, motionless and hesitant. Jose shook the javelin in warning. Ye Nan took a deep breath and stared, keeping Jose in mind, and the anger in her heart became even more intense. Chapter 118. Okay. I'm going to kneel down and apologize to you right now, Mr. Yose. Ye Nan stared, eyes full of murderous intent. Jose was very proud and reminded. What is your attitude? Remember to be sincere. Ye Nan closed her eyes, said nothing, bent her knees, and was about to kneel down towards Jose, this despicable guy. Lucy's voice came. Brother Ye Nan, don't kneel. Ye Nan opened her eyes. Lucy's eyes were already filled with tears, and she couldn't stop them. I'm sorry, Brother Ye Nan, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I hadn't run away from home privately, my father would not have found the ruler of the ghosts, and things would not have developed into what they are today. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be threatened by this despicable BD. Jose felt like he was shot in the heart. He is despicable. It's not me who wants 780. If it weren't for me. The more Lucy spoke, the more tears she shed, and there were more and more tears in her eyes. Lucy. Ye Nan was stunned and smiled. Just when he was about to say something, Lucy spoke again. So, I'm sorry. Brother Ye Nan, tell everyone in the guild for me that I can't continue with them. As she announced her last words, Lucy smiled for the first time. Her smile was so beautiful and moving, like a blooming chrysanthemum, brilliant and brilliant. Ye Nan's eyes widened, she realized something and ran over quickly. That's too late. Lucy used her last bit of strength to break away from the shackles of the javelin, and fell directly from a height of more than 10 meters. One last look. Lucy saw Ye Nan running quickly, and her lips read. Sorry. Due to gravity, Lucy fell. Jose watched this scene helplessly, never expecting that Lucy would be so strong-willed and would rather die than serve as his hostage. Jose was so angry that he was shaking all over, half with anger and the other half with fear. That monster would never give him a second chance to take hostages. He has no hostages. The end can be imagined, there is only one ending, and that is death. Jose is now facing the fear of approaching death. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by him. Jose felt that this wind was abnormal, so he looked over, his eyes widened, and his expression changed from fear to shock, and then from shock to joy. The person in the air in front of me, the wind just now. It's Ye Nan. He chose to fall down. Haha, I didn't expect that you, a monster, would actually choose a dead end. Jose was more and more surprised. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. If it falls from a height of more than 10 meters, even this monster will be disabled if it does not die. Number B/. There is no need to wait until the next day, fairy tale can be destroyed today. God is really helping me. Jose smiled sinisterly. Makarov's magic is scattered everywhere. Ulu was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Ye Nan fell and chose to die. Laxus and Mist Ogden aren't here. Who else can stop him from destroying fairy tale? Today is the day fairy tale will be destroyed. Jose rolled his eyes, but suddenly he thought of Ye Nan and that monster's physique. Wariness appears in the eyes again. No, what if you don't die? The more Jose thought about it, the more likely it was. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he couldn't be careless. That monster was an existence that broke through common sense. His eyes couldn't help but focus on Lysina next to him. Jose smiled sinisterly again. Gradually and slowly, I walked over. Lysina saw the shadow approaching and swallowed. What do you want? Jose laughed mischievously without saying any words. Ah! Lysina screamed. Ye Nan still doesn't know anything about this. Falling at extreme speed. Lucy's eyes were flashing, looking at the rapidly changing scene around her, and she felt like fireworks. Mother! Father! 5B! Everyone in the guild! And Ye Nan! Lucy's tears fell down and she cried silently. Actually, I don't want to die yet. I still have many things I haven't seen and many adventures I haven't experienced. How big is the world and what is it like? I haven't even seen it clearly with my own eyes. Lucy spoke her mind out loud. I am going to die anyway. If I don't speak my mind right now, I will have no chance in the future. Lucy took a deep breath and shouted to the sky. Ye Nan, I love you. Lucy closed her eyes, smiling as she waited for death, feeling her body falling rapidly. At this time, a loud voice suddenly came from above. Ye Nan's body also fell rapidly, and she stretched out her hands to try to catch Lucy. She gritted her teeth, veins appeared on her head, and spoke loudly. Since you like it, don't give up your life easily. Be at GBW. Lucy opened her eyes, looked up, and widened her eyes. Ye Nan. Ye Nan was panting and looked at Lucy with sincere eyes. I will accompany you to see the world you have never seen. I will accompany you to experience the adventures you have never experienced. I will accompany you to do everything you have never done. Ye Nan's tears flowed down and she smiled. So, don't die. Lucy. Ye Nan. Lucy's eyes also shed tears. You can't die either. Lucy held out her hand. Ye Nan's tears and Lucy's tears collided and merged together. Ye Nan gritted his teeth, increased his speed, and stretched his arms. Got you. I won't let you go this time. Ye Nan worked hard and finally grabbed Lucy's hand. Lucy's eyes were also blurred. Ye Nan held Lucy in her arms. Lucy. Ye Nan. The two called each other's names. Finally, Ye Nan kissed her and let go after a long time. Lucy blushed with embarrassment and said nothing. Stay alive. Ye Nan's tone was extremely gentle. Take the initiative to put your body down so that it can be used as Lucy's cushion. It doesn't matter if he's dead. As long as Lucy lives. In Ye Nan's eyes, the world was changing at 2.8 speeds, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. What a short life! For some reason, Ye Nan looked calm when she knew she was about to die. In a sense, this is already a second life. After all, he traveled through time. Ye Nan could feel that it was about to reach the ground. When it reaches the ground, it was when he completed his mission and died. Lucy, who had been in Ye Nan's arms and smelled Ye Nan's scent, lowered her head and shed tears. I'm sorry, Ye Nan, you can't die yet. Please forgive me for my willfulness. Lucy escaped from Ye Nan's arms with tears streaming down her face, even though she had magic suppressing handcuffs on her hands. The magic power cannot be stopped. Clock stand, this is my last order. Protect yourself, Ye Nan. Chapter 119. No. Lucy. Ye Nan's eyes widened and she cried until she burst into tears. The medieval swinging ancient clock appeared behind Ye Nan, sending Ye Nan into a different space and firmly protecting her. In this way, even if the earth collapses, it will not affect Ye Nan. Likewise, Ye Nan cannot influence people outside. This way, everything is over. Lucy looked at the earth close at hand, closed her eyes, and waited for death to come. Be able to protect the people you love at the last moment. I'm so happy. She felt the touch, but there was no severe and unbearable pain. Lucy's heart was extremely peaceful, and she didn't even feel anything at all, just a soft touch. Is this what death feels like? Lucy thought calmly in her heart. She was still a little unwilling at first, but she only realized it after she died. There is nothing to be reconciled to, some are just calm. Lucy opened her eyes, wanting to take a look at the dead world. But his eyes widened. She saw Ye Nan carrying her on his back and couldn't see clearly the expression on Ye Nan's face. Only those broad shoulders are visible, solid and towering. 03 Ye Nan, are you dead too? Lucy was still a little disappointed and couldn't figure out how she could still die when she clearly sent Ye Nan into a different space with a clock pedestal. Did he die later? Ye Nan was low-pitched and didn't say a word. Lucy was even more disappointed. Ye Nan kept breathing heavily, the silver-white dragon scales on her body became more elongated, and the shadow of the silver-white dragon behind her became more solid. You're not dead yet. Lucy. The shoes have been broken, and Ye Nan's feet reveal a pair of dragon claws. Now he is even more monster than a monster. Lucy's eyes widened and she looked at the ground before reacting. Isn't this the earth where she fell? In this case, she is not dead. But this isn't right either. Lucy's eyes were extremely shocked as she looked at Ye Nan. No matter what, I can't figure it out. How did Ye Nan break through the alien space of the clock base? Please. That is a different space. It's broken if you say it's broken? Lucy kept gasping, becoming more and more confused. Ye Nan gently put Lucy on her back to the ground. The haze shrouded her face, making it impossible to see the expression on her face clearly. Everyone from Fairy Tale and some people came quickly. Ye Nan bent her knees, and the cannonball flew out, rushing towards the super magic giant turret again. On the fort. Lysina had a cold sweat on her head. Jose behind him was holding a javelin and placed it on Lysina's neck. Lysina was not afraid at all and asked. Are you so scared, brother Ye Nan? Jose smiled sinisterly and looked down. It's just a precaution. Although you should die if you fall, you will be disabled if you don't die, but just in case. It is only natural that Jose would kidnap Lysina and use it to threaten Ye Nan. Lysina sneered disdainfully. After all, aren't you afraid? Jose was silent for a moment. Although it was heartbreaking, he was really afraid. That monster cannot be treated according to common sense. Hey, whatever you say. Jose snorted coldly and spoke hard. At the other end of the fort, the ground shook violently several times, and smoke was raised. Jose and Lysina turned to look over. The smoke cleared. Ye Nan's face was so gloomy that she couldn't see clearly, and she appeared in front of Jose in a more monster form than before. The phantom of the silver-white dragon behind seems real. This monster. Jose took a few steps back in a cold sweat, looking at Lysina. Not only is it okay to fall from a height of more than 10 meters. On the contrary, it has evolved. How can he still be beaten if he is so perverted? Ye Nan finally raised her head, glanced at Jose with a calm face, then at Lysina who was being held hostage, and mocked. This really seems like your style. Jose didn't care. As long as he could survive, he would do even the most despicable things. Ye Nan didn't say any more words, raised her hand slightly, and activated a terrifying white light that shook the sky and the earth. Once this light is emitted, Jose will be wiped out. At the same time, the terrifying and noble silver-white dragon looming behind Ye Nan raised its head at the same time and opened its mouth full of fangs. A terrifying and clean white light shines in the void. Spread around. Ready to go. Ye Nan raised her hands, her eyes were firm and her expression showed no fluctuation. Sweat dripped from Jose's head. He was so scared that he took a few steps back, and the javelin got closer to Listena's neck. Calm down, otherwise I can't guarantee her life. Ye Nan's face remained calm, as if How didn't care. The white light in my hand is even more dazzling. The power is even more terrifying. Closing in on Jose. You can try it. Ye Nan stared without any fear. Jose took a few steps back again. He could no longer take a step back. If he took a step back again, he would fall. Don't force me. Jose has already brought the javelin close to Listena's neck, and some blood is flowing from her neck. Brother Ye Nan. Listena's expression was full of discomfort. Jose laughed sinisterly and said. You probably don't want me to take extreme measures. Perish together. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes, a flash of softness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden and her expression remained expressionless again. He would never let what just happened happen again. The terrifying white light is dazzling to the extreme. You can try it. Ye Nan increased the power of the blue eyes white dragon to the maximum. Just at this time. Lord Jose. A surprised voice came from the side, it was Juvia. Jose looked over and laughed 427. Oh, it's Juvia. You did a great job. You are the only one among the 4 elements who has not been defeated. Come here, we will win soon. Juvia pretended to be surprised. Is that true? Jose nodded, fully recognizing Juvia's loyalty. This is a very loyal minister. Even though he had basically nothing now, he did not leave the guild, but instead took the initiative to come over and help the president. Jose has decided. Wait until the ghost's ruler is re-established. Let Juvia be the vice president. Such a loyal person can be trusted boldly. Juvia walked over with a smile, glancing at Ye Nan from time to time, with deep love in her eyes. Ye Nan was a little confused. What kind of situation is this? It seems that I have never even seen it. What's going on with this feeling? Forget it, it must be an illusion. Ye Nan became more vigilant. A cunning enemy was so troublesome, let alone another enemy. Juvia watched Ye Nan walk to Jose's side. Jose didn't doubt Juvia. She kept looking at Ye Nan, probably observing the enemy's weaknesses. What a loyal minister! Juvia, I leave Lisena to you, be sure to take care of it. Don't lose it, it's about our lives. Chapter 120. Jose put away the dark javelin and carefully handed Lisena to Juvia. Juvia's expression was extremely cautious and she didn't dare to be careless. If you are careless, you will fail. She can't get close to her Prince Charming, Lord Ye Nan. Jose saw Juvia's cautious and extremely loyal look, and secretly nodded in agreement. Juvia is such a loyal minister. He can rest assured. A water blade appeared in Juvia's hand, holding Lisena's neck. Let me go. Lisena continued to struggle. Juvia leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you want to escape, don't move. I am your man. The voice was so quiet that even Jose didn't hear it. But Lisena heard it and was stunned, motionless on the spot, a little scared. What the hell? When did the water element, one of the 4 ghost elements, become theirs? Is there such fraud in their guild? Why don't you know it? If it is really so awesome that even the ghost has such a powerful traitor, then why did it not get the news in advance and let Fairy Tail suffer such a heavy loss? Lisena didn't believe a word of what Juvia said. The struggle became more intense. There is no one in this ghost's guild who is even remotely trustworthy. Let me go. Instead, Lisena struggled even further. Juvia was firmly fixed and the water blade was placed on her neck. When Jose saw this scene, he was completely relieved, turned his head and looked in the direction of the monster. Be confident. Especially after seeing Ye Nan still in the posture of releasing light bombs. A little cold sweat broke out on Jose's forehead. It felt like there was an extremely terrifying giant dragon that made everything look like ants, staring at me with murderous intent. Humph, don't dare to take action anymore. Jose opened his hands extremely arrogantly, and became even more arrogant, with an ugly and ferocious face. If you kill me, our Juvia will kill your little sister, how about that? Ye Nan looked nervous and serious, but after noticing Juvia's movements and eyes behind Jose, her expression suddenly became strange. What's the situation? Juvia's hand had already let go of Lisana, and the riptide blade was aimed at Jose's back. Well. Lisana's eyes widened and she couldn't believe it. Really a traitor? So she misunderstood. Lisana's face turned slightly red, but the most important thing now was that she absolutely couldn't make any sound. Ha ha ha. Jose laughed wildly. Even if he was stronger, it didn't matter, he still had to restrain his hands. Cringe. Ghost will definitely have the last laugh. How about it? I am here to announce that as long as you kneel down. Before Jose finished speaking, his heart was instantly pierced. A mouthful of blood spit out instantly. Puff. Jose's already serious injuries worsened again. Jose looked down at his heart. The water blade rotated at high speed, and the extremely sharp torrent penetrated his heart. He could no longer survive. How come? Jose couldn't believe it. The world was spinning. He remembered this water blade. It was clearly the move of his loyal minister Juvia, but why did she? Jose kept breathing in fresh air, trying to stabilize his consciousness, and slowly turned his head backward. Turning to the direction where Juvia can be seen. Juvia, why did you betray me? Jose's eyes turned red, looking at Juvia with hatred like a demon crawling out of hell. He, Jose, hates traitors most in his life. He hates it. Juvia's face turned crimson and she held her cheek with one hand, because I fell in love with Master Ye Nan. He is so powerful, handsome. That is Master Whitehorse in my mind. Immediately, Juvia's expression darkened. An ugly guy like you actually dares to insult Master Ye Nan. You are simply looking for death. As soon as these words came out, not only was Jose froze in place, he also suffered a critical blow because of the phrase ugly. Even Ye Nan and Lisana were stunned in disbelief. Juvia's body squirmed, and the water blade in her hand showed no mercy. She thrust it several times before stopping. Jose vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. You. Jose was so angry that he almost fainted. Fortunately, he thought Juvia was a loyal minister, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a teenager. Damn it! Damn it! Juvia's face turned increasingly crimson, and she didn't listen to Jose's words at all. Nikita said. After killing you, I will dedicate your head to Lord Ye Nan, then join Fairy Tale, take adventures with Lord Ye Nan, live together, and finally, get married and have children together. Ah, I can't help it. Juvia is so happy. Jose's face became more and more livid as he listened. Damn traitor, damn traitor. Even if he dies, he will never let this traitor have an easy time. Jose sneered and turned to look at Guanglong Ye Nan. Hey! BD, do you believe that a traitor is going to join your guild? Maybe she will betray again at some point, fire. Jose is crazy. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to deal with both of us together. To avoid future troubles. Juvia panicked after hearing this and quickly looked at Ye Nan and explained. Juvia will never betray Fairy Tale, Master Qing Ye Nan believes in Juvia. Her face was extremely anxious, Ye Nan was everything in her life now. Jose sneered and laughed. Who would believe a traitor? Come on, Light Dragon, Fire! Destroy me and her together! Ye Nan narrowed her eyes, and the light bullet in her hand became more and more dazzling, as if it was about to be launched. Jose showed a victorious smile, and Juvia's tears kept falling outside, shouting. Juvia, is really not a traitor. Brother Ye Nan! Listener shouted, trying to stop him. Finally, Li's Zhao, under Jose's shocked gaze, Juvia stopped her tears with a bright smile, and Listener smiled as I expected. The light bullet in Ye Nan's hand slowly went out. Even the light bullets in the fangs of the phantom of the silver-white dragon disappeared. Everything is calm again. A breeze blows. Jose's heart suddenly felt cold. Can we still play in this world? It's time to pay with blood. Ye Nan's eyes even calmed down, but her murderous intent remained undiminished. She walked step by step, and with every step she took, the power of the dragon on her body became even stronger. Jose! Ye Nan walked up to Jose and stared closely at him. Jose was so frightened that he froze and trembled all over. The Ye Nan in front of him seemed to be no longer a human being, but a sacred and inviolable silver-white dragon. He actually provoked such monsters again and again. Jose was desperate, and there was no longer any desire for life in his eyes. Chapter 121. Kill me, kill me. Jose's eyes had lost their sparkle, and he no longer had any desire to live. He had already experienced enough. The loss of the guild. Juvia's betrayal. Light Dragon Ye Nan is the pressure of this monster. Everything was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jose's heart, and he no longer had any desire to live. I was so scared. Ye Nan showed no expression at all, and a terrifying white light enveloped Jose. Jose felt heartbreaking pain, but his soul was cleansed, vaguely, from this light. Jose saw a giant dragon with silver-white scales all over its body. The tall and mighty dragon head let out an earth-shattering roar. It was noble, mighty, strong, and invincible. All the words in the world were combined into one. It seems that there are not enough words to describe the beautiful silver dragon in front of you. This beautiful and majestic silver dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Jose whole in one mouthful. Halfway. Jose didn't resist at all and murmured blankly. It turns out there are such beautiful dragons in this world. The light dissipates. The silver dragon disappears. Everything on the fort has returned to calm, leaving only debris on the ground and pitted holes. Everyone in Fairy Tale, who was full of scars, finally showed smiles they hadn't seen for a long time. Even Ye Nan smiled slightly and admired this hard-won victory. Juvia's pretty face showed a happy blush. Above the sky, the clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunshine shone on the earth 530, shining on the hearts of everyone in Fairy Tale. The long-lost haze quickly dissipated. They Fairy Tale, won. All the people came and cheered at the same time. As expected of Fairy Tale. When I heard that the ghosts were invading Fairy Tale, I wanted to help, but now it seems that there is no need. It's only been 20 minutes, and the ghost has been eliminated. All the people were amazed. After all, Ghost was one of the best guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, but they still couldn't hold on for half an hour. Fairy Tale, so awesome. Wrong. When the people realized it, they immediately changed their tune. It should be Master Guanglong who is so powerful. The eyes of all the people then revealed the light of worship and belief. This is Lord Ye Nan. Boom. There was a roar from the ground. Everyone at Fairy Tale was on alert, staring closely at the terrifying smoke caused by the loud noise. The dust gradually dispersed. Ye Nan appeared in the pothole with Listener in her arms. Before he could react, the eyes of all the people suddenly lit up and they went crazy. It's Lord Light Dragon, Adbi, the living Lord Light Dragon. Lord Guanglong, sign your name for me. The crowd quickly surrounded him, blocking the way and even burying Ye Nan's figure. Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at each other and shuddered. It's okay not to have this kind of popularity. It's so scary. Everyone in Fairy Tale listened to Ye Nan's screams coming from inside, and looked at each other, eye to eye, heart to heart, and they all silently chose to ignore it. Lord Ye Nan, just sacrifice yourself. Fairy Tale prayed silently in her heart. As for how many of them were sincere, it wasn't necessarily true. The door to the super magical titan is open. Gray, Leon, Lysina, Natsu Happy, and Wendy Carla walked out of it. Not only that, but Juvia and Gajeel. The Fairy Tale wizards stared at the two ghosts with vigilance. One after another, they cast magic arrays of different colors from their hands. Do what? Fairy Tale is fully prepared, the ghost guys. Lysina stood up with a smile and stood between Juvia and Gajeel. Well, Lysina, what are you doing? Why are you protecting them? Everyone in Fairy Tale was puzzled. Isn't Lysina from Fairy Tale? Why do you need to protect the ghost guys? Everyone in Fairy Tale never thought about Lysina's betrayal, because they knew very well that Lysina would not betray. Therefore, there must be something hidden in this matter. Lysina took a deep breath and looked serious. The two of them are joining Fairy Tale. Everyone at Fairy Tale was silent. Silence. For a moment, everyone in Fairy Tale started arguing fiercely. Impossible. They have made so many of our comrades cry. How can we accept them easily? That's right, my drinking buddies are all scarred. Lysina, why don't you think about it? Everyone in Fairy Tale is full of worries. Are the people in the ghost really trustworthy? Could it be? Everyone in Fairy Tale will not believe the magician in the ghost. Lysina had already anticipated this situation. After all, the ghost's ruler had caused so much damage to Fairy Tale, so it was normal to distrust him. They are different. Lysina explained, presenting facts and evidence to make sense. Juvia, the water element, finally saved me from Jose and has joined us at Fairy Tale. Water elemental Juvia said hello to everyone at Fairy Tale. In an instant, all the men in Fairy Tale looked at Juvia with heartbroken eyes. Little girl, you are so cute. Does such a cute girl want to join our Fairy Tale? So lucky. 18 changes. The men's eyes were full of surprise and enthusiasm. Big breasts, good figure, and most importantly, dare to show off. It's so good. Kana, who was drinking wine next to him but could not hide the smile on his lips no matter what, shook his head and sighed. Man. All men in the world are the same. Lustful. You say so, Ye Nan. Kana gets very angry when she thinks of Ye Nan. There are so many of them. I belong to Master Ye Nan. Kana's complexion is darker, which adds another competitor. Damn, it's Ye Nan. He flirts with flowers everywhere. Far away. Mist Ogden was watching the situation on a hillside, the super magic giant more than 10 meters high, and the people cheering for victory despite being near miss. It seems it's a step too late. Mist Ogden stood up and walked towards the distance, countless flags fluttering from the tight clothing. All are ghost flags. Flying everywhere. They are all the flags of the ghost branch, and there are countless of them. Another hillside. It was also possible to observe the battle between goblins and ghosts from the terrain. Laxus watched all this happening with a look of displeasure on his face. Behind them are 3 people from the Thunder Gods. Those guys from the Light Dragon group are really useless. If we do, we will definitely get it done in minutes. The 3 Thunder Gods said something to each other. TCH. Laxus broke his teeth in great displeasure and gritted his teeth. Even a small character like Ghost dared to offend Fairy Tale. It seems that Fairy Tale has really fallen. I must make Fairy Tale stronger. After saying that, he stood up and Laxus left the place, followed by the 3 Thunder Gods. Countless ghost branch flags fluttered down. There's simply no way to count them. Chapter 122. In the next 3 days, a lot of things happened. First of all, Jose, the Ghost Guild, has ordered the dissolution of the Ghosts Dominator Guild due to his association with the Dark Guild and privately triggering a civil war between guilds. And Fairy Tail was extremely lucky that nothing happened. Ye Nan came out of the review chamber and thanked the young man next to him. "Thank you for defending Fairy Tail, Grandpa Pony." Xiao Ma was cheerful. He was the 6th member of the council and an old friend of Makarov, so he would not help Makarov. "How is Makarov doing?" Pony asked with a smile. Ye Nan looked up at the sky. "The old man is recovering very well. That guy Mist Ogden has recovered all the old man's magic power. Now the old man is still resting at Granny Porliusika's place." Oh, Xiao Ma smiled even more happily and also looked up at the sky. After the final battle between ghosts, Ye Nan handed Makarov into the hands of Granny Porliusika. Ye Nan still trusted the medical skills of Esteth Tianlong. "I believe it won't be long before the old man comes out to take charge of the situation again. Besides, because of the real-time broadcast of wizard newspapers, Ye Nan once again became a nickname. The headline in the newspaper read, "Surprise! Light Dragon Ye Nan fights the Ghosts Ruler Guild alone." And this is the most popular version of Goblin vs Ghost at this stage. Light Dragon Ye Nan vs the Ruler of Ghosts alone, he won without any injuries. Although it is a bit nonsense, people in Fiora just believe it. Now many storytellers are vividly describing Ye Nan fighting the ghost alone. How can one punch kill Jose? The 4 elements of Japanese punch. Ye Nan is almost being praised as a living god. This also led to Ye Nan's growing fame. Even now, even if you go out wearing a black robe, you will be recognized by sharp-eyed people if you are not careful. Ye Nan was in so much pain that she sat quietly in the guild for several days to avoid the limelight with a bitter look on her face before she felt a little better. In addition, there is also a small page in the newspaper that reveals the truth behind the battle between goblins and ghosts. It turned out to be caused by Fiore's richest man, the famous Heartfilia family. The reason is to bring back the daughter who joined the Fairy Tail Guild. This annoyed Ye Nan's fans. There have been successive boycotts these days, with the help of competitors. The Heartfilia family successfully went bankrupt. Ye Nan's fans reluctantly let go of the Heartfilia family. The most important thing is that it's for Lucy's sake. Things have come to an end these days. After solving the problem of the follow-up treatment of the ghost, Ye Nan, the temporary acting president, quickly rushed to the guild. As noisy as ever. Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other, disapproving of each other, holding several bundles of wood in their hands. "I must have more. It must be me." Both of them were about to burst into flames due to friction. It's been 3 days. Exhibitive and huge guilds are coming out soon. Everyone in Fairy Tail is busy, but there are still so many people who are still having a party and being lazy. Most of them are uncles. Ye Nan looked at the noisy guild with cold eyes, simply unable to bear it. If he had known this, it would be better to let the ghosts destroy Fairy Tail. What is this? Gray and Natsu were throwing things. Kana was drinking wine next to him, smelling of alcohol. Urza and Myra Jane compete with each other. Others are not much better. What are you guys doing? Ye Nan yelled angrily. The guild fell into a brief silence. Another orgy followed. Our acting president is back. Oi, I must not get drunk today. This is a good day. It's great to live like this. If the guild is destroyed, you can see the sky when you look up. Everyone in Fairy Tail said something to me. Macau even generously invited Ye Nan. Drink. Ye Nan couldn't help it anymore, so she walked over and knocked a hammer. Drink, drink, drink whatever you want, I've been drinking all day long, why don't you hurry up and move the bricks? Macau's complexion turned into a bitter melon look and he scratched his hair. I'm not good at this either. Ye Nan's face turned dark and she complained. Besides drinking, you don't know anything else. Macau nodded. He was indeed like this. Although he was a strong man when he was young, at this age, he no longer wants to move. A ball of fire erupted from the back of Natsu's head as it pressed against Gray's. Gray's head was also pressed against Natsu's head, and frost came out from behind. "Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. You fire-breathing man. You stripper." The tit-for-tat confrontation is like a replica of Myra Jane and Urza. This lively guild is never quiet for a moment. Ye Nan has become helpless and not surprised by this. Now he finally feels the worry and heartbreak that Makarov usually feels. What a bunch of careless brats. Ye Nan shifted his attention to the newly built guild. Although some were not completed yet, most of them were completed. Compared with the original guild, this new guild is much larger, and it also eliminates the original habit of having to go to the second floor to receive S-level tasks. All tasks can be received on the first floor. Of course, S-class magicians are still needed, this has not changed. Generally speaking, the new guild is much better than the original guild. A&D. Fairy Tail has added 2 new members, both of whom were members of the original Ghost Dominators. It was only now that Ye Nan realized something was wrong with the seat. His seat was a hard seat, it couldn't be so soft. Ye Nan quickly stood up and looked back. Good guy. Juvia was lying on the ground with her butt stuck out, her face was extremely red, and she was swaying her butt. Master Ye Nan sat on Juvia's I'm so happy. Ye Nan looked ashamed. Juvia. It feels a bit scary. Kaina's eyelids twitched and she drank a few more sips of wine, unwilling to look. What a vixen! Kaina is still a little unwilling. Why does this Juvia have no restraint as a woman? The other one is the Iron Dragon Gajeel. Ye Nan doesn't want to say anything more about this Gajeel, he is simply a copy of Natsu. Ye Nan, I have become stronger again today, come and have a fight. The Iron Dragon Gajeel, whose whole body turned into iron, was so ferocious. But Ye Nan didn't even think about it, and casually hit the Shenglong fist. Gajeel flew out immediately. Don't forget to put down your harsh words when you fly out. Damn it's light dragon, I will definitely come. Gajeel's unwilling voice came from the sky. Ye Nan raised her head so much that she looked up at the sky, her eyes blank. He was desperate. When will the old man come back? Just now. Chapter 123. Another week passed. During this week, Ye Nan was going crazy. Fortunately, today is the day that old man Makarov returns, and Ye Nan is looking forward to this day. The old guy is finally back. I guess this is the happiest day for Makarov, as he doesn't have to stay in this noisy guild. The guild has been repaired and is much larger than the original guild. But relatively. Because of this guild, it became even more noisy. Ye Nan and all Fairy Tail members were waiting for Makarov's return at the door, looking at the road. For a long time. The carriage then drove out slowly. Granny Porlyusika, with her pink hair tied up and wearing a red cloak, slowly walked out of the car, with an old wrinkled face but full of energy. Standing in front of everyone, 177. Watch calmly. Grandma Porlyusika. Ye Nan said hello, this mother-in-law Poryasika is amazing, she can be regarded as the Tianlong of Sdesli. Wendy always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when looking at the figure in front of her. Take the initiative to stand out from the crowd. Wendy. Carla was a little confused. Isn't Wendy always shy? Why are you so proactive today? Granny Porlyusika looked over proactively, with a somewhat understanding look on her face. This child. Wendy raised her head and asked with her bright and clear eyes, filled with deep expectation, are you it? Porlyusika shook her head slightly and closed her eyes. Wendy was lost. That's it. Still can't see it. Wendy. Carla also didn't know how to comfort Wendy, so she flew up and gently put her hand on Wendy's head. Wendy regained her composure and forced a smile. Grandma Porlyusika also laughed, squatted down, and gently stroked Wendy's head. You child, although I am not it, I am still watching you grow up. Seeing you looking so happy should make him feel a lot more relieved. Wendy smiled and nodded heavily. Polyasica stood up, looked at Ye Nan, and looked into his panda eyes. Would you like to come to my place to see the birth? Ye Nan shook his head, this is enough. As long as the old man can come back, he can recover in half a day. Where is the old man? Ye Nan couldn't wait to get rid of this feeling of responsibility, but it was too uncomfortable. Poor Lyusika pointed to the carriage. He has been hiding in the carriage and is unwilling to come out no matter what. He has even been resisting returning to Fairy Tale and wants to stay here with me. Ye Nan said that he understands that compared to the noisy guild of Fairy Tale, a quiet location is better. As it happened, Granny Poryasika's home was very peaceful. I'll go call him out. Poor Lyusika nodded, ready to agree. The sound came from the carriage. No need, I'm out, the happy vacation should be over. Makarov, wrapped in bandages, slowly walked out of Makalai and looked at his family. I'm back. Family. Makarov waited for warm applause and cheers. But after waiting for a long time, I couldn't wait. Makarov opened his eyes, and his ferocious eyes immediately glanced around the crowd. Having been the president for so long, you don't even have this dignity? Why are there only a few applauses? The president is back, it seems the good days are over. Have a happy life as Ye Nan becomes president. Everyone in Fairy Tale Guild sighed. The days when Ye Nan was the president of the guild were simply the most free moments for them, but it's a pity that it's gone now. Awful. Makarov fixed his warning gaze on Ye Nan. That's almost like saying, what kind of ecstasy soup did you pour into them? Ye Nan smiled brightly, what could he do about this? He also wanted to take care of things, but it was useless. In the end, we simply let them unleash their own nature. Well. Makarov looked at everyone like this, and he probably had to correct himself in the next period of time. This trend must be corrected. Otherwise, I don't know how much money I will lose. I already know the whole story. It was Lucy's father who caused it. Makarov knew the whole story from the Wizard's weekly newspaper he read while recovering from his injuries. Everyone in the guild suddenly became nervous. President, this has nothing to do with little Lucy. Yes, little Lucy is innocent. Even Ye Nan's eyes were filled with unbearable sadness. Makarov suddenly laughed. Who said I wanted to punish Lucy? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and suddenly asked Lucy, wasn't she just trying to hold someone accountable? Isn't that what she meant? Makarov continued. I heard about this from the newspapers. Lucy. Excellent performance. Makarov laughed, and Lucy felt proud. Everyone was happy, searching for Lucy's location, celebrating and thanking each other for the victory in the war between the guilds. Ye Nan also laughed, it was great to have such a happy ending. At this time, everyone in Fairy Tale was in a mess and panicked everywhere. Makarov was displeased. It seems that Ye Nan is really too lax these days. Zisong is probably going to be in trouble. He said. What's the fuss about? After many years of being the president, the remaining power was still there. Soon, the guild members who were in a mess just now were arranged neatly and obeyed the rules. Makarov nodded. It doesn't expect these people to be obedient throughout their lives. Anyway, they still need a little bit of rules. Without rules, there is nothing. Just give him some face outside and everything will be easy to talk about. There was silence, and everyone at Fairy Tale finally spoke out. Lucy, she's gone. Oh, isn't it? Makarov was about to wave his hand, but quickly came back to his senses and stared wide-eyed. What did you say? Lucy is missing. Ye Nan's eyes widened as well, not expecting this situation to happen at all. Makarov's expression became much more serious. Could it be that he encountered some kind of accident? Ye Nan. Ye Nan responded. Go and bring Lucy back to the guild. Makarov said quietly. Ye Nan obeys. Soon we arrived at Lucy's rented house. The former wealthy young lady never expected to live in such a place after running away from home. It's not that this place is bad. But compared to the family's mansion, you still need to bear heavy rent pressure to walk in. The room is extremely tidy, with a big pink bed and a unique fragrance. Ye Nan saw a letter on the desk. Chapter 124. Ye Nan picked up the letter on the table and read it for a while. I'm going home. A moment of silence. Ye Nan suddenly thought that he caused Lucy's family to go bankrupt. Although it was the newspaper company's fault, it was indirectly caused by him. We must bring Lucy back. Ye Nan quickly walked out of the rental house and rushed to find Lucy. Lucy looked at the extremely luxurious mansion in front of her. This was her former home. She looked at this place with a slightly complicated expression. She could no longer enter. She is no longer the daughter of the Heartfilia family. Just an ordinary little wizard in the fairy tale guild. Lucy looked at the seal on the door of the mansion. She really couldn't get in. She didn't even know where her father was now. When she saw the newspaper, Wei felt a little flustered. This was probably her last bit of care and affection for her father, who regarded wealth as life and regarded him as a marriage tool. Lucy just watched quietly, staring at the mansion in front of her. Lucy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Lucy looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a man wearing a black robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. The man slightly removed the hood that obscured his face. Lucy's eyes widened. 03. Father. The middle-aged brown-green-haired man in front of him, who showed vicissitudes of life and tiredness, had an unshaven beard. It's completely obvious that life is not easy. Lucy's face was extremely complicated, and she still remembered the face of this man from the past. How high-spirited and arrogant that is! But now, all that is left is old age. Lucy felt a little bit unbearable. No matter what this man did to her, she will always be this man's daughter. Father. Lucy greeted politely. Lucy's father, a man named Judd Heartfilia, seemed to laugh at himself. Do you still call me father now? I am no longer the richest man in Fiore. Lucy's face was expressionless and matter-of-fact. No matter what, father will always be father. Lucy's father's pupils fluctuated slightly, and then cooled down. Don't call me that in the future. Lucy's expression was complicated. She had never seen this man look so depressed. Life is so frustrating. I'm afraid it won't be long before this man commits suicide due to depression. Father. Lucy shouted again, and the light shone directly in the past. Lucy's father lowered his head, avoiding Lucy's gaze in embarrassment, closed his eyes, and remained silent without saying a word. Lucy. Lucy's father's low and hoarse voice finally spoke. You should stay in that guild from now on and never come back. Lucy's eyes widened. I can't believe these words were said by the man in front of me. This is incredible. As a man with a strong desire for control, he just let his daughter be free. Lucy then understood. Lucy's father laughs at himself. I am no longer the richest man in Fiore in the past. I can no longer give you the superior life you want. I'm sorry, Lucy. Lucy's father finally looked up. Maybe that guild is the most suitable for you. Lucy's eyes were lowered. She had never seen the man in front of her say such tender words. Compared to my father, who was once rich and aloof. Now that I have gone bankrupt, I feel more like a father. Lucy's father didn't want to talk too much, so he put on his hood and passed by Lucy. Lopsided. The figure gradually turned into a small dot. Lucy suddenly thought of something, widened her eyes, and ran over quickly. Father. Faintly, Lucy's father heard his daughter's shouts from behind, his head lowered lower and lower, and his pace became faster and faster. Lucy was panting, holding her knees with her hands, and sweat broke out on her head. No matter what, I can't catch up with the man in front of me. Lucy raised her head and stared at Heartfilia, who was walking quickly. No matter what you have done to me, you will always be my father, so you must not die. I can definitely do it all over again. Lucy shouted loudly, not sure if the man in front heard her. Just shouting silently. Even the passers-by around him looked sideways. Lucy's father stopped slightly, stood there, then restarted his steps and disappeared into the crowd at a faster pace. Lopsided. Gradually disappeared. Lucy just watched and kept watching. Sadness came to my heart unconsciously. Perhaps, this farewell will never be seen again. A voice came from the side. Lucy. This is Ye Nan's voice, coming quickly. Lucy turned her head and was pleasantly surprised. Ye Nan. Both parties rushed over quickly and hugged each other. Lucy threw herself into Ye Nan's chest and shed tears silently. Ye Nan was puzzled and gently stroked Lucy's back, saying warmly, "Did something make you angry?" Lucy raised her head slightly, with tears still hanging on her face. She wiped her tears and said goodbye. "I have no idea. Obviously my father was very bad to me, and many times I even wished he would disappear, but when he really disappeared. But I always feel like something is missing, which makes me sad." Ye Nan didn't know what to say to comfort the sad Lucy, so she could only hold Lucy in her arms silently. "It doesn't matter, you still have me." Lucy's face turned red, and she used her hands to break free of the restraints. He glared at Ye Nan. Wiped away tears. "Okay, I'm fine, let's go home." Ye Nan also smiled. Under the setting sun, the two held hands and drifted away. Until I returned to Lucy's home in the evening. The landlord suddenly made 820 visits. Lucy was puzzled. She should still be some distance away from collecting the rent. The landlord smoked a cigarette and looked at Lucy with his fat figure. "You said, a man gave me something a few days ago. He said it was for you and put it in your room." After saying that, the landlord left. Lucy is a little confused. Who is this man? Take out the key and open the door. What caught my eye was the gift box on the desk and a letter on it. Ye Nan's eyes sparkled. Well. Ye Nan couldn't bear to see it anymore. Already realized what this is. Lucy walked over, opened the letter, and opened the gift box. It was all filled with gold and silver jewelry and a clock hand. Reading this letter, 2 lines of tears slowly shed from Lucy's eyes. "To my dear daughter. I wish you a happy stay in the guild. You are very similar to Layla. You are a child blessed by the god of luck. I believe you will choose the best guild. This is exactly the case. Dad went bankrupt because he went against you, who was favored by the god of luck. But it's all worth it for you to have a good guild. When you are not around, I will think of you and Layla every day. Those are really happy days. Dad loves you forever. Then, Dad can leave with peace of mind." Lucy knelt down on the ground, covered the letter, lowered her head and cried bitterly. Ah! Quiet night, starry sky. Chapter 125. The next day. Lucy, who had been crying all night because of her father's letter, adjusted herself and came to the guild with Ye Nan. Ye Nan also stayed with Lucy for one night. The power of the blue-eyed white dragon, that holy magic power, makes him lively and vigorous even now. As always, kick down the door. The guild fell silent immediately, the brand new door, and everyone in the guild all looked towards the door. Everyone at Fairy Tale was shocked. Urza, Myra Jane, Kana, and Juvia looked livid and ugly. Even the president, Makarov, who was sitting at the bar drinking wine silently, opened one eye and cast a curious gaze. There was silence for a long time. The entire guild staff was excited. Hey! Is it true or false? That Lucy, that newcomer Lucy actually captured our guild's light dragon. Is it true? Little Ye Nan is really amazing, I admire you so much. At this moment, Lucy looked depressed, but Ye Nan was still full of energy. It seemed that she was really good last night. But it can also be easily misunderstood. Ye Nan's face turned dark. She glanced left and right, and said in a suppressed voice, "What are you looking at?" The pressure of the blue-eyed white dragon filled the air. All the guild members shuddered one after another and did not dare to look at Bagua anymore. This pressure is simply more terrifying than the pressure of Saint Ten President Makarov. That monster! What kind of state has it reached now? The guild members simply couldn't imagine it. Natsu, Gray, Gajil, and others who have the deepest understanding of this pressure are excited. This is what I want to surpass. Natsu punched his fists, and flames burned in his hands. Interesting. Gajil was equally excited. Gray's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for these two dumbfounded men. Could such a monster be a target? He might not be able to catch up with him in his lifetime. Two fools. Gray laughed at the two of them in his heart, but he also secretly longed to surpass Ye Nan. Urza was in a daze. If she also had this power, the Tower of Heaven. Myra Jane laughed wildly, her blood burning with passion. They are all people who refuse to admit defeat. Just such a small amount of power will never scare them. Really are. Makarov observed quietly, shook his head slightly, and continued drinking. Such a life is really good. There were footsteps outside the door, and Ye Nan looked back. I saw 3 people from the council wearing white robes. And the frog messenger. The people in the guild were on guard again. There was nothing they could do, the impression the council gave them was really not a good one. Makarov also looked over. Almost all the pressure was exerted on the front, the frog messenger's body was covered in sweat. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "We're not here to arrest anyone this time." Everyone in the fairy tale guild relaxed their pressure, but still watched with caution. The frog messenger shook his head secretly and sighed. The council always leaves this chore to Frog. It's so hard for a frog. Gwa. The frog messenger took out a brand new parchment with the seal of the council from the frog's paw and slowly opened it. The frog messenger was silent for a moment. Everyone at Fairy Tale cast curious glances over. What's this? On the contrary, Makarov's eyes sparkled and he smiled rarely. Ye Nan's face was expressionless, and Lucy next to her was confused. What is this doing? The frog messenger slowly opened his mouth and chanted. Because Ye Nan, the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, is united, friendly and powerful, he has made extraordinary contributions to Fiori and wiped out many dark guild branches. The council now bestows the honor. The honor of the 9th among the 10 holy wizards. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild fell silent, and for a moment they burst into cheers of great joy, filled with deep disbelief. Little Ye Nan has become the Holy 10. This way our guild will have 2 Holy 10 magicians. Haha! The 2 Holy 10 great magicians, and the 4 heavenly kings before Holy 10 have not established a guild, so that means... Well, we are Fiori's 10th guild. Gray and Natsu laughed, and no one in the audience did not laugh. Who doesn't want their guild to be number 1? We will be Fiori's number 1 guild from now on. All members of Fairy Tale were in high spirits. Ye Nan's face remained calm, she turned her head and stared at everyone silently. Although no pressure was exerted, everyone in Fairy Tale swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Eat! Isn't this wrong? Ye Nan shook his head slowly and then turned around. Pick up the parchment from the frog messenger's hand. The frog messenger was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that Ye Nan accepted the invitation of the council and became the Holy 10? Ye Nan then made a move that even the frog messengers didn't expect. He will become the Holy 10 parchments, torn. The scraps of paper fell to the ground. A gust of wind blew by, scattering paper scraps everywhere. The frog messenger and the 3 council members behind him were shocked and couldn't believe it. Guanglong Ye Nan! What are you doing? This is the holy 10 great wizards, a privilege that many people dream of. If any guild could win the honor of the 10 great magicians, that guild would be all smiles. But what did Ye Nan do? He actually tore up the honor of the 10 holy wizards? The frog messenger couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone in Fairy Tale Guild shouted. What are you doing? That's right, Ye Nan, these are the 10 holy wizards, don't you even take a look at them. The 10 holy magicians are so good, why should they be torn apart? Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild didn't understand. Instead, Natsu Gray, Leon, Zhao, and others, all laughed. It's truly a goal I want to surpass. Natsu ignited the fierce flames and his blood boiled with excitement. Humph! Gajeel grinned. This kid. Makarov drank silently, but his smile could not be concealed in any way, and he curled up the corners of his mouth. This is the wizard of fairy tale. Ye Nan turned to look at the fairy tale crowd, without even looking at the scraps of paper on the ground, and spoke loudly and impassionedly. Why is it necessary to become the number 1 guild in Fiori? Even if we don't have the honor of the top 10 magicians, even if we don't have the recognition of the council, our guild. Ye Nan raised her hand high in the shape of 7, and her voice was extremely loud, spreading through the hearts of everyone in Fairy Tale. That is also the well-deserved number 1 guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Fairy Tale 7. Ye Nan clenched her fists. As for the saints? They are nothing but rubbish. Chapter 126. The voice is loud and clear. It's also appalling. Are the 10 holy wizards rubbish? How dare you say it? Each of the 10 wizard saints has been immersed in magic for many years, and they have made countless contributions. The result is this sentence. Do you know what you are talking about? Guanglong Ye Nan. The frog messenger's voice trembled. So. Yeah, I know. Ye Nan laughed instead, not afraid at all. Isn't it just to offend all the 10 holy wizards? What's so scary about that garbage? The frog messenger took a deep breath and endured the shock in his heart. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked excited and suddenly realized. That's right. Our Fairy Tale has long been the number 1 guild in the kingdom of Fiori. That's right, we don't need the recognition of those guys in the council at all. Everyone in Fairy Tale raised the word 7 one by one. Natsu grinned and raised his head. Urza, Myra Jane, everyone in Gray's guild. Lucy was so moved that she also raised it. Everyone spoke in unison, even Holy 10 Makarov, holding up the 7 shape. We, Fairy Tale, are the first guild in the kingdom of Fiori. The frog messenger was furious, and his already green face turned even greener. 217 jumped and shouted, You guys, do you know what you are talking about? This is simply going against the council. Ye Nan asked back. This is Fairy Tale's personality. If the council offends Fairy Tale, then the council is going against Fairy Tale. The faces of the 3 council members behind were ashen. The frog messenger's expression was not much better. Your Excellency Ye Nan, have you thought about it? Do you know the consequences of offending the council? Do you know the consequences of offending Fairy Tale? The frog's face turned livid, he shook his hand, turned around and left angrily. The 3 members of the council followed and left. They don't look very good. Everyone in Fairy Tale calmed down after the council members left, but the elder Macau was worried. Ye Nan, what if the council is offended? You'd better apologize. After all, our guild has just experienced a big war now. Everyone in Fairy Tale wavered in the 7 shape. Ye Nan looked at everyone and said. Don't move. The figure 7 shape suddenly stabilized. Those guys in the council are just cowards, don't worry. Makarov walked over from behind and grinned, they don't dare to do anything to our Fairy Tale. Macau felt relieved. Everyone at Fairy Tale was relieved. In this case, it's okay. The president is a veteran of the Holy Ten, and he must understand the nature of the people in the council. Having said that, it's not ruled out that the council will attack. Laxus crossed his arms, curled his lips, walked out of the guild door, and scanned everyone. Everyone in Fairy Tale is unhappy. What does this look mean? Laxus! Makarov yelled angrily. Laxus glanced at Makarov, then glanced at everyone in Fairy Tale, including Natsu Grey. With such a group of weaklings, if the council really attacks, I'm afraid it will only be up to me and Ye Nan. Makarov said something serious. Laxus, no one is weak. I thought so too since I was defeated by Ye Nan. Laxus and Makarov looked at each other, not losing the slightest bit, but the incident of the ghost invasion made me change my point of view. If Ye Nan hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Fairy Tale would have been destroyed. Laxus clenched his fists and glanced at everyone. They are all such a group of weaklings. Everyone in Fairy Tale lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, there was nothing they could do with the super magic cannon at that time. It was so embarrassing. If Ye Nan hadn't arrived in time, everyone at Fairy Tale was shocked. The consequences would be disastrous. Tch Laxus curled his lips and walked past everyone. Wait until I become the guild leader. Ach! We will definitely kick all the weak ones out of the guild. Laxus walked to Ye Nan and stopped. Ye Nan's face was expressionless and she didn't even turn her head. Laxus, do you still want to stick to your previous philosophy? Laxus was silent for a moment, and bought it. Ye Nan turned around, the holy white magic power behind her was released, and the terrifying pressure spread. I'll stop you. The corners of Laxus's mouth rose, and the terrifying pressure was also released. Even though he was suppressed, he refused to admit defeat. Then give it a try. With the momentum centered on Ye Nan and Laxus, a big hole was opened. Everyone in Fairy Tale was sweating and their eyes were filled with horror. Is this the strength of Laxus, Ye Nan, today? Very scary. There are so many monsters in this guild. Gajeel looked expectant, and he was also full of expectations for the mysterious S-class wizard Mistogan who had never been masked. One day, I will surpass you. Natsu laughed, resisted the momentum, and was overturned after a while. The center point of momentum collision. Laxus regained his momentum, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away. Now is not the time, let's have a good fight then, Ye Nan. The result this time will definitely be different from last time. Ye Nan looked at Laxus's back with an expressionless face. Although Lucy next to her was also surprised by Laxus's strength, she was still unhappy with his character. What is this? How could Fairy Tale give him an inheritance? Lysina said from the side. Maybe it can. Lysina looked at Laxus's back and said. After all, Laxus is the grandson of President Makarov. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief. The president's grandson. Lysina made another shocking revelation. And Laxus is not even a level mage yet. Lucy was even more surprised. She had seen Laxus' strength just now, which was stronger than Myra Jane and Urza. Aren't such powerful men S-class magicians? Lysina looked at Ye Nan. Lucy understood and looked at Ye Nan. Feeling the sight of the two beauties, Ye Nan laughed a few times. It's just that Laxus is unlucky, and he gets choked up every time he meets me. Stare. Lysina stared at him with disdain. A man who dares to be a man who dares not to be. Lucy looked at Ye Nan strangely, but she was also curious about the story. Haha, I'm leaving. Unable to resist the sight of the two beauties, Ye Nan smiled and chose 36 stratagems as the best method. Etc. Lysina's expression became serious. Ye Nan, Lucy, I came here to see you for something. Perhaps only you two can solve this matter. Chapter 127. Ye Nan stopped preparing to leave and looked back. What on earth was going on? Listener looked solemn and took a deep breath. I hope you can find Loki. Loki! Lucy exclaimed, when it comes to Loki, isn't he the man who runs away every time he sees her? What's up with him? Ye Nan understands that now. It seems that Loki is going to disappear. Just as humans cannot live in the celestial spirit world, celestial spirits cannot live in the human world. Celestial spirit lives in the human world, and staying there for even a second is torture. Calculate the time. Loki has been at Fairy Tale for 2 years. Very impressive. Ye Nan was extremely impressed. Although he was not a celestial spirit mage, he still knew all the rules of celestial spirit. When I watched Fairy Tale in my previous life, I had my own understanding of the rules of celestial spirit. Loki. Listener looked gloomy and told her everything about Loki leaving Fairy Tale and sending her emails. Loki, why? The more Lucy listened, the less she understood. Listener shook her head and said she didn't know either. Ye Nan grabbed Lucy's hand and pulled her away. Hey! Lucy's eyes widened. Ye Nan, what are you doing? Ye Nan grinned. I'm going to see Loki. I'll tell you the whole story on the way. After all, my family is going to die soon. How can I not go and see him for the last time? Lucy's eyes widened to the extreme and she was extremely shocked. That playboy Loki. Dying? One night. The starry sky is dotted, the bright moon is reflected in the sky, surrounded by stars, a circular waterfall, rippling water, and the water mist revealed, giving the extending plains wisps of fairy spirit. And this is a tomb on the plain. The guild's coat of arms blue Pegasus is engraved on it. Loki knelt in front of him and closed his eyes. There was a bouquet of flowers on the grave, which Loki bought specially. The body is somewhat transparent. It won't be long before Loki disappears from this world. Karen. Loki called softly to the person buried in this tomb. Karen. Lilika. The famous celestial spirit mage in the Blue Pegasus Guild. At the same time, it also represents the crimes he has committed. His true identity is the head of the zodiac, the celestial spirit of Leo. Loki. Loki felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Looking at the grave, his mind gradually returned to the past, the not-so-good past. It was 3 years ago, a not-so-good story about a female wizard named Karen who used celestial spirit as a tool. As a celestial spirit mage, this Karen regards celestial spirit as a tool and pulls out his friend, celestial spirit Ares, to deal with incoming people every day. Forget it, after all, the celestial spirit mage who helped sign the contract is his duty as a celestial spirit. What Loki really couldn't stand was the celestial spirit mage named Karen beats and scolds his friend Ares every day. And that attitude of not caring about celestial spirit. Much to Loki's annoyance. So he asked Karen's celestial spirit mage to terminate his contract with Ares. But failed. Karen's celestial spirit mage doesn't agree at all. No way. Loki had no choice but to show up. He had the right to show up at any time. Karen did not master the skill of double doors and could only summon a celestial spirit, but this celestial spirit was already occupied by Loki. In other words, Karen can no longer summon celestial spirit at all. And on a certain day, news of Karen's death came from the Blue Pegasus Guild. It is said that she died trying to master the double opening technology, but she was unable to master the double opening technology in the end. Die miserable. And Loki was permanently exiled from the celestial spirit spring because he violated the regulations of the celestial spirit world and harmed his contract holders. There is no day of return. And tonight, perhaps this is the time for me to repay my sins. Loki looked at the stars in the sky and looked at the celestial spirit world. The body is becoming more and more transparent, and starry particles are floating out of the body all the time. Loki's tears showed deep tiredness. 3 years has been a long time, quite long. During this time, every moment she was subjected to the mental torture of remembering the painful memory that caused Karen's tragic death, and the physical torture of the celestial spirit staying in the human world. Ah! Loki slowly shed tears. Celestial Spirit King still refuses to forgive the sins I committed? Whatever. Just let me disappear and let all these incidents end. 0, please give me flowers. Loki closed his eyes, waiting for death to come and completely return to the constellation named Leo by humans. The atmosphere is exceptionally quiet. The only thing Loki could hear was the roar of the waterfall and the deep resentment conveyed by Karen from the grave. Snapped. Ye Nan put her hands on her shoulders and looked at Karen's grave as well. When you die, there is nothing, no more chance to atone, no more chance to take risks. Loki turned around, opened his eyes and saw that it was Ye Nan, then turned his head again. You're here. That's right. If it's you, you will definitely be able to find me. Loki raised his head slightly and looked at the stars. Although I also want to continue to stay at Fairy Tale and adventure with you, but... Loki lowered his head and glanced at his hands, which were almost transparent and almost invisible, exuding colorful starry sky particles all the time. Unfortunately, this body can no longer support it. Maybe this is the end of me. Loki looked at the grave repentantly, preparing to close his eyes to welcome death. That's not the case. Loki opened his eyes and looked aside. Lucy was looking at him angrily, quickly came over and slapped him. Loki covered his bruised cheek, now he didn't even have the strength to run away. Treating Lucy as Karen is full of guilt. Lucy was staring at him. I've heard everything Ye Nan said, everything about you. Loki opened his eyes and looked at Ye Nan. How could he know that he had never told anyone? Ye Nan spread her hands with a helpless expression. I also heard about this matter from the president of Blue Pegasus. Loki. Loki smiled bitterly and said. That's it. Isn't it funny? Loki raised his head and looked at the starry sky, which was full of brilliance. Celestial spirit killed his contracted person. Lucy became even more angry, clenched her fists, and refuted. Loki, it wasn't you who killed him at all. The person who really killed the celestial spirit mage named Karen was herself. If she hadn't cared about the celestial spirit, this incident would never have happened. Don't take all the blame on yourself. Chapter 128. Loki understood, but felt even more guilty. But in the end, I was the one who killed him. Lucy stood up, raised her hand, and made another gesture ready to slap her. Loki subconsciously covered the other half of his cheek. Ye Nan shook Rocky's shoulders. Don't feel guilty, do you understand? If you disappear, you will also hurt us and the hearts of everyone in Fairy Tale. No one wants to see their family members die. We are no exception. Ye Nan, word for word. Just carry this sin and live on tenaciously. Loki lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Feel sorry. I really can't hold it anymore. Lucy took a look at Loki's transparent body and joined Fairy Tale for at least 2 years. It's hard to imagine how strong Loki's willpower was during these 2 years. Lucy 537 clenched her fists, stood up, and looked firmly. It's not over yet, as long as you can return to the celestial spirit. Then it's not over yet. Ye Nan also laughed. As long as Loki can return to the celestial spirit world, Loki can continue to live. You. Loki was extremely moved and wiped his tears, but his reason kept reminding him. It cannot be done. To activate the celestial spirit world, not only the key to celestial spirit is needed, but also a huge amount of magic power as support. It will not work without any of them. Lucy and Ye Nan laughed at the same time. Loki was stunned for a moment and shook his head. He really asked a stupid question. Loki's eyes were filled with deep worry. Will it really go so smoothly? The magic power breaks through the door of the celestial spirit world and forcibly opens the celestial spirit thought. In this world, this magic simply does not exist. Thanks. With such a companion, even if he disappears, Loki will have no regrets. Lucy and Ye Nan looked at each other. Let's start. Lucy held up a key she had never seen before. It was gold in color and had a lion's head on it. It was the key to Leo. It's just a door that has been closed. Open the portal of Leo. Open the door of Leo. I read it several times but still can't open it. Lucy's magic power can't open this closed door at all. Use my magic. Ye Nan put her hands on Lucy's shoulders, and the huge and clean magic power of the holy white was input into Lucy's body. Moment. White beams of light rose into the sky. It enveloped Ye Nan and Lucy, who was holding the key with sweat on her forehead. At the end of the white light beam, a door with a lion's head appeared out of thin air. Constantly impacting. The white and pure magic never stops. The door with the lion's head was slightly open. Ye Nan and Lucy looked happy at the same time, and they did not dare to relax, but instead increased the output of their magic power. But the body is somewhat transparent. Although Loki was surprised that the magic power of the two people could actually open Leo's door, even if it was just a hole, but if this continued, the consequences would be disastrous. Stop! If you continue, you will be assimilated. Loki quickly stopped. Neither Ye Nan nor Lucy had any intention of stopping, and they continued to deliver magic power. Loki stared blankly, frozen in place. Why? Why do you have to pay so much for such an irrelevant person? Home. Loki whispered, the corners of his mouth raised. They are really a bunch of idiots. Loki followed and rushed into the white beam of light. Loki! Loki! Ye Nan and Lucy were stunned inside the white light beam. Loki also put his hand on his key, let me also contribute. Loki's body became more illusory, and dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The pure white pillars are dotted with golden light. The door with the lion's head opens even faster. Already half open. Loki laughed at himself. Really, why should I go crazy with you? But, I feel very happy. Loki laughed, golden magic burst out, and his body was so elusive that it extended to the lower part of his neck. Stop it! Ye Nan became serious. If the magic power continued to be transferred like this, maybe Loki would really disappear. It can't be done. Loki roared angrily, and the shadow of the lion loomed behind him. Ye Nan. Lucy looked worried. If this continued, Loki would disappear before the door opened. Ye Nan gritted her teeth and her pupils turned silver. In this case, we can only do our best. Come on, Lucy. Lucy laughed too. Ah. 089. Ye Nan, Lucy, and Loki simultaneously used their magic power to wash away the lion's head door. Behind him, the illusory silver-white dragon made a deafening roar of terror. Reverberate throughout the world. Through both worlds. The door is fully open, and the magical whirlpool inside cannot be seen clearly, but there is no doubt about it. Inside is the celestial spirit world. Thank you, Ye Nan, and Lucy. Loki smiled. Only half of his head was still real, but now Leo's door has been opened and he can go back. Go back, Han. Lucy laughed happily. Just hope your family is fine. Ye Nan nodded. Loki smiled, stepped forward, and flew into the sky, rushing into the opened Leo door. When we are about to reach the door of Leo, a colorful barrier appeared in front of Leo's door, and Loki hit the barrier and fell straight down. Colorful barrier. It's like a natural chasm, standing in front of Ye Nan, Lucy, and Rocky. How come? Lucy's expression was shaken, and she covered her mouth as a barrier. There was no time now. Loki will be gone soon. Ye Nan's eyes flashed with deep anger, and the terrifying dragon eyes emitted an unprecedented cold light at this moment. Who is it? How dare he stop his 5.1 family from returning? Loki looked at the colorful barrier in the sky, smiled bitterly, slumped on the ground, and said, a famous minister. Celestial Spirit King. That's the magic of the Celestial Spirit King. Lucy was even more surprised. Didn't she expect that even the Celestial Spirit King would not allow Loki to return to the Celestial Spirit world? Heaven! The door of the lion's head closed and disappeared. Everything was calm again. There are still waterfalls, graves, plains, and 3 people. But it has a different atmosphere. But it is silence and despair. Forget it. Loki closed his eyes and accepted his fate with a wry smile. That's all. Thank you, Ye Nan, Lucy. No. Ye Nan's pupils became even whiter, and a chilling light bloomed in her eyes. I want to enter the world of celestial spirit. The words just fell. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 129. The stars and rivers hung upside down, the sun and the moon were twisted, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. 10,000 stars exuded brilliance, gathered into one point, and shot down. Outlined is a huge old man with a beard and a face. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes. He knew this old man. He was the culprit who prevented Loki from returning home and tried Loki for his crimes. Ruler of the Celestial Spirit Realm. Celestial Spirit King. Behind the back, the shadow of a silver-white giant dragon slowly emerged, silver-white and translucent, making a deafening roar, but it had a slightly illusory flavor. No one can see it, including Ye Nan himself. But the Celestial Spirit King was different. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes flashed with nostalgia. Hey! Old man with white beard! Ye Nan had no respect for this so-called Celestial Spirit King and directly called him the old man with white beard. Celestial Spirit King's old waist flashed for a moment, then he adjusted back and coughed twice. You look so much like it. Ye Nan couldn't figure it out, something similar. This bad old man was talking nonsense. Be the Riddler. Lucy walked forward and asked the Celestial Spirit King, Old man with a beard, why don't you let Loki return to 13? Leo. The voice of the Celestial Spirit King became solemn, exuding royal authority. My 2 old friends, according to the covenant with humans, we are strictly prohibited from killing the person holding the key and returning to the Celestial Spirit world. Lucy retorted with firm eyes. But Loki didn't kill the one who held the key. The stars around the Celestial Spirit world were dotted, and the voice was unhurried and powerful, although you did not directly do this, Leo Celestial Spirit Leo, who indirectly caused this incident, should. Wait a minute, this is too. Lucy hadn't even finished speaking. Ye Nan stretched out her hand to stop him, opened his eyes and looked at the Celestial Spirit King. Is there really no room for negotiation? The Celestial Spirit King's tone was unwavering. Even if my old friend is the child of my old friend, I still have this answer. I am not a heartless person, but Leo, the Celestial Spirit, who has committed an unforgivable sin. Ye Nan shot straight at him without any fear, and retorted, Loki protects his companions, what crime does he have? If it is a crime to protect his companions, then it's up to me. Ye Nan, Fairy Tale's light dragon, come and overthrow your damn rules in the Celestial Spirit world. It's up to me to recreate it myself. The Celestial Spirit King looked at it, touched his beard, and sighed, it really looks like I can do this without mercy. Lucy looked happy, but Loki beside her was very sad. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. The Celestial Spirit King pointed to the confused Lucy next to him and said, since this matter started with the Celestial Spirit Mage, it should end with the Celestial Spirit Mage. The last Celestial Spirit Mage failed to master the double doors and died. Then show me the double doors. After the Celestial Spirit King finished speaking, he closed his eyes, which meant that there was no room for accommodation in this matter. Etc. Loki's eyes widened and he clenched his fists. Lucy has never practiced double doors, how could she be able to double doors all at once? There simply isn't enough time now. Celestial Spirit King, isn't this embarrassing? The Celestial Spirit King still had his eyes closed, as if he hadn't heard Loki's question. But Ye Nan laughed and agreed. Okay, I agree. You are not allowed to go back on your word. Wait, Ye Nan. Loki quickly said, it's difficult to open double doors, or... Even before he finished speaking, Ye Nan blocked his mouth and smiled gently, I believe Lucy. After all, she is the daughter of Fiori's strongest celestial spirit magician who once opened the Gate of Eclipse. Ye has never doubted Lucy's talent in celestial spirit magic. Double doors will definitely work. Ye Nan. Lucy looked moved. Even she herself doubted whether she could double open the door. After all, as a celestial spirit mage, she was very aware of the difficulty of double opening the door. But Ye Nan believed in her so firmly. Since you agreed, let's get started. The celestial spirit king spoke slowly, opened his eyes and remained motionless. Lucy took a deep breath. She knew whether she could succeed this time, whether Loki could return to the celestial spirit world, and whether he could respond to Ye Nan's expectations. Just look at it this time. It must be successful. Aquarius, Aries, Taurus, Gemini. Wait, celestial spirits, you must bless me to succeed. Double doors. Open it. The door of Aries. Aries. As well as the door of Taurus. Taurus. Lucy took out 2 golden keys, one on the left and one on the right, emitting extremely brilliant golden light at the same time. The brilliance is particularly dazzling. Loki covered his eyes and couldn't open them. Did it succeed? No. This sentence was said by the celestial spirit king, who squinted his eyes and looked at these lights. The magic power is still far away. Double doors require powerful magic to support them. This is absolutely impossible. You've made a mistake, celestial spirit king. Ye Nan looked calmly, without even blinking in the face of this dazzling golden light. Don't forget whose magic power is in Lucy's body. That magic. Even now I still can't vent my feelings. Ye Nan grinned, opened her mouth, and roared loudly. Lucy! Bloom your brilliance! Ah! Lucy roared, and a holy magic power rose into the sky. Along with the beautiful white light, the celestial spirits of Taurus and Aries appeared beside her. Success! Celestial Spirit King stroked his beard, his face full of joy. In this case, then I will let Loki. Wait, Celestial Spirit King. Ye Nan spoke up to stop him. We have to continue watching the show. 387. The Celestial Spirit King's eyes widened. How could it be possible? Isn't it over yet? The Celestial Spirit King looked over. Zhang stood there unable to move. Lucy's side appeared one after another. Aquarius, Gemini, Cancer. All the celestial spirit possessed by Lucy appeared beside Lucy and dissipated within a second. Along with the white light pillar, it dissipated together. That's it. Celestial Spirit King closed his eyes. You all agree that Leo Celestial Spirit Leo will return to the world of Celestial Spirit. That's fine. I agree. The Celestial Spirit King dissipated in place. Loki was so moved that he burst into tears. After so long, he could finally return to the world of Celestial Spirit. Thanks. Thanks. While constantly apologizing, Loki disappeared and returned to the world of Celestial Spirit. There is only one golden key left, representing the Celestial Spirit of Leo, in Lucy's hand. Lucy looked at the golden key. Let's go. Ye Nan opened his mouth and smiled. Yet. Lucy held Ye Nan's hand. The two left here together. Wait until the two of them are far away. The starlight reappeared, and the figure of the Celestial Spirit King reappeared on the spot and sighed. White Dragon King, Akazano, is this your child? He might surpass you. After saying these words, the Celestial Spirit King disappeared from the place. Chapter 130. The next day, early in the morning. The guild couldn't be quiet anymore, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ye Nan and Lucy, and Celestial Spirit Loki. Is Loki actually a celestial spirit? Natsu's voice echoed throughout the guild. Others were also looking at Loki up and down, but their brain circuits were no longer on the same line. They couldn't help but think about Rocky Playboy. If a child is born from a celestial spirit and a human being, is the child a celestial spirit or a human being? And is the celestial spirit also lustful? Everyone at Fairy Tale feels that this may be an issue worth studying. After returning to the celestial spirit world, Loki returned to his original appearance, with lion hair and more fancy glasses, but his overall appearance remained unchanged. The only thing that has changed is the power. Compared with the original Rocky, this roadbed has much more experience. Loki didn't mind others looking at him, and he even continued to pose handsomely. Natsu is still a little confused. Aren't celestial spirits all cows and horses? Loki explains. Isn't the Virgo that Natsu knew also in human form? Natsu's mind couldn't help but recall the scene when he saw Virgo for the first time. He was a gorilla. Very bad memories. Natsu quickly shook off the terrifying memory and retorted, that guy can turn into a gorilla at any time. When Loki recalled Virgo's random appearance in the celestial spirit world, Loki's face fell. Feel the same? That's right. Lucy, who was drinking juice next to her, spoke. Loki is the celestial spirit of Leo. Lion. Natsu and Happy were even more interested. They grabbed Loki's arm and studied it, poking here and there. The word well appeared on Loki's head, and he punched it down. Natsu and Happy crouched down with their heads in their hands, a big bump appeared on their heads, and they were crying. Happy, Loki is so strong now. Rocky ignored these two living treasures, walked to Lucy, and also ordered an orange juice and a bouquet of roses. Lysina smiled politely and brought over the orange juice and roses. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki picked up the roses and held one in his mouth, handsome. All the remaining roses were sent to Lucy's side. Loki looked as affectionate as the sea. Ah, beautiful Miss Lucy, I have been deeply infatuated with you since the first time I saw you. Lucy's mouth twitched, her face was speechless, and she rolled her eyes. Didn't you run away immediately when you first saw me? Loki's handsome face quickly beautified, and the whole person turned into the appearance of a girl's cartoon, even more affectionate. That was all because I was ignorant when I was young, but now I have deeply realized the charm of Miss Lucy. Loki knelt down on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands, and dedicated it to the Supreme Alice. D.B. Lucy was just about to reach out to receive the bouquet of roses. One hand took the rose bouquet instead of Lucy. A blush spread across Lucy's cheeks. Ye Nan played with the rose, and after smelling the fragrance, she said, I am Lucy's boyfriend, so I accepted it for Lucy, you go. Ha! Loki's face was full of displeasure, and his face was full of veins. He stood up and looked at him. Ye Nan showed no weakness and looked at Loki. There were sparks in the eyes of the two people. I am Lucy's celestial spirit, I advise you not to be disrespectful. Unfortunately, celestial spirit is just a pet. To Lucy, you are just that. Lucy sat there, her head was shut down, and her face was steaming. Ha ha! Lucy's eyes were blurred, and the corners of her mouth raised unconsciously. Are these two men jealous because of her? And they are two handsome guys. Ah, so happy. Just when Lucy was still intoxicated with happiness. Ye Nan and Luoji suddenly hugged each other, both of them burst into tears. Brothers. Dude. The love is as deep as the sea, and Lucy seems to be superfluous. Lucy opened her eyes and looked at the scene of Ye Nan and Rocky hugging each other. The corners of her mouth kept twitching. What on earth was going on? Keep licking. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild laughed. Some had banquets, some drank, some ate meat, and some bickered. It was so joyful. Under these joyous sounds, Rocky was going back soon. Before leaving, he took out 4 tickets. Ye Nan and Lucy looked at the 4 tickets. Ye Nan picked up one of the tickets and saw that it was Akane Resort Paradise, the most popular sea sightseeing resort and high-end hotel in the entire kingdom. Lucy was just about to exit. Loki replied with a smile, his tone and eyes full of gratitude, "This is a ticket that I didn't use when I was still here. I have been taken care of by you for so long, which can be regarded as a little kindness." After saying that, Loki disappeared in front of him and returned to the celestial spirit world. Resort. Lucy's eyes were starry, and her mind was fantasizing about doing romantic things with Ye Nan at the resort. Ah, baby, you are hurt. My dear, are you okay? I'll carry you. Thinking of these plots unfolding, Lucy couldn't wait to go to the resort with Ye Nan to develop love in the next second. Oh, the resort. I want to go too. Natsu ran over at some point and looked at the ticket in Lucy's hand, also full of excitement. Lucy's fantasy was completely shattered, and she looked at Natsu with an evil expression. Tisk. This straight man. However, Lucy also understood that it was impossible for her to live a 2-person world with Ye Nan. This ticket was for 4, which meant that 4 people could go to the resort unless 2 tickets were wasted. Otherwise, it would be impossible to go with Ye Nan. Oh, Akane Resort, I really want to go there too. Urza walked over with a smile on her face. Well. Lucy answered decisively, yes, yes. Just kidding, the Queen of Fairies is going, how can she, a little minion, refuse? If refused. Understand the resentful gaze from the Fairy Queen. No matter what, I will definitely agree. Then everyone is here, we will go on vacation soon. Before Lucy could finish her words, another scary person walked over next to her. I want to go to the resort too. Myra Jane had a smile on her face, but she kept making fists with her hands, making a sound of clicking bones. Gilu. Lucy swallowed, this eldest sister is even more untouchable. But, there are only 4. Lucy closed her eyes, not daring to look, and was only halfway through her words. Boom. Myra Jane slapped her palm on the wall, I will go to Yan. Lucy was scared and nodded numbly and stiffly. As for who was kicked off the team. Of course it's the straight guy, Natsu. Chapter 131. Marajana's eyes were on Natsu. Stare. Natsu and Happy kept retreating in a cold sweat, not daring to make any move. Akane Resort is the most popular seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a large amusement park for customers to enjoy, and there are also high-end hotels nearby for rest and dining. This is a famous holiday paradise. The sun is shining brightly at noon, which is a perfect time for swimming. Especially when we come to the seaside tourist resort. What if I don't go swimming? Among the crowds of passers-by, Ye Nan was wearing blue swimming trunks, her 6-pack abs were particularly conspicuous on her abdomen, but she wore a mask on her face. No way! He is so hot! The flow of passengers here is so large. If he didn't wear a mask, he would probably be overcrowded and surrounded for his own safety. Ye Nan is so attentive that she doesn't forget to wear a mask even when swimming. Are you done? Ye Nan urged Urza, Myra Jane and Lucy to go into the changing room to change into swimsuits. An hour had passed and they still hadn't come out even now. Stand here. Ye Nan felt a lot of pressure and felt the curious eyes of people around her. Ye Nan was particularly afraid of being recognized. Then this beautiful vacation can no longer go on. Ye Nan even heard the news that made many of his faces darken in the crowd of people coming and going. Have you heard? Master Ye Nan tore up the appointment letter of Shenchi. As expected of Mr. Ye Nan, he is so handsome and domineering. It would be great if I could marry him in the future. That's right, God will bring you a beautiful encounter. 3 beautiful girls walked past Ye Nan. Moment. Ye Nan came back with trembling hands, holding a newspaper. The big page above is shocked. Guanglong Ye Nan disdains the top 10 magicians and calls the top 10 magicians trash. Although it was all true, he got angry again because of the wizard newspaper. And it brought even more terrifying popularity and belief. Although he didn't want this to be the case at all. What is this? Ye Nan was so angry that she tore up the newspaper and stomped on it several times. She didn't even know the principles of real-time reporting. Why is it that whatever he does, the magician newspapers can report it? He, Ye Nan, really doesn't want to be famous. He wants to keep a low profile. Boom. The door to the fitting room opens. Ye Nan stopped her anger, turned her gaze away, and was momentarily stunned. What is this? The first thing to come out is Myra Jane, whose extremely bold swimsuit complements her aggressive character. Very good. Black bikini, anyone who sees it will say something. Charming little devil. With an aggressive smile still on her face, Myra Jane walked slowly over, touched Ye Nan's chin, and raised his head. Marajana's head also leaned forward, nose to nose. Too close. Ye Nan's cheeks were slightly red, a little embarrassed. No matter in the past life or in this life, he was just a single man. Can't stand teasing. Big sister, please respect yourself. I never thought you would be embarrassed sometimes. Myra Jane had an aggressive smile on her face. She smiled even more wantonly and observed various parts of Ye Nan's cheeks. The more he observed, the more amazed Inraj became. This guy is simply inhumanly handsome. Even if he is so close and observed in such detail, he still can't find any flaws. He is so handsome to an astonishing degree. Ye Nan feels the same way. Her face is as white as a flaw, her big and smart eyes are full of stars, her white hair is like a demon, but she is like a demon, and she matches it with the black swimsuit. That's just right, the figure should be concave and convex. Ye Nan felt like he couldn't bear it any longer. She is simply a succubus in the world. Myra Jane became interested and continued to seduce Ye Nan, becoming more and more unscrupulous. Hey! What a shameless woman! Urza's voice sounded next to her. Myra Jane turned her head, the word well appeared on her head, and said angrily, "Cowardly woman, do you have any objections to this guy? So what if you have an opinion?" Ye Nan patted her chest and thanked Urza in her heart for her help. After adjusting her condition slightly, Ye Nan raised her head and fell into the petrified state again. Ah, this! The Urza in front of her was even more beautiful than Myra Jane. I basically wear tight clothes on weekdays, so I can't see any skin at all. But today, a large area of skin was exposed, which made Ye Nan a little confused. Urza had a kind of contrasting beauty. Ye Nan originally thought that Urza would wear a more conservative swimsuit. But I didn't expect that Urza would dress so openly. Red and white swimsuit. Urza's red hair covered one eye, and the other eye was clear and translucent. There was always a smile on the corner of her mouth, and her red hair was tied up high. This beautiful ruby is in full bloom. There is a deep softness hidden in the queen's temperament. The swimsuit brings out the tenderness hidden in the bones. What a beautiful ruby! Ye Nan was filled with wonder and took the initiative to speak out. Even if it's just a normal sound. But Urza and Myra Jane were not ordinary people, and they both heard the praise. The corners of Urza's mouth turned up even higher. Myra Jane turned her head away without even looking at Ye Nan. Snort! Go watch your Urza! Lucy's anxious voice came from the fitting room. Ye Nan, come in and help me. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ye Nan's face turned serious and she rushed into the fitting room. Lucy, I'll be right there. Very good. Just enough to get rid of Urza and Marajana's entanglement. And Lucy was in such a hurry, she must have run into some trouble, and he had to rush over as soon as possible. Maybe something unexpected will happen, such as an enemy attack or something like that. Ah! The screams of countless girls came from the fitting room. There is something perverted. Ye Nan didn't care about these girls at all and kept walking in the direction of Lucy's voice. What's wrong? Lucy. Ye Nan looked up and froze on the spot. Lucy's belt couldn't be pushed up no matter what she did. She was about to cry and said coquettishly, Ye Nan, I'm fat again and I can't fasten it. Come and help me pick it up. Ye Nan was immediately petrified and passed out on the spot. Never come again. This is really too exciting. Ye Nan. Ye Nan. Lucy's eyes widened. Ye Nan suddenly fell into a coma. This was a bit unexpected to her, and even more so to her defense. Now it's good, all the prepared plans have been ruined. What the hell is this? Lucy is going crazy. Chapter 132. On the other side, the Magic Council. Because Ye Nan tore up the appointment letter of the 10 Wizard Saints, and also threatened that all the 10 Wizard Saints were garbage, there was a heated discussion. This is simply a slap in the face of the council. Naturally, the council will not tolerate such a thing happening. The majesty of the Senate is no longer needed. A dark space, through various projection magics, projected all the members into this dark space, and no one could see their faces clearly. The magic 5-pointed star shines brightly in the middle, and in each corner, there are 2 or 3 members of Congress, and only a few of them are the most conspicuous. It's so arrogant, fairy tale, to actually look down on the 10 holy magicians who accept our fate. One of the congressmen was shaking all over and holding a newspaper in his hand. Another congressman also said in a deep voice. What's even worse is that this has been publicized, and the council's face has been completely ruined. It is recommended to take immediate measures. At the same time, the congressman in the other corner was equally silent. The opinion of the majority of council members was to sanction fairy tale. Almost unanimously approved by the audience. Even Congressman Xiao Ma's persuasion was a bit weak. Fairy tale really went too far in this matter. It would be nice to accept the title of the Holy 10 Great Magicians. Another corner. The same dark figure spoke. Everyone, you might as well let fairy tale go for now. The major commentators glared at this man. What's wrong? Kaikarian, you must know that you are a member of the Holy 10. Fairy tale scolded you, do you still want to speak for them? None of the major council members look very good looking. Fairy tale is so arrogant. Is there really nothing the council can do? Zeke Kleindu speaks for fairy tale. If there are no sanctions, won't the council of ministers lose their dignity? Cheek Lean always remained expressionless and spoke lightly. No, everyone, there are more important things that need to be dealt with than this matter. The meeting suddenly became immersed, and all the members' eyes were directed towards Kaikarian. Cheek Lean smiled mysteriously. Also, Lamia Scale Guild. Akaraga, who replaced Ye Nan and became the 9th of the new Holy 10 Magicians, looked at the newspaper in his hand with a smile. The mother-in-law came and struck the cane. Akaraga, are you still here? The turtle dove didn't care, put down the newspaper, raised his head, and his broad face appeared in the sun. I'm just looking forward to meeting Mr. Ye Nan more and more. It's so interesting. The other saints all had different opinions on this. Some simply threw the newspaper away, and some didn't even read it. Serena, the number 1 among the 4 holy kings of magic, possesses 4 dragon-slaying magic crystals and is called the god of the 8 dragons. She even sneered at this. He's just a clown trying to impress people. Then Serena smashed the newspaper into fly ash. The smoke disappeared. He himself quietly walked away and traveled to the western continent. All the members of the council are confused. They don't know what Kikrane means. What could be more important and urgent than dealing with fairy tale? Kaikarian said in a deep voice. The black mage Ziref is about to be resurrected. The words just fell. Silence. Then there was a vibration that resounded through the space. The whole space shook several times. All the reviewers' eyes widened and their expressions became serious, even though they had just dealt with fairy tale. None of them are that dignified. Having reached their position, they know very well who the Black Mage Zeref is. The most vicious mage in history, the creator of demons, the Black Mage Zeref. If he could be resurrected. All the congressmen were embarrassed and unwilling to think about this matter. If the other party really comes back to life, I'm afraid it will be another bloody storm for the whole world. Many members asked solemnly. What's going on? Zeke Line. You said Zeref, the Black Mage from 400 years ago, will be resurrected. What's going on? Almost all MPs raised this question. Tower of Heaven. Cheeklin only said 4 words. The MPs who were bustling about just now suddenly became quiet again. They are also familiar with this magic. Tower of Heaven. It's a forbidden magic. An extremely evil magic that sacrifices the lives of countless people in exchange for the resurrection of one person. Could it be that? The expressions of many congressmen changed, and they all thought of a fact. Kaikarian smiled mysteriously. Zero, please give me flowers. Yes, it's just as you imagined. According to my information, someone is using the forbidden magic of Tower of Heaven to resurrect Zeref. The words just fell. Absurd. The meeting leader's roar spread throughout the space. Using forbidden magic is already an unforgivable crime, and you actually want to resurrect the Black Mage Zeref. Many congressmen also whispered among themselves. How about sending someone to the Tower of Heaven to investigate first? I think it would be better to send troops directly to suppress it. Each member of parliament put forward their own opinions. And Chikaline's opinion is. My suggestion is to use magic elf power. Cheeklin is determined. The MPs started talking louder. Is that necessary? After all, magical elf power can cause a lot of damage. Zero. And there are a lot of innocent people in Tower of Heaven too. The congressman hesitated. Those were all living creatures. It all depends on their thoughts. Kaikarian's expression remained unchanged. Zeref, anyone who resurrects Zeref will be severely damaged. This is our warning to the dark world. The MPs looked serious and silent. Magical elf power. Once launched, it will cause a large amount of irreparable damage and destroy lives. They are not willing to launch such a powerful weapon, and the elf magic power. There is no room for any mistakes. The Eastern continent can frighten the powerful Western continent from attacking, precisely because of the existence of this powerful elf magic power. They don't want to launch if it's not necessary. But the Black Mage Zeref is always a hidden danger. Agree. Agree. All the council members unanimously agreed to launch the magical elf power. Cheeklin smiled as if he had succeeded in his conspiracy. In this case, everyone, I will leave first. Cheeklin disappeared from the spot. In a certain mansion. Altair saw Cheeklin waking up, smiled and teased, as expected of you, Jalal. Kike Klein, no, Jalal smiled sinisterly, it's just a bunch of bad old men, it's not worth mentioning at all. Jalal raised his hands high, looked crazy, and showed faith in his eyes. Soon, the great Black Mage Zeref will be resurrected. Chapter 133. Looking at Jalal, who was so heartbroken, Altair had a mysterious smile on his face. But in a blink of an eye, she put it away and then spoke. But the only thing I can't figure out is why you want Simon and the others to go find Urza. Jalal smiled and raised the corners of his mouth. After such a long period of false freedom, it's time for Urza to come back. Let's go. Jalal's body stepped out of the mansion, Altair smiled and followed. Jalal's voice came back. Let's go to the council and see the grand scene of the magic elf power being released. The other side. Akana Resort. It was already night, and Urza was playing dice with Myra Jane, getting angry. I must be older than you this time. Looks like you're crazy. Urza had a sarcastic look on her face. Myra Jane lost to her 3 consecutive 0-3-0s, this feeling was really pleasant. Really good. Urza's mood remained cheerful. It seems that my sister is living a good life after betraying us. A gloomy voice sounded next to her. Urza's body stiffened suddenly. Myra Jane turned her head away, very unhappy. Ah? Who are you? The cat-like little sister licked her paw, and the yellow-haired man next to her looked at Urza with hatred in his eyes. Hello. The cat-like little sister said hello. My name is Miliana. A former companion of Urza's. But the one who was betrayed by her. The yellow-haired man next to him also introduced himself. My name is Hugh. The same person who was betrayed by Sister Urza. Myra Jane turned to look at Urza in disbelief. That Urza also has a past where she betrayed her friends? Myra Jane can't believe it. Although she quarreled with Urza every day, she knew very well that Urza was definitely not the kind of person who would betray a partner. Myra Jane wants Urza to give an explanation. But as soon as he looked over, he noticed that Urza was trembling all over. Same as then. Marajana's entire expression turned gloomy. He looked over unkindly. Zio had no interest in getting entangled with someone who was not Urza, so he took out a card, activated magic, and the surrounding area turned dark. When it lights up again, Marajana's appearance appears in the card. This way I can talk to Sister Urza properly. Zio was about to walk over. Careful, Hugh. Miliana reminded. The card in Zio's hand is vibrating. How is that possible? He must be unconscious. Zio was frightened and quickly abandoned the card. Satan's soul. In a puff of smoke, Myra Jane transformed into the demon Satan and guarded Urza's side. As long as I'm here, you can't get close to Urza. Miliana said to Hugh. The other party seems to be no ordinary person. Zio's face was solemn. I've seen it. Myra Jane and Miliana fought with Hugh. Urza was where she was, hugging herself, trembling all over, and the words Chikurain had whispered in her mind rang in her mind. Your companions now regard you as a traitor. Urza's face was gloomy, she gritted her silver teeth and fell into a daze. The mood is very unpleasant. Urza recalled the not-so-good past, the past when she was a slave in the Tower of Heaven. The other end. Akana's guest room. Ye Nan slowly touched his head, woke up from the bed and stood up slowly, a little confused. Where is this place? Why does it feel like there is a faint fragrance? This is my guest room. Lucy's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. Ye Nan watched silently, not knowing what to say. At this time. Boom! The door was broken open. Dust kicked up in the room. Ahem! Lucy coughed a few times, covered her face, and shouted, This is my guest room, there are already people, get out quickly. In the dust, a tall man with a white scarf tied on his head and an armor on his chin appeared in front of him, as well as a man playing with building blocks in his hand. Building blocks? The brick man said softly. Ye Nan and Lucy in front of them were restrained by the blocks that appeared out of thin air. The tall man stepped forward. Are you Urza's current companions? Urza! Lucy exclaimed, thinking that the other party had some purpose, but it turned out that he was here to find Urza. Wait, Lucy! Ye Nan broke open the blocks, moved her shins, and helped Lucy break open the blocks that were comfortable on her body. Sweat breaks out on the brick man's head. How can this be? The tall man was also a little surprised, but he was still calm. It's normal. After all, he is the light dragon Ye Nan, a man who can defeat the Holy Ten. Oh! Ye Nan smiled and looked at it unfathomably. It seems you know me very well. Simon. Simon's expression finally changed completely, and he said solemnly, Who are you? Ye Nan looked at Simon and the building block man and introduced herself. My name is Ye Nan. He is Urza's current companion, and he wants to help her. Deal with the man from Tower of Heaven. The expressions of Simon and the brick man changed completely, the atmosphere suddenly solidified, and the scene was very quiet. Only Lucy looked at the three of them with a puzzled look. I feel completely unable to fit in. At the same time. Come again, come again. Myra Jane threw Miliana away and smashed into the wall. Kick your foot. He kicked all of Zyashan away. Ahem. Zio covered her chest, feeling the severe pain. What kind of monster is this woman? Miliana didn't feel too well either, looking crazy. I don't know, but it's enough to know that she is the one who hinders us. Miliana jumped like a cat and rushed forward. Well done. Myra Jane looked excited, and gathered dark energy bombs in her hands, ready to throw them out. Go for it. Myra Jane threw it. Dark energy bullets hit Miliana's facade. 0.2 Miliana, get out of the way. Hugh shouted anxiously. Miliana's vision was all covered by this energy ball, and it was dark, with no other colors visible. There's no way to avoid it. Clang. A knife mark passed through. With a downcast face, Urza split the energy bomb into two, holding a sword in her hand. Urza, you want to stop me? Marajana's face darkened. Urza raised her head, her face expressionless, numb, and without the will to fight. This was just to reduce unnecessary fighting. The two were in a stalemate. Moment. Urza, Myra Jane. Ye Nan rushed over with Lucy, Simon, and others. Miliana was surprised. Brother Simon. Why would Brother Simon hang out with the guy who betrayed them again? Chapter 134. That's it for now. Here's what happened. Simon's face darkened and he explained the ins and outs of everything clearly. Then, Urza led the slaves in the Tower of Heaven to rise up and fight for freedom for these people who were deprived of their freedom. During this period, as Urza awakened her magic, the situation quickly shifted in Urza's direction. However, the good times did not last long, and just when the revolution was about to succeed, Jalal suddenly changed into a different person. He actually wants to continue building the Tower of Heaven. Then, Jalal expelled Urza. In order to help Urza regain her hope at that time, Simon gave some words of encouragement. Moreover, Jalal was so despicable that he threatened Urza with the lives of Hugh and the others and would never set foot in the Tower of Heaven from now on. He also blew up all the ships and put the blame on Urza. It aroused the hatred of those who did not escape. Jalal then deceived people, continued to build the Tower of Heaven, and resurrected Ziref, so that they could regain their freedom. People who were originally in despair now have a glimmer of hope to survive. Although, this hope is a lie. How could it be? We misunderstood Sister Urza. Miliana covered her lips, her eyes full of apology. Even Zio lowered his head. They wanted to kill Urza just now, and Urza also saved Miliana from the crazy woman just now. The debts owed are increasing. Urza lowered her head and bowed humbly. Sorry, I have never been able to save you. That's none of your business, Urza. Ye Nan looked at Simon and spoke. Where is the Tower of Heaven? I'm going to crush Jalal's dream. Simon turned his head to look at the sea, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. I can take you to the hospital. Wait a moment. Myra Jane frowned. How can we trust you that this is not your trap? Ye Nan stretched out her hand to stop Myra Jane, and said with a smile, Don't doubt people, don't doubt employees, I trust them. You. Myra Jane gritted her teeth, the risk of doing so was too great. Ye Nan looked at Marajana's appearance and shook her head slightly. If he hadn't known the plot of fairy tale, he wouldn't have dared to trust Simon and others casually, but after reading the Tower of Heaven chapter, he knew that several people were on their side. Unless there is a big change in the plot. Otherwise there would be no way Simon and the others would betray them. Miliana looked touched, but did not mention that they actually trusted her so much. To trust someone who just attacked you. Miliana couldn't believe how big this man's heart was. It would be an understatement to say he was big-hearted. Simon nodded. I will lead the way. Ye Nan grinned. Then just lead the way. When we reach the Tower of Heaven, everything will be over, even Urza's nightmare. Ye Nan. Urza's cheeks flashed with crimson. Myra Jane and Lucy looked angrily, gritting their teeth. This scumbag. 3 minutes, no, 2 seconds and I will definitely ignore him. Myra Jane and Lucy turned their heads left and right. Miliana and Zio, who were observing Urza's new companion, looked at each other and burst into laughter. Urza's new companion is so interesting. Several people quickly arrived in front of this small sailboat. It was a bit small and it was a bit reluctant to accommodate so many people. Simon fell silent. He actually forgot to consider the size of the ship. Such a small boat cannot carry so many people. It doesn't matter, just quit. Myra Jane was filled with fighting spirit and turned to look at Miliana, Zio, and the brick man. Miliana and Hugh shuddered at the same time. The devil looked over, so scary. In that case, let's go. Ye Nan smiled brightly. Let's go to the Tower of Heaven together and end Urza's nightmare. Oh yeah! Myra Jane and Lucy jumped for joy. Urza's expression was moved, her eyes flashed with tenderness. Everyone! Ye Nan is full of fighting spirit, he is coming, Jalal, are you ready? Set off! Tower of Heaven! Ye Nan, Myra Jane, Lucy, Simon, and Urza took a boat out to sea together. Miliana waved goodbye to them. You must come back safely. The magical elf power launch pad. Zeke Lane took Altair beside him and looked up at the grand preparations. Surrounded by a group of counselors and staff are busy. It's really spectacular. Kaikarian laughed and sighed. Altair also looked at it, with wonder flashing in his eyes. After all, it is the ultimate weapon of the council, the ultimate time and space-ending magic. After some preparation work, vibrations continued to spread, and the unsuspecting nearby people stared blankly at the 4 huge towers rising in the middle of the city, and the huge magic crystal in the middle. The appearance of the 4 towers fell off, and the magic crystals inside appeared. They were all magic crystals with different properties, glowing with colorful brilliance, and the huge magic crystal in the center. It radiates unprecedented brilliance. An absolute magic power that everyone present could deeply feel. That is the ultimate magic that absolutely no human in the world can withstand. Magical elf power. How beautiful and powerful. Kikure was intoxicated by this magic power and murmured in a low voice. Ziref should be resurrected in such grand style. And Jalal didn't notice. Rear. Altair looked at Jalal like this, his figure kept retreating, revealing his true face, and a mysterious smile hung on his mouth again. I'm sorry, but now that it has reached this point, it can no longer be stopped. I will continue to stay at Grimoire Heart and follow the original script. Altair looked back at Jalal's back for the last time, and slowly shook his head. I'm so sorry, Jalal, I've been saddled with another sin. Completely withdrawing his gaze, Altair slowly left without anyone noticing. Only the echo slowly passes. Only by going to the magical world can I save these tragedies and wash away my own sins. Tower of Heaven. The small sailboat is not far away, and Ye Nan is carefully observing the Tower of Heaven. It took 7 years of construction. The Tower of Heaven has been completed a long time ago, and now there are only 2 final steps left. As a sacrifice, Urza, and the magic spirit power. That would be the Tower of Heaven. Simon paddled and stood up, staring solemnly at the giant tower on the island in front of him. There are many guards around the giant tower. Chapter 135. Is that the Tower of Heaven? Myra Jane stared at the strange building in front of her. There was no doubt that it was the Tower of Heaven. Simon nodded, that was the tower of heaven that caused them so much suffering. Urza clenched her fists. Jalal. She is coming. In that case, let's get to the shore quickly. Ye Nan punched her fists, her blood boiling. I'm already on fire. A small sailboat with several people quickly landed ashore. Armor of the Heavenly Wheel. Sword of Chaos. Urza changed into the Heavenly Wheel armor, and countless swords surrounded her, turning into rays of light and shooting out in all directions. Shoot at countless guards. Countless guards fell to the ground. There is an enemy attack. The guard shouted, and countless guards were coming in this direction. Ye Nan grinned and opened her mouth. Exploding holy wind bomb. A terrifying shock wave of white light erupted from the mouth, even the tower of heaven itself shook, and countless guards were annihilated under the white light. The remaining lucky guards weren't much better. All of them dropped their weapons and collapsed on the ground. Countless guards were horrified. Monster! Monster! These guys are all monsters. The remaining guards looked at the two women who had not yet taken action. Myra Jane hedges his fists. Satan's soul. Myra Jane transformed into a demon with wings, a ferocious face, and sharp demon claws waving brightly, making her very difficult to mess with at first glance. Goo! The guards swallowed and silently turned their attention to the other woman. I can't afford to offend this person, I really can't afford to offend him. Terrible. The guards moved to Lucy's body. After looking around for a few times, they couldn't find anything special. They glanced at her with contempt. Hey! What are you looking at? Lucy yelled, what was going on with these contemptuous looks? Although she was indeed not as good as these monsters in her family, she was still very powerful. And the guards found the soft persimmon, and their eyes lit up. Catch that woman, she should be the weakest. The guards picked up their weapons and surrounded Lucy. Myra Jane didn't take any action and smiled. If you want to defeat Lucy with just this, you still have a long way to go. Lucy took a deep breath, then opened her eyes, looked serious, and took out a golden key with a lion's head in her hand. Open it. Leo's door. Leo Celestial Spirit. Leo. Brilliant golden light shines and envelops the surroundings. So dazzling. The guards all couldn't open their eyes. Wait until the light weakens slightly. Only then did the guards open their eyes and see. A handsome man with a lion's head was standing in front of Lucy, holding a rose in his mouth. Miss Lucy, let me do it. Before he finished speaking, a fist hit Loki directly. Ye Nan directly blasted Loki away. Stop talking nonsense and fight quickly. Ye Nan urged. Rocky was not hurt at all. He stood up quickly and came to Ye Nan quickly. His head was covered with veins and he was unhappy. Do you want to fight? Ah! Ye Nan was also unhappy. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Loki and Ye Nan looked at each other with anger and fighting spirit. The guards looked at each other. Is this internal strife? The guards became happy. Internal strife is good. If there is internal strife, they will be able to reap the benefits. In that case, let's compete. Okay, how do you compare? No one can defeat more minions than anyone else. Ye Nan and Luoji both agreed. Under the expressions of the guards who were about to cry, Ye Nan and Luoji swept away and released. The guards were all blown away and knocked down. Why do you always get hurt? The guards sighed and the group was destroyed. After some tidying up, Loki disappeared angrily, gritting his teeth before leaving. What a damn guy! Ye Nan proudly said. The howl of the defeated. In this competition, Ye Nan won. But it was just a small fuss after all. Ye Nan and others turned their attention to the tower above. Kill Jalal and everything will be over. Simon also looked at the tower and spoke slowly. In that case, let's set off. Ye Nan bared her teeth and smiled. Down with Jalal. Myra Jane smiled, Urza became more moved, and Lucy also laughed. This is fairy tale. I will never give up on any of my companions. It's up to them to defeat Urza's nightmare. Ye Nan and others stepped into the Tower of Heaven. Top floor of Tower of Heaven. Sitting there was a mysterious man whose face could not be seen clearly, wearing a black robe, sitting on the throne with the crystal in front of him. The picture of Ye Nan and others is playing. Guanglong, Ye Nan. The mysterious man in black robe laughed, with a particularly contemptuous smile. I see, is this the reinforcement you moved here, Urza? It's really good. But... The mysterious man in black robe put down his hood. He had a pattern on his left eye, blue hair, and an evil red light in his left eye. He was the owner of the Tower of Heaven. Jalal. Jalal's eyes sparkled with unparalleled confidence. Even the light dragon Ye Nan was confident that he could defeat him. No matter how much people outside praise Guanglong, Ye Nan praises her to the fullest. But Jalal, as a remembrance body, can achieve the level of the holy 10 great magicians. Naturally, he will not think that he is weaker than the light dragon Ye Nan that others boast about. It's just a magician who is slightly more powerful than ordinary people. Jalal looked at Ye Nan's moving figure on the crystal. I will definitely win easily. Jalal licked the corner of his mouth. As a sideshow before Ziref's resurrection, dragon hunting was also a good choice. At this time, next to him, a man wearing a white robe and exuding an elegant atmosphere walked slowly from the side and also looked at the screen, but he was not looking at Guanglong Ye Nan. But Urza. The elegant man hesitates to speak. Ji Lami saw it and fell over. Nyozea how? If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. The elegant man bowed slightly, received permission, and asked the question in his mind. My lord, why do you have to capture that traitor? You should be able to get rid of her at any time. Jalal didn't answer, slowly walked into the playback crystal, and gently stroked Urza's cheek on the screen. Without her, Ziref's resurrection would be boring. The elegant man understood, bowed slightly and expressed his apology. Sorry. Jalal turned around and smiled softly. Go entertain our guests and let them know what the Tower of Heaven is. The elegant man bowed slightly and stepped down to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Jalal is left alone at the top. Ha ha ha. Jalal suddenly burst into heart-wrenching laughter, spreading throughout the surrounding sea and sky. Urza, Ziref's sacrifice, is your inevitable fate. Chapter 136. The other side. Ye Nan and others walked into the Tower of Heaven and were in an aisle full of crystals on both sides. It's safe and sound for now. Sudden. Jalal's image appeared on the crystal. Jalal's image appeared on all the crystals. Very scary. This is. Myra Jane looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, not quite understanding what was going on. On the contrary, Simon and Urza said in a deep voice at the same time. Jalal. He is Jalal. Myra Jane was surprised and looked at the handsome Jalal. You can't tell he is quite handsome, although not as handsome as Ye Nan. Normally, Ye Nan would be very happy that Myra Jane could praise him. But it's obviously not a relaxing atmosphere now. Ye Nan looked at Jalal calmly and curled up her lips. Are you just going to hide behind the crystal? Jalal talks to himself. Long respected name, Guanglong Ye Nan. Ye Nan watched quietly without saying a word. Jalal felt a little bored, so he turned his attention to Urza next to him. Jalal. Urza stared and gritted her teeth. Why did the once kind and gentle Jalal become what he is today? Jalal smiled evilly and said hello. Long time no see, Urza. I'm glad you're back here, back at home. Urza's eyes wavered. Boom. A shattering sound brought Urza back from her thoughts. Ye Nan broke a crystal. The image of Jalal was intermittent and disappeared after a moment. However, the other magic crystals were still intact, and Jalal's annoying image was still projected inside. Why are you so angry, Your Excellency Guanglong? Jalal's laughter became even more wanton. Ha ha ha. Crazy enough to laugh non-stop, Jalal's madness is fully displayed on the screen. Madman. Marajana's face darkened and she made a comment to Jalal. Jalal turned his head. This is not a madman, Miss Myra Jane, this is a great ritual to resurrect Zeref. Let's play a game. Jalal smiled a little mysteriously. In 10 minutes, the magic spirit power will bombard this place. Before that, I want Urza to be sacrificed and perform a ritual to resurrect Zeref. If you can prevent this from happening, then you win. How's it going? It's very simple. Jalal states the rules. Ye Nan is not in the habit of playing games with Jalal, let alone pampering him and looking at him coldly. All images of Jalal disappeared, and everything returned to its previous calm. Jalal. Urza was dejected, and no matter what, she couldn't figure out why Jalal became like this. Myra Jane patted Urza's shoulder. Urza looked back. Myra Jane smiled brightly. The top priority is to stop Jalal and Zeref's resurrection, and being timid before fighting is not the style of our fairy queen. Or. The corners of Marajana's mouth curled up and raised, are you ready to admit defeat to me? Hey! Veins popped up on Urza's head, and she was furious, who would admit defeat to a woman like you? Just wait, I will definitely beat you to it and defeat Jalal. I am the one who defeated Jalal. It's me. Myra Jane and Urza fight each other. Ye Nan rushed over to break up the fight, very confident. Stop talking, I am the one who defeated Jalal. Shut up. Turning their heads, Urza and Myra Jane said in unison. Ye Nan twitched the corners of her mouth and walked back silently and calmly. These two women were really untouchable. This is. Simon didn't quite understand. Lucy smiled beside her and said. Don't mind, this is just a way for them to express their friendship. In fact, they love each other more than anyone else. Simon nodded thoughtfully. Lucy. Behind Lucy came two eyes full of murderous intent, one with a green light and the other with a red light. Sweating profusely, Lucy swallowed. Seems like she did something stupid. Feel sorry. Lucy turned her head and closed her eyes, waiting for the verdict to come, but she didn't feel it for a long time. Lucy tentatively opened one eye to take a peek, then blushed. Myra Jane and Urza are arguing again. Pfft. Simon finally understood fairy tales style, and he was so happy. Top of the Tower of Heaven. Jalal was visiting a chess game in front of him. On the opposite side there were only kings, knights, rooks, and cannons, but on their side, they had rooks, knights, cannons, and knights. No king. Or maybe the king has not been resurrected yet. Jalal silently moved the two chess pieces and smiled, judging from the number of people, our side has the advantage. You are right. Jalal raised his head and looked away from the chessboard. The Assassination Guild. The Skull and Bones Society. 3 Feathered Crows. Vitaluda's Eagle. Owl. And Captain Akaraga. Among the 3 people in front of him, Akaraga slowly opened his amber pupils and stared at Jalal silently. The 3 of them put their hands on their chests at the same time and bowed slightly. Assassination Guild and Skull and Bones Guild, 3 Feathered Crows, all are here. Jalal's deep voice was like a dark ghost, this game would be boring without you guys. 3 Feathered Crows. Vitaluda's Eagle licked his lips and took out a cannon from Jalal's chessboard. I've long wanted to meet these fairies, so I'll leave that devil to me. The turtle dove also picked up a chess piece, the knight. Although I am very interested in the light dragon, I am even more interested in this fairy queen. Xiao Xiao shrugged at the same time and picked up the car. Since you have chosen your opponent, then my opponent can only be this extremely difficult car. Jalal laughed and raised his arms. 3 of you, I wish you a happy game. Ha ha ha! From the top of the Tower of Heaven, crazy laughter came again. Everyone in the 3 feathered crows went out to find their respective opponents. There are still 10 minutes left. In 10 minutes, the Black Mage Zeref will return. Council. Everything is ready for launch. The magic crystal emits unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire city. 4 magic crystals with different properties send energy towards the large crystal in the center. The large crystal is particularly brilliant, and countless rays of light shoot straight into the sky, carrying unparalleled power and power, non-stop. Flying quickly towards the Tower of Heaven. All the people saw this shocking scene. Chikurain, Jalal's missing body, showed a smile of success. Ha ha ha. Evil laughter spread all around. Nothing can stop. Chapter 137. Ye Nan and others walked to the Tower of Heaven, and Lucy and Simon, as a viewing duo, looked around. Among a bunch of monsters, the 2 of them couldn't be considered a fighting force at all. Lucy was okay, at least she could provide some assistance during the fight, but Simon really didn't have any fighting ability at all to help. Ye Nan and others headed to the top of the passage leading to the Tower of Paradise. If we keep going like this, I believe we will soon be able to successfully reach the Tower of Heaven, defeat Jalal, and get rid of Urza's nightmare. At this time, Ye Nan and others stopped and looked above their heads. There were 3 people standing in front of them blocking the road, each with high arrogance and arrogant expressions. Exactly, coming from the top of the Tower of Heaven. The 3 feathered crow that stopped Ye Nan and others from going to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Who are you? Myra Jane said solemnly, the person who came here is obviously not good, so it is better to find out the details first. The 3 feathered crow jumped down from a high place and fell into the crystal ground, kicking up dust. Ahem. Lucy and Simon coughed twice and looked solemnly at the 3 shadows inside the smoke. Ye Nan, Urza, and Myra Jane looked calm, and they could roughly see the strength of these 3 people. That's it. It's just the one in the middle that's a little tricky, but the rest are not that great. We are. The voice of 3 feathered crows came from the smoke, loud and loud, reaching everyone's ears. Assassination Guild. Special Operations Team of the Skull and Bones Society, Hado. We haven't waited for the reaction from Ye Nan and others. The vehicle in the smoke hit Myra Jane, who had not yet transformed, and flew out with it. Ah! Myra Jane hit the crystal directly and coughed up blood. Without transformation, she was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Vitaluda's eagle rushed out of the smoke with a cannon, looked at Jalal who had not yet transformed into a demon, and laughed, "Are you my opponent? Demon Jalal?" Vidalda's eagle crushed the cannon in his hand, which meant that Myra Jane was dead today. He will take care of Myra Jane himself. You are so bold. UBD. Demon's souls. Satan. Myra Jane transformed into the demon Satan, with demonic aura soaring into the sky, and a pillar of demonic aura soared into the sky, overturning the vehicle, and the surrounding winds roared, "Ah! The power of Satan appears." What? Vitaluda's eagle was completely shocked. His magic was broken so easily. This script is completely wrong. Wasn't he supposed to kill Myra Jane? Didn't Myra Jane deserve her reputation? So what exactly is this momentum and power? Go to hell. Myra Jane raised a large dark magic ball in her hand and threw it in the direction of Vidalda's eagle. Looking at this energy ball, Vitaluda's eagle covered his face and shouted out of fear, "No!" Boom! With the roar of the explosion, Vitaluda's eagle fell unconscious and lay unconscious with scars all over his body. Marajana's face was full of ferocity, and she said something. "You dare to attack me with this little ability, you idiot!" After saying these words, Myra Jane transformed again into that harmless white-haired fragile beautiful girl. But now everyone present dare not look at Myra Jane head-on. This woman! I really can't afford it. Simon swallowed, his expression was shocked, and he couldn't believe it, that one of the 3 feathered crows was killed with just such a move. Lucy waved her hand. This is all normal operation for a big sister. Lucy's eyes twitched. This Myra Jane sister was still so violent. She recalled the experience of doing missions with this sister and she was still alive. Lucy feels like she should thank God for blessing. Sister Myra Jane is merciful. Xiao Xiao swallowed and took a few steps back. The Vitaluta's eagle was instantly killed, so he went to challenge Che. Ye Nan shouldn't also be instantly killed. Do not be afraid. Captain Akaraga's subconscious mind is that it's your turn. Xiao Xiao also understood and did not dare to disobey the captain's order. He could only rush out of the smoke and came to Ye Nan's side, his body trembling. Your opponent is me. Xiao. Even the talking owl stammered, not daring to speak too loudly, and then slowly took out the rook's chess piece and wanted to crush it. But under Ye Nan's sight, there was no need for strength. Gilu. Xiao Xiao dropped the chess piece in his hand, squatted down, knelt down, and kept kowtowing. Sorry, I'm in the way, don't mind, brother. 0, please give me flowers. Ye Nan was speechless. He felt something was wrong from the moment this guy came out. He didn't expect him to be so cowardly. It's simply a disgrace to the Assassination Guild. Ye Nan hurriedly said that if his team was so cowardly, they would simply commit suicide on the spot, which would be extremely embarrassing. Akaraga's mood was particularly complicated at this time. What could this be? Was the opponent too powerful or they were too weak? One was instantly killed with one move, and the other was even more outrageous and kneeled down directly. Alas! They are all people who cannot be led, so let me do it. Akaraga slowly walked out of the smoke and looked at Urza in front of him. I am Captain Akaraga. Gently crush the horse in your hand. Crushed into powder. Your opponent is me. Akaraga released a huge amount of magic power. A drop of cold sweat ran down Urza's head. She was so strong. She was completely different from the two people just now. Come on. Urza, if you can't kill me instantly with one move, you've lost to me. Myra Jane watched the excitement and didn't take it too seriously. A vein appeared on the top of Urza's head, and she turned around and shouted angrily, if you can kill this opponent with one move, you can try it. Myra Jane folded her hands and turned her head. It is true that this opponent cannot be killed in one move, but it is still a matter of using a few more moves. Not worth mentioning at all. If Urza loses, then she will definitely laugh at Urza. Urza, you fight first, I'll go to the roof first. Ye Nan shouted loudly and ran towards the top of the Tower of Heaven. Only by solving Jalal can everything end. Wait a minute, I'm going too. Myra Jane followed. Lucy and Simon are on Urza's side to prevent accidents. In response, Akaraga did not stop him. Dealing with just one Urza put him under a lot of pressure, and he was completely powerless against the remaining two monsters. I hope Lord Jalal is okay. Turtle Dove can only pray silently. Then, Akaraga looked at Urza eagerly, becoming more and more suspicious of the magic power in her body. Urza also put on armor and a sword, and the magic power in her body also surged. Lucy and Simon also had magical powers at the same time, ready to help Urza. Chapter 138. On their way to the Tower of Heaven with Myra Jane, Ye Nan encountered another roadblock, a man wearing a white robe and exuding an elegant temperament. Marajana's hair suddenly rose. This was a feeling that none of the three people had felt just now. It was called sense of crisis. There was nothing strange about Ye Nan, she just stared at the man in front of her. There was nothing unusual about the elegant man in front of him. His expression was still as calm as water. He looked at the two of them and said, you can go up if you want, but one person needs to be left behind. Ye Nan frowned and was about to take action to kill the person in front of him. Myra Jane stopped Ye Nan, who was about to take action. Time is tight, go to the top floor to find Jalal, and leave this guy to me. The soul of Satan, Myra Jane transformed into the demon Satan and rushed forward carrying the ball of darkness. Ye Nan turned around and ran towards the top of the tower. Since 290 Myra Jane wants to fight, then let her have fun. Myra Jane is very strong, and that man is no match for Myra Jane. Ye Nan looked up at the roof. Jalal, here I come. After quickly walking through the aisles and stairs, Ye Nan arrived at the top of the tower. Saw Jalal at the top of the tower. Jalal looked surprised that this Ye Nan could actually come here, but then he smiled cruelly. So what if he comes here, is he his opponent? Ye Nan looked around and said. It's not good here, let's fight somewhere else. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A ball of light appeared in Ye Nan's hand, and the white light shining on the ball spread quickly. Jalal's signals are on constant alert. Not good. Chikurain disappeared in the distance and returned to Jalal's body. If he didn't do this, he would probably be wiped out by this move. This move gave him a sense of crisis. His missing body is a missing body that differentiates his strength. If he hadn't recalled his missing body back into his body, he might not even be as strong as an S-class fish. But even now that the missing body has been recalled, this strong sense of crisis has only weakened slightly. So strong. Jalal was shocked in his heart. He originally thought that Guanglong's name was blown out by others, but he never expected that it was so strong. A terrifying white light enveloped Jalal. This is... Jalal looked around at Bai Kaikai's world. A strong sense of erosion enveloped his whole body, his head felt dizzy, and severe pains came from everywhere in his body. Jalal fell to his knees directly on the ground, holding his stomach. Extremely painful. Welcome to my world. Ye Nan looked down from high, like a dragon god, exuding a terrifying sense of coercion. Jalal instantly felt like he was being targeted by a prehistoric monster. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? Jalal raised his head in shock. This is not scientific at all. Why is Guanglong Ye Nan so strong? At this age, even a genius should not be so strong after hard training. Admit defeat. Ye Nan still looked down, her eyes unwavering. Jalal gritted his teeth, supported his body and stood up slowly. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? I am Jalal, the man who wants to resurrect Zeref. Jalal endured the pain, and the light body magic circle appeared on his hand, meteor. Jalal's figure disappeared in place as he spoke, moving at such a high speed that even the afterimage couldn't catch up. Ye Nan remained motionless on the spot, as if stunned. Ha ha ha, what's up? You can't see clearly. This is my magic. Jalal was so proud that he thought Ye Nan couldn't see his movement clearly. This magic can make his body move as fast as a meteor. But it makes no difference to Ye Nan. It's all in slow motion. Ye Nan's face was full of disappointment and boredom, and she said, if that's all you can do, then I'm so disappointed, Jalal. Ye Nan's figure disappeared in place. Jalal's eyes widened looking left and right. Where? Where? Boom. A fist hit Jalal in the abdomen. Jalal knelt down directly on his knees and lay on the white ground. He kept spitting out bitter water and scratching the ground. Damn it! The gap can't be so big. Ye Nan retracted her fist, and the fist that penetrated deep into her abdomen returned to the distance, looking down. Unfortunately, Jalal, the strength gap between you and me is really too big. Impossible. Li Area went crazy or asked, how could it be possible for my top 10 magicians to be defeated so easily by a nobody like you? Jalal's legs were shaking slightly, but he still stood up with tenacious will, swaying his body, raising his hands high, with a look of madness on his face. Repent in the endless darkness. Light Dragon Ye Nan. Countless wines gathered on Jalal's hands, his hands were crossed, and a simulated black hole that could suck in everything appeared in front of him. The terrifying suction force sweeps around. Jalal laughed loudly, clenched his fists, and was full of confidence in this magic. He explained, Light Dragon, what you are best at is light magic, right? But in the celestial body, there are things that even light cannot escape. That's it, a black hole. Breathe everything in and tear the enemy in front of me into pieces. Jalal yelled, and the suction of the black hole became even stronger. Even the world of white light created by Ye Nan became unstable. Ha ha ha, you saw it. Light Dragon Ye Nan. Jalal looked at the instability of the white light world and became even more proud. This is my magic, don't look down on me. BD. Ye Nan sighed, his body standing on the spot without even moving. Trying to suck him in with just this little suction force was undoubtedly a fantasy. Dragon's Claw. Ye Nan's hand gently passed over it, and the black hole was easily destroyed, and the terrifying suction force disappeared. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jalal couldn't understand why Ye Nan's power of 0.5 was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. Isn't he human? Why are humans so powerful? If it's a real black hole, I can't help it, but your black hole is still far away. Ye Nan slowly walked over and slowly told a cruel reality. That is, his strength is not on the same level as Jalal's. Jalal can't accept it even more. Why on earth is this? Could it be that the magic that he has worked hard and endured countless tortures is not as good as the magic that someone younger than him has developed? What a joke! He is a genius who has ranked among the top 10 magicians with his remembrance body at a young age. He has not yet resurrected Ziref, how could he die here? The light body magic circle appeared again in Jalal's hand. Chapter 139. Celestial Magic. 7-star Sword. Holding back the pain everywhere, Jalal released his most powerful celestial magic, the 7-star Sword. Leap high. 7 light bodies connected to form the Big Dipper shine. The 7-star symbol appeared on the ground where Ye Nan was. Go to hell. Light Dragon Ye Nan. Jalal controlled the 7 stars and turned into stars falling from the sky, carrying unparalleled power and impact. Boom! The stars hit the ground, drowning Ye Nan, and countless strong lights enveloped Ye Nan. It's not over yet. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 6 stars slowly followed, falling one by one, increasing the power of this move. Even the top 10 magicians would definitely not feel comfortable after taking this move. Ha ha ha, just die. Jalal fell from the sky and laughed crazily, this is my power. The light slowly dissipated, leaving Ye Nan intact, not even the corners of her clothes were broken. 03 Is this all you have? Ye Nan looked at it with disappointment on his face. The Jalal in front of him was too weak. No wonder he was defeated by Natsu in the original work. Although Natsu is cheating. And Natsu is invincible during cheating. For example, the Black Dragon Akunakia and the Black Mage Ziref are no match for Natsu when cheating. But this can also reflect Jalal's current weakness. Really weak mentally. Jalal took a few steps back, his face constantly wavering, and he murmured loudly and yelled wildly, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can my strongest magic not do any harm at all? Light Dragon! Light Dragon! As he muttered this word, Jalal's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled evilly, I understand. It's not that you are great, but that you are too restrained on me. Damn Dragon Slayer! Ye Nan slowly typed a question mark, what kind of Dragon Slayer is he? He is a blue-eyed white dragon. Now he doesn't want to explain it to the people here. Really no knowledge at all. I can't even understand the power of the blue eyes white dragon. Ye Nan was speechless. How many people had misunderstood the power of the blue-eyed white dragon and became Dragon Slayer? Ye Nan is speechless. Seeing Ye Nan's speechless look, Jalal thought he had guessed it right and became even more excited. He murmured to himself on the spot, I see, that's it. You swallowed all my light into your belly. It's because your magic restrained me too much. Jalal was as happy as a 3-year-old child, comforting himself. It's not that I'm weak, it's just because you restrained me. Ye Nan was speechless. He had never remembered the setting that the blue eyes white dragon could consume all its power. This was purely because this magic could not break his dragon scales at all. It's that simple. There is no such thing as restraint. Forget it, since Jalal likes to comfort himself, let him comfort himself. I'm here, Jalal. Ye Nan's eyes narrowed and she rushed forward. Jalal panicked for a moment, then calmed down and sneered, "Damn it, light dragon, if you think I only know celestial magic, you are totally wrong." Fire of punishment. Jalal's hands burst out with golden flames, 2 pairs of fists rushed forward, and activated the magic meteor acceleration. In terms of physical skills, he is not weak either. Let's see what's going on. Jalal waved his fist with golden flames and rushed forward, shouting. Ye Nan remained silent and punched out with her fist. Moment. It broke through the golden flames and hit Jalal directly in the face, knocking him unconscious. However, the golden flames on his hands were still burning slowly. Ye Nan looked at Jin Yan and was silent for a moment. The flame of punishment, this flame is really not worthy of you, Jalal, you are the one who deserves to be punished the most right now. The flames of punishment slowly extinguished. Jalal rolled his eyes, lost. The outcome is determined. The surrounding white light space slowly disappeared and returned to the familiar top of the Tower of Heaven. Ye Nan moved her chin, thinking about how to deal with Jalal. Ye Nan felt a powerful magic power. And an extremely strong sense of death. Ye Nan remembered an existence that Jalal once talked about, the magical elf power. Nuclear weapons in the wizarding world. There is no doubt about its power. It is undoubtedly one of the most powerful weapons in the magical world except the goblin's heart. The power of a single magical elf can deter the powerful western continent from invading the eastern continent for many years. Maybe this is the opportunity for me to evolve into the blue eyes white dragon. Ye Nan was still a little hesitant. It was completely late to retreat now, but if so, the blue eyes white dragon may be just out of reach. I don't know how long it will take for it to evolve. There is also great opportunity in death. Ye Nan couldn't make up his mind for a while. If he didn't evolve successfully, he would be really dead if he died. Do not care. Ye Nan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She looked up at the clouds in the sky and shouted wildly in her heart, "It's hard to come by if you don't succeed." The opportunity to transform into a blue-eyed white dragon is rare. The other side. Urza was covered in scars. Akaraga's magic really restrained her a bit. The magic that could break her armor left her in a defenseless state from beginning to end. This is already the unknown number of pieces of armor. Who 153 who? Akaraga wasn't much better. Urza's sword also left a lot of scars on his body and took a lot of energy. But compared to Urza, his condition will be much better. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. Akaraga gasped slightly. Urza took a deep breath, then opened her eyes. Her body was no longer wrapped in armor, but in a corset. She turned her head up and stared at the enemy. The sword was also replaced with an ordinary sword. Urza's entire equipment is ordinary and has no special features. Turtle Dove is confused. Urza pointed her sword at Akaraga. Lucy looked shocked. Urza didn't wear armor anymore. What on earth was going on? Urza slowly spoke. I kept crying. In order to make myself look strong, I sealed my heart with armor. It was precisely because I was too weak that I needed these armors. Urza recalled Fairy Tale's experience and became determined, but now I don't need these armors. The armor can protect me, but what really protects me is my family and my companions. Armor blocks the meeting of minds. Urza's memory was fixed on the smiling face of the little boy she saw for the first time. He was obviously wrapped in bandages, but his smile was extremely bright. Involuntarily, the corners of Urza's mouth raised high, and the sword in her hand became firmer. Chapter 140. Akariga stared at Urza, feeling that something had changed in her. After hearing what Urza said, Akariga came to understand. Did he finally untie his knot? Humph, only strength is real in this world. As for the companions you mentioned, who are they? Magic appeared in Akariga's hands again, and his momentum became more concentrated. It can't bring you any power at all. Urza's eyes were firm and unaffected in the slightest. In that case, let's give it a try. Urza waved her sword and rushed forward. 2 rays of cold light flashed through. 2 crossed blood marks appeared on Akariga's chest. Urza is half squatting on the ground, holding a sword, very cool. Akariga's eyes widened and he felt the severe pain in his abdomen. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Unconscious. Urza vs Akariga. Urza wins. Another battlefield. The surrounding crystal isle has been bombarded with debris, and Marajana's figure leaps in it, throwing the energy ball in her hand from time to time. The elegant man dodged casually, and the dark ball exploded in the isle. A deep pit appears. No matter how powerful Marajana's dark ball is, it means nothing if it misses. Damn it! Myra Jane cursed. It had never happened before that her energy ball was dodged so easily. After all, her energy ball was quite fast. It's basically impossible to avoid. So what exactly is going on? The elegant man stood there casually. If Myra Jane didn't move, he didn't move. With Marajana's strength, although there is pressure, it is not too great. Hurry up and show your true skills. Myra Jane stared, her eyes fierce. The elegant man said silently. This is already my true ability. Myra Jane clenched her fists. Who was this guy trying to fool? He didn't react from the beginning to the end, he just defended in place. Is this his real skill? I'm telling the truth, the elegant man closed his eyes and stopped talking too much. Myra Jane flapped her wings and flew over. Since he doesn't want to show his true skills, then you should force him to show his true skills. The elegant man dodged the attack casually, and even had some energy left to comment, the power is good, but there is room for improvement in speed. Marajana's devil tail flicked over and hit him. Like a prophet who predicts the future, the elegant man jumped away without even turning his head. Suanzi dodged the whip again. It's really dangerous. The elegant man wiped away cold sweat, but his expression remained relaxed and relaxed. Marajana's face darkened. Although it was a little ridiculous, she had already guessed something about this magic. You guys, don't you have the magic to predict the future? There was something wrong with the elegant man avoiding her devil's tail just now. He jumped out without looking or feeling it. There is no doubt that this man should be using magic to predict the future. The elegant man was playful and stuck out his tongue. Seen through. Even though someone had seen through the magic, the elegant man remained calm and unhurried, even admiring the scenery of the seaside behind Myra Jane. Myra Jane felt deep contempt and contempt. The word well appears on the forehead. Super sadistic and violent. Black vortexes appeared on both hands, exuding infinite dark power and covering them. The blessing of this magic. Once Marajana's hand comes into contact, the other party will definitely be severely injured. Because this magic is too dangerous. Myra Jane doesn't really want to use it either, but it just doesn't work. The opponent is not an opponent that she can easily deal with without mercy. She needs to go all out. Coming. Myra Jane rushed forward again. The power of the charge this time was several times greater than last time, and the whole body exuded coercion. Myra Jane is filled with a dark atmosphere, while the elegant man is filled with a Confucian and Taoist atmosphere. The two are about to confront each other. No effect. The elegant man did not fight back, just dodged these attacks, which only happened for a second. And in just this second, Myra Jane has already punched hundreds of times. But without exception, these fists did not even scratch his hair. If the powerful magic fails to hit, there is no meaning. Marajana's fists are faster and more powerful. The elegant man became more and more relaxed, and even in the end, he was twitching his chin and commenting on these fists with interest. This made Myra Jane very angry. What on earth is this? Today she must knock down the damn man in front of her. Take the move. Dark spark. Marajana's hands shrouded countless small dark energy, and she was also within the bombing range. Throw the ball out. Dust kicked up, covering the figures of the elegant man and Myra Jane. Watch the move. Marajana's voice came out from the dust. The super large dark ball dispersed the smoke and hit the magic crystal. The magic crystal glowed and then went out. Myra Jane was so angry that the smoke had dispersed, but so far, she still hadn't even touched the corner of the elegant man's clothes opposite her. So strong. It's really too strong. Who are you? Myra Jane was frightened and angry, thinking that such a person would never surrender to Jalal. The elegant man was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I am indeed Jalal's subordinate, although I did not work under Jalal at first. Then who was the first person you followed? Myra Jane felt a little curious. When talking about this issue, even the elegant man's eyes flashed with brilliance, a look that had never appeared when he was fighting Myra Jane just now. Named, Hao Qian Zhao, longing. The elegant man smiled to himself, and his mind fell into the memories of the past. The person I followed at the beginning was still like a god 400 years ago. No, he is a god. But it's a pity. The elegant man felt slightly regretful. In the end, I didn't see God's face. It was always shrouded in a white robe, and I couldn't see the face clearly. The elegant man's eyes flashed with various emotions such as madness, longing, boldness, and desire to transcend. Demons like Myra Jane who are good at sensing emotions were silent for a moment. Compared with these, she paid more attention to the keywords in this elegant man's words. 400 years ago. Are you a person from 400 years ago? Myra Jane was shocked. It was absolutely impossible for a normal person to live for such a long time. Even Zverev, the most vicious black mage in history, would still have to wait for resurrection in the Tower of Heaven. How did the man in front of him remain immortal?